Hey everyone! Welcome back to Cosmic Wand. Get ready for an amazing tale. What if Dumbledore sealed 99% of Harry's magic at birth but the seal cracked at age 11 and a voice said, "True Core, unleashed"? Smash that like button and subscribe for more. Here we go. Chapter 1, The boy who broke the cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust, old shoes, and something faintly chemical that Harry had never been able to identify. He'd stopped trying years ago. You could get used to almost anything if you lived with it long enough, the way the third step groaned at 2 in the morning when Vernon got up for the toilet, the way spiders built webs in the same corner no matter how many times he brushed them away, the way the dark pressed in from every side like the house itself was trying to swallow him. Harry James Potter was 10 years, 364 days old, and he was lying on a mattress so thin he could feel every slat of the cot beneath it, staring at the underside of the staircase, counting the hours until nothing in particular. Birthdays didn't mean much at number 4, Privet Drive. Not his birthdays, anyway. Dudley's birthdays were seismic events, weeks of planning, mountains of presents, the kind of sugar-fueled chaos that left Aunt Petunia simultaneously beaming and exhausted. Harry's birthdays passed like any other day. Wake up. Cook breakfast. Get shouted at. Avoid Dudley. Try to exist in as little space as possible. He'd gotten good at that. Existing in small spaces. Not just the cupboard, though that was the most literal version, but in conversations, in rooms, in the family itself. Be quiet. Be small. Don't ask questions. Don't be strange. That was the word they used. Strange. It covered everything they didn't want to explain and everything they didn't want him to understand. Why his hair grew back overnight after Aunt Petunia sheared it off with kitchen scissors. Why the sweater she tried to force over his head, the one that smelled like mothballs and looked like a brown wool sack, kept shrinking until it wouldn't fit a doll. Why his teacher's wig had turned blue. Why he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang had been chasing him, with no memory of climbing. Strange things happen around you, Vernon had said once, his face the color of raw steak. And I won't have it. Not in this house. As if Harry was doing it on purpose. As if he had some secret switch he was flipping for laughs. He'd tried to explain, once, that he didn't know how it happened. Vernon's hand had made sure he didn't try explaining again. So Harry lay in his cupboard on the night before his 11th birthday and did what he always did. He made himself small. He breathed quietly. He watched a spider navigate the darkness above him with the patient, unhurried confidence of a creature that knew exactly what it was and felt no need to apologize for it. He envied that spider sometimes. Sleep came eventually, as it always did, not comfortably, but persistently, like a tide that didn't care whether the shore wanted it or not. And Harry dreamed. He dreamed of green light. He always dreamed of green light. It came from nowhere and everywhere, and it was accompanied by a sound he could never quite resolve into words, a woman's voice, high and desperate, and then a rush of something so vast and terrible that his sleeping mind flinched away from it every time. He'd had this dream for as long as he could remember. He'd stopped being frightened of it years ago. Now it was just part of the furniture of his unconscious, as familiar and inexplicable as everything else in his life. But tonight, the dream was different. Tonight, after the green light, after the scream, there was silence. And in the silence, he became aware of something he'd never noticed before, a pressure. Deep inside him, behind his ribs, below his heart, in some place that didn't correspond to any organ he'd learned about in school. It felt like a door. A massive, ancient door, locked and bolted and chained and sealed, and behind it something was pushing. Had it always been there? He thought, with the strange clarity that dreams sometimes allowed, that yes, it had. He'd just never been still enough, or deep enough, to feel it. The door groaned. He woke up gasping, his scar burning, his hand pressed to his chest. The cupboard was dark. The house was quiet. His heart was hammering. What was that? He lay there for a long time, his palm flat against his sternum, feeling his heartbeat slow. The pressure was still there, faint now, a whisper of what it had been in the dream, but there. Real. As physical as the ache in his back from the thin mattress or the bruise on his shoulder from where Dudley had shoved him into a doorframe 2 days ago. Something inside him was locked away. He knew it with a certainty that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with the bone-deep intuition that had kept him alive in this house for 10 years. The same intuition that told him when to stay out of Vernon's way, when Dudley was in a hunting mood, when Petunia's thin patience had finally snapped. Something inside him was trying to get out. He pressed his hand harder against his chest, as if he could hold it in, or maybe as if he could help it break free, and eventually, he slept again. Morning arrived the way it always did at Privet Drive, with the sound of Vernon's alarm, followed by the heavy tread of feet, followed by 3 sharp raps on the cupboard door. Up. Get up. Now. Harry opened his eyes. The dream clung to him like cobwebs, the green light, the door, the pressure, but the day was already demanding his attention. He pulled on Dudley's old cast-offs, which hung on him like a tent on a broomstick, and pushed open the cupboard door. The kitchen was bright with July sunshine. Petunia was already at the stove, her long neck craned toward the window as she conducted her morning surveillance of the neighbors. Dudley was planted in front of the television in the living room, his massive form draped across the sofa like a flesh-colored beanbag. "Cook the bacon," Petunia said without looking at him. "And don't you dare burn it." Harry cooked the bacon. He'd been cooking breakfast since he was tall enough to reach the stove. Petunia had given him a step stool at age 6 and a list of instructions, and that had been that. He was a good cook, actually. Not that anyone had ever said so. Vernon came thundering down the stairs in his work suit, his mustache bristling with the self-importance of a man heading to a job that involved shouting at people about drills. He dropped into his chair, snapped open the newspaper, and grunted at Petunia in a way that apparently communicated something, because she poured his coffee without being asked. Harry set the bacon on the table. Nobody thanked him. He hadn't expected them to. "Post's come," Vernon said, nodding at the hallway. Harry went to get it. 3 letters, a bill, a postcard from Vernon's sister Marge featuring an ugly bulldog, and, he stopped. A letter. Heavy, cream-colored envelope. Green ink. No stamp. Addressed, with unmistakable clarity, to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging Surrey. Harry stared at it. Nobody wrote to him. He had received precisely 0 pieces of personal mail in his entire life. He turned the envelope over and saw a wax seal, a coat of arms featuring a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger surrounding a large letter H. His fingers tingled where they touched the paper. Not unpleasantly, more like the feeling of touching a television screen full of static, a low hum that traveled up his arm and settled somewhere behind his ribs. Right where the pressure lived. Boy! What's taking so long? Harry walked back into the kitchen. Some instinct, the same one that had kept him alive for a decade, told him to hide the letter. But another instinct, newer and stronger, told him something else entirely. No. This is mine. Let them try to take it. I've got a letter, he said. Vernon glanced up. Petunia's neck swiveled. Dudley didn't move, but that was because Dudley rarely moved unless food or violence was involved. Don't be ridiculous, Vernon said. Who'd write to you? Harry held up the envelope. Vernon's eyes found the address, and something happened to his face. The color drained out of it, all at once, as if someone had pulled a plug. Then the color came rushing back, darker than before, a mottled purple that Harry had learned to associate with serious danger. Petunia, Vernon said. His voice was strangled. Petunia. Petunia looked. Her reaction was different but equally dramatic. She went white and stayed white, her lips pressing together so hard they disappeared entirely. One hand gripped the edge of the counter. "Give me that letter," Vernon said. "It's addressed to me," Harry said. "Give me that letter." Vernon lunged. It was a clumsy, graceless movement. The man had the agility of a refrigerator, but he was big and he was fast when he was angry. His meaty hand closed around the envelope and ripped it from Harry's grasp. Harry felt something surge inside him. The pressure behind his ribs flared, hot, sudden, like a match struck in a dark room. Vernon tore the letter in half without reading it. Then in quarters. Then he stuffed the pieces in his pocket and stood there, breathing hard, staring at Harry as though the boy had pulled a live grenade out of the mail pile. "Go to your cupboard," Vernon said. "That was my letter." You don't get letters. You don't get anything. Now get in your cupboard before you what?" The words came out of Harry's mouth before he'd decided to say them. They weren't loud. They weren't defiant in the way a child's tantrum is defiant. They were quiet, and direct, and something in them made Vernon take a half step back. The kitchen was very still. Even the bacon had stopped sizzling. "Go to your cupboard," Vernon said, but his voice had lost its edge. He was looking at Harry strangely, the way you'd look at a dog that had suddenly turned its head and met your eyes with something too intelligent. Harry went. Not because he was afraid, but because the pressure behind his ribs was building and he didn't understand it yet. He needed to be alone with it. He needed to think. The cupboard door closed. The lock clicked. And Harry sat in the darkness with his hand pressed to his chest, feeling something vast and patient pushing against its cage, and thought, "They're afraid of me. They've always been afraid of me." That's what this has been about, all of it, from the very beginning. It was the most dangerous thought he'd ever had. Not because it was wrong, because it was right. The letters kept coming. The next day, 3 arrived. Vernon burned them in the fireplace. The day after, 7. Vernon shredded them. The day after that, 12, pushed under the door, slipped through the bathroom window, tucked inside the egg carton that the milkman delivered. Harry didn't get to read any of them. But he didn't need to. He could feel them, each one carrying that same low hum, that same static tingle of something that resonated with the locked thing inside him. Whatever that letter contained, it was connected to him in a way that went beyond ink and paper. Vernon was losing his mind. He nailed the mail slot shut. He boarded up the cracks under the doors. He called in sick to work, which Harry had never seen him do, and spent the day prowling the house with a hammer and a wild look in his eye. Petunia said almost nothing. She watched Harry when she thought he wasn't looking, and her expression was complicated, fear, yes, but also something that might have been guilt, or grief, or some toxic combination of the two. Once, when they were alone in the kitchen, she opened her mouth as if to say something, then closed it and turned away. Harry watched all of this with a patience that surprised him. He wasn't angry, or rather, the anger was there, but it was buried beneath something larger. Curiosity. Anticipation. The sense that something was coming, something that couldn't be stopped with hammers and nails and shouting, and that all he had to do was wait. On Sunday, they came like a blizzard. Harry was lying in his cupboard when he heard it, a sound like heavy rain, except it was coming from inside the house. He opened his door and stepped into the hallway and saw letters. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Pouring out of the fireplace in a torrent, flooding through every crack and crevice, piling up on the floor in drifts of cream-colored parchment. The air was thick with them, swirling, spinning, and every single one was addressed to him. Vernon was screaming. Petunia was screaming. Dudley was screaming, though in his case it was mostly because a letter had gotten stuck in his hair. Harry stood in the middle of it all and felt the humming build to a roar, felt the pressure behind his ribs surge until it was almost pain, and he reached out and caught a letter out of the air. Vernon saw him. "No. Don't you," Harry opened it. And something inside him, shifted. Not broke, not yet, but shifted, like a crack appearing in a dam. The words on the page swam briefly, "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," and the humming in his bones became a chord, became a symphony, became something so vast and resonant that his vision blurred. "That's it!" Vernon roared. He grabbed Petunia, grabbed Dudley, grabbed his car keys. "We're leaving. Now. Everyone in the car. We're going somewhere they can't find us. I don't care if we have to drive to the bloody ocean." They drove. Vernon packed them all into the car, Harry included, because leaving him behind clearly terrified Vernon more than bringing him along, and drove with the manic focus of a man fleeing a natural disaster. North, east, south, north again. Stopping for supplies at a grim petrol station. Buying a rifle, which was insane. Eventually, as night fell and rain began to hammer the countryside, pulling up at a rocky shore where a small boat was tied to a post and, out in the churning grey water, a tiny island supported a tiny, miserable shack. "Nobody's delivering letters out here," Vernon said with grim satisfaction. They rode out in the rain. The shack was exactly as miserable as it looked: one room, a sagging couch, a fireplace that didn't work, and a smell of seaweed and despair. Dudley got the couch. Vernon and Petunia took the bedroom. Harry got the floor. He lay on the bare wooden boards with a thin blanket and listened to the storm rage outside and felt the pressure inside him building, building, building. The dream door was groaning on its hinges. The chains were rattling. Whatever was locked away was closer to the surface than it had ever been. Harry looked at Dudley's watch, the fat wrist dangling off the couch, and counted down the minutes. 11:58. 11:59. The storm screamed. The shack trembled. Midnight. Happy birthday to me, Harry thought. Boom. The door didn't just open, it exploded inward, ripped clean off its hinges by what Harry first thought was the wind but quickly realized was a person. The biggest person he had ever seen. So big he had to duck to fit through the doorframe, and then keep ducking, because the ceiling wasn't much better. A wild tangle of black hair and an even wilder beard. Hands like dinner plates. Eyes that were small and dark and, even in the chaos of the moment, startlingly kind. Dudley screamed. Vernon appeared at the bedroom door with his rifle, Petunia white-faced behind him. "Sorry Abu, that," the giant said, picking up the door and fitting it roughly back into the frame. He turned, and his beetle-black eyes swept the room, landing on Dudley first, then Harry. "There ya are," he said, and his whole enormous face softened. "Last time I saw you, ya was only a baby. Ya look like your dad, but ye've got your mum's eyes. I demand that you leave at once." Vernon's voice came out several octaves higher than usual. The rifle was shaking in his hands. "You are breaking and entering." The giant crossed the room in 2 strides, grabbed the rifle barrel, and bent it into a knot as casually as someone tying a shoelace. "Dry up, Dudley, ya great prune." He turned back to Harry. "Anyway, Harry. Got something fair ya. Might have sat on it at some point, but it'll taste fine. Happy birthday." From inside his enormous coat, he produced a box. Inside the box was a cake, squashed, lopsided, with green icing that spelled out "Happy Birthday Harry" in unsteady letters. Harry stared at it. Nobody had ever given him a birthday cake. Nobody had ever given him anything. The pressure behind his ribs swelled again, but this time it didn't feel like something trying to break free. It felt like something responding to kindness, warming, expanding, recognizing in this stranger something that had been absent from every other interaction in Harry's entire life. "Thank you," Harry said. "Who are you?" "True, I haven't introduced myself. Rubius Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." He said the last word as if it should mean something. When he saw Harry's blank expression, his face changed. Yeah, do know about Hogwarts, don't ya? I got a letter, Harry said. I wasn't allowed to read most of it. Hagrid turned to look at Vernon and Petunia. Very slowly. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Yeah, didn't tell him, Hagrid said. His voice was quiet, which was somehow worse than shouting. Yeah, didn't tell him anything. Tell me what? Harry said. Hagrid crouched down, which still left him towering, and looked Harry in the eye. Harry. You're a wizard. The words hit the pressure behind his ribs like a hammer hitting a bell. I'm a what? A wizard. And a thumpin' good one, I'd wager, once you've been trained up a bit. With a mom and dad as powerful as yours, my parents weren't powerful, Vernon spat. They were drunks. Weirdos. Got themselves blown up in a car crash, and good riddance, a car crash. Hagrid's roar shook dust from the ceiling. He was on his feet, and for the first time Harry saw what the giant looked like when he was genuinely angry. It was like watching a mountain wake up. A car crash kill Lily and James Potter? It's an outrage. A scandal. Harry Potter not knowing his own story when every kid in our world knows his name. My story? Harry said. The pressure was singing now. The door in his chest was shaking. And Hagrid told him. Voldemort. The war. His parents, brave, brilliant, murdered. The killing curse. The scar. The boy who lived. Harry listened. He didn't interrupt. He felt each piece of information land inside him like a stone dropping into deep water, sending ripples outward through the pressure, through the locked thing, through whatever vast and patient force was waiting behind that door. His parents hadn't died in a car crash. They'd been murdered by the most dangerous dark wizard in a century. They'd died fighting. They'd died protecting him. And he'd survived. They said it was a car crash, Harry said. His voice was very calm. Too calm for an 11-year-old learning that his entire life had been built on a lie. He looked at Vernon and Petunia, and his green eyes were steady and old and terrifyingly clear. You told me my parents were worthless drunks who died in a car crash. Petunia flinched. Vernon opened his mouth. Nothing came out. He's not going. Vernon finally managed. I won't have it. We swore when we took him and we'd stamp out this what? Harry said. This strangeness. The word landed like a blade. Even Vernon felt it. Harry, Hagrid said gently. You've got a place at Hogwarts. Best school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world. Your mum and dad's names are down fair since birth. Come September, he will not be going. Vernon screamed. Something broke. Not metaphorically. Not figuratively. Something broke. Harry felt it happen, felt it the way you'd feel an earthquake if the earthquake was inside your chest. The door, the great sealed door he'd sensed in his dreams, the one that had been groaning and straining and rattling its chains, it shattered. The chains didn't unlock. They didn't fall away. They disintegrated. The door didn't swing open. It ceased to exist. And what was behind it, the world went white. Not just for Harry. For everyone. The shack, the storm, the Dursleys, Hagrid, everything disappeared in a blaze of light so absolute that it was less like illumination and more like the universe itself had blinked. The floor trembled. The walls cracked. Every window burst outward in a shower of glass that hung, impossibly, suspended in the air like frozen rain. And in the center of it all, Harry Potter stood with his arms at his sides and his eyes wide open and light pouring out of him, out of his skin, his eyes, the scar on his forehead, and a voice that was not his voice, that was not anyone's voice, that was older than language and deeper than sound, spoke a single phrase that resonated through his bones and blood and the air itself, "True core, unleashed." The pressure that had lived behind his ribs for 11 years was gone. In its place was something else, something so vast and electric and alive that Harry couldn't process it as a single sensation. It was like being blind from birth and suddenly seeing every color at once. It was like spending your life in a silent room and then hearing an orchestra. It was like being a candle flame and suddenly becoming the sun. Magic. Not the muted, flickering, accidental kind that had turned wigs blue and shrunk sweaters. Magic. Raw and enormous and singing through every cell of his body like a current of liquid starlight. He could feel the storm outside, not just hear it, feel it, the patterns of pressure and electricity, and he understood with sudden dizzy clarity that he could change those patterns if he wanted to. He could feel the shack around him, every board and nail, and he knew that he could take it apart or put it back together with a thought. He could feel Hagrid's magic, warm, earthy, strong, and the utter absence of magic in the Dursleys like 3 cold spots in the room. He could feel everything. The light faded. The glass shards, still hovering in midair, fell with a musical tinkling sound. The shack settled, creaking, in the sudden silence. Harry looked at his hands. They were glowing faintly, a soft golden light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat and then slowly dimmed, sinking beneath his skin like embers banking for the night. "Blimey," Hagrid whispered. He was sitting on the floor. The blast had knocked him backward, and he was staring at Harry with an expression that combined awe, terror, and something that looked remarkably like tears. "Harry, what, I've never, blimey." Dudley had fainted. Vernon was pressed against the wall, his face the color of old cheese. Petunia was staring at Harry, and she was crying. Not with fear. Or not only with fear. There was something else in her face, recognition. As if she was seeing something she'd seen before, long ago, in someone else. And Harry understood, in a flash of that new impossible awareness, that Petunia was thinking about Lily. "I'm going to Hogwarts," Harry said. His voice sounded different to his own ears, not deeper or louder, but clearer, as if some permanent static had been removed from the signal. "I'm going, and nobody is going to stop me." Vernon made a noise like a deflating tire. "Right," Hagrid said, hauling himself to his feet and brushing off his coat. He was trying to act normal, but his hands were shaking. "Right. Course ya are. Got your letter, got your, blimey, Harry, what was that?" "I don't know," Harry said. And then, because honesty came easier now, as if the seal had been locking away more than just magic, something was locked inside me. Something big. And it just, opened. Hagrid stared at him for a long moment. Then he shook his massive head, sniffed hard, and said, "Well. We'd better get ya your school things, then. Diagon Alley first thing tomorrow. Y'all need books and robes and a wand and, yeah. Gonna be an interestin' year." Harry looked around the ruined shack. Every window shattered. Cracks in the walls. Dudley unconscious, Vernon catatonic, Petunia silently weeping. He felt he should feel guilty. He didn't. For the first time in 11 years, Harry Potter felt whole. Like a missing limb had been restored, like color had returned to a grey world, like he'd been breathing through a straw his entire life and someone had finally ripped it away and let him fill his lungs. He didn't feel guilty at all. He felt awake. They left at dawn. Hagrid had a boat, the same one the Dursleys had used, apparently, and Harry sat in the bow and watched the mainland approach and felt the magic churning inside him like a second heartbeat. Everything was brighter. Sharper. The grey morning light on the water was alive with patterns he'd never noticed before, currents of something that wasn't quite color and wasn't quite sound, woven through the air and sea and stone. "Hagrid," Harry said. "What I did back there. In the shack. Is that, normal? For a wizard?" Hagrid was rowing with the kind of ease that suggested the oars were decorative. He glanced at Harry sideways. Not gonna lie to ya, Harry. No. That wasn't normal. I've been around magic my whole life, Hogwarts, the forest, all sorts, and I've never felt anything like that. Not even close. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Your parents were powerful. Both of them. Your mum especially, cleverest witch of her age, everyone said so. And your dad was no slouch neither. But what ye did back there? He shook his head. Maybe it's because of you-know-who, he said. The curse that bounced off ye. Maybe it did something. I dunno. Dumbledore would know. Dumbledore knows everything. Harry filed that name away. Dumbledore. Hagrid said it with a reverence that bordered on worship. Harry noted it and stored it without comment. What happened to Voldemort? Harry asked. After he tried to kill me. Hagrid flinched violently at the name, nearly losing an oar. Don't say the name. Don't, crikey, Harry, it's a name, Harry said. Why would I be afraid of a name? Hagrid opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. You're right, he said, sounding faintly surprised. You're right, it is just a name. It's just, people don't, is the thing. Anyway. He disappeared. That night. When the curse bounced off Ye and hit him. Some say he died. Some say he's still out there, too weak to carry on. Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore, he thinks he's still out there somewhere. Bidden his time. Is that what you think? I think Dumbledore's usually right. They reached the mainland. Hagrid led Harry through the early morning streets of a small coastal town, attracting stares from the few people who were awake, which Harry attributed to the fact that Hagrid was approximately the size of a transit van. They took a train to London, Hagrid's bulk overflowing comically into the aisle, and then walked through the city's morning bustle to a grimy little pub that Harry would have walked past without a second glance. The Leaky Cauldron, Hagrid said, and pushed open the door. Harry stepped inside and the magic hit him like a wall of warm air. The pub was saturated with it, layers upon layers, old and new, bright and dark, soaked into the wood and stone like centuries of spilled beer. Every person in the room carried their own signature, their own frequency, and Harry could feel them all, distinct and vivid, like standing in a room full of people singing different songs. He paused in the doorway, adjusting. It was a lot. Like stepping from a dark room into sunlight, momentarily overwhelming, then exhilarating. The usual, Hagrid? Called the bartender, a bald, gummy man who looked like he'd been part of the furniture since the pub was built. Can't, Tom. Hogwarts business. Tuck in, young Harry here to get his things. The bartender, Tom, looked at Harry. At his scar. And his face did something complicated. Bless my soul, he whispered. Harry Potter. The pub went silent. Then everyone was on their feet, crowding forward, reaching for his hand, babbling, "Welcome back, Mr. Potter, such an honor, we're so glad, we're so grateful," and Harry stood in the middle of it and felt their magic pressing against his and understood that these people had been waiting for him. For years. That his name meant something to them, something enormous, something he hadn't earned and didn't yet understand. He shook their hands and said thank you and noticed that several of them flinched slightly when they touched him, a tiny recoil, barely perceptible, like touching a doorknob after walking across carpet. They can feel it, Harry realized. They can feel my magic. A pale young man in a purple turban pushed through the crowd, stuttering. P.P. Potter. See, can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you. Professor Quirrell, Hagrid said. Harry, this is Professor Quirrell. He'll be your defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. Harry shook the man's hand. The flinch this time was dramatic. Quirrell jerked as if he'd been stung, and something else flinched too, something that wasn't Quirrell, something cold and sharp and deeply wrong that Harry felt curled at the back of the man's skull like a parasite. Harry's scar prickled. Not painfully. Warningly. The way a dog's hackles rise. He looked into Quirrell's watery eyes and felt the cold thing behind them looking back. "Nice to meet you," Harry said evenly. He held the handshake for a beat longer than necessary, feeling the cold thing recoil, and then let go. Quirrell practically fled. What was that? Harry filed it away with Dumbledore's name. Another piece of a puzzle he was only beginning to see. Hagrid led him through the pub and out the back to a small courtyard containing nothing but a brick wall and a dustbin. Harry watched as Hagrid tapped a specific sequence of bricks with his umbrella and the wall began to rearrange itself, bricks folding and spinning outward to reveal an archway, and beyond the archway, Diagon Alley. Harry's breath caught. A cobblestone street stretched before him, lined on both sides with shops that seemed to have been designed by someone who found straight lines personally offensive. Cauldrons stacked outside a shop called Potages. Owls hooting from Elop's Owl Emporium. Brooms in a window, actual flying brooms, with a gaggle of children pressing their faces to the glass. Robes, wands, books, telescopes, barrels of bat spleens and eel eyes, a shop selling nothing but different types of parchment, and magic. Everywhere. In everything. Woven through the cobblestones and the shop signs and the very air itself. Harry stood at the entrance to Diagon Alley and felt magic like a fish feels water, surrounding him, supporting him, belonging to him. "Welcome back," Hagrid said softly. "This is where ye belong, Harry." For the first time since the shack, Harry smiled. They went to Gringotts first. The goblin-run bank was a towering white marble building at the end of the alley, and as they climbed the steps, Harry felt a different kind of magic, older, harder, more angular. The goblin's magic wasn't like wizard magic. It was precise where wizard magic was fluid, sharp where wizard magic was warm. Grip Hook, the goblin who took them down to the vaults in a rickety cart, kept shooting glances at Harry. At first Harry thought it was the scar, but no, the goblin's black eyes were focused lower, on Harry's chest, as if he could see the magic roiling beneath the surface. "Vault 687, Grip Hook announced, and opened the door. Harry stared. Mountains of gold coins. Columns of silver. Heaps of bronze. More money than he'd ever imagined, let alone seen. "Left to ya by your parents," Hagrid said. "The gold ones are galleons. Silver are sickles. Bronze nuts." Harry filled a bag and thought, they couldn't even give me a birthday present, and all along, I had this. The anger flickered. He let it. He didn't push it down. He was done pushing things down. Hagrid had a separate errand, a small package from a high-security vault that he pocketed with suspicious haste, and then they were back on the street and the shopping began in earnest. Robes at Madame Malkin's, where a blond boy with a pointed face and an air of casual superiority talked at Harry about Quidditch and houses and blood purity while a witch pinned up his hem. Books at Flourish and Blots, where Harry felt the magic in the texts themselves, spells pressed into pages like flowers pressed into books. A cauldron, telescope, brass scales. And then Ollivanders. The wand shop was narrow and shabby, with a single wand on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window display. Harry pushed open the door and a bell tinkled somewhere in the depths, and the magic in this place was different from anywhere else he'd been. It was dense. Layered. Thousands of individual signatures packed into a space no larger than a sitting room, each one humming at its own frequency, and beneath them all, a single deep note that Harry recognized instinctively as the shop's own magic, the accumulated power of centuries of wand-making, soaked into the shelves and walls and floor. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry didn't jump. He'd felt the old man approaching, a whisper of magic, precise and careful, moving between the shelves like a cat. Ollivander emerged from the shadows. He was old, very old, with wide, pale eyes that shimmered in the dim light. He looked at Harry and went very still. "Ah," he said. "Yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter." His eyes flicked to the scar. "I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did that. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands." He shook his head. "Well. Let's find you a match, shall we?" A tape measure began taking measurements on its own, arm length, finger span, wrist to elbow, nostril to nostril, while Ollivander disappeared into the stacks. Harry felt the wands reacting to his presence. Hundreds of them, thousands, all stirring in their boxes like sleeping animals sensing a predator. "Or a king. Try this one," Ollivander said, handing him a wand. "Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Harry took it. Before he could wave it, the wand screamed, not audibly, but magically, a high-pitched whine of protest that made Ollivander snatch it back immediately. "No, no. Definitely not. Let's try, Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. He held out a different wand. Harry reached for it, and as his fingers closed around the wood, the world changed. Warmth flooded up his arm and through his body, not like the explosive release of the night before but like a key turning in a lock, a final piece clicking into place. The wand sang, a clear, sweet note that resonated with the magic in Harry's core, amplifying it, focusing it, turning the raw torrent into something shaped and purposeful. Golden sparks erupted from the tip, not sparks, really, but cascading waves of light that filled the shop, and the thousands of wands in their boxes began to rattle, then to shake, then to sing back. A chorus of magical resonance that built and built until the shelves were vibrating and the windows were humming and Ollivander was gripping the counter with both hands and staring at Harry with an expression that had gone far beyond surprise into something that looked very much like fear. Harry lowered the wand. The chorus faded. The shelves settled. Dust motes drifted in the golden light. Ollivander was breathing hard. His pale eyes were wide. "Curious," he whispered. Then he stopped. He looked at Harry, really looked, not at the scar but at him, and the fear in his eyes shifted into something more complex. "Mr. Potter. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave one other feather. Just one. And the wand that feather went into, 13.5 inches, is the wand that gave you that scar." Harry said nothing. He waited. "I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes. But great." "I'm not him," Harry said. "No," Ollivander agreed quietly. "No, you're not. He was powerful, Mr. Potter. Very powerful. But what I just felt from you." He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was barely audible. "The power is not the wand's, Mr. Potter. The wand is merely trying to keep up." Harry looked down at the holly wand in his hand. It hummed against his palm, content, eager, alive. "Thank you," he said. He paid 7 galleons and walked out of Ollivanders into the bright noise of Diagon Alley, and the wand in his pocket pulsed against his thigh like a second heartbeat, and the magic inside him churned and sang and he felt, for the second time that day, utterly and completely awake. The rest of the day passed in a blur of purchases and wonders. Hagrid bought him an owl, a beautiful snowy creature with amber eyes who regarded Harry with the dignified imperiousness of a creature that knew exactly how magnificent it was. "Happy birthday," Hagrid said gruffly, and Harry felt the warmth again, the same warmth as the cake, the warmth of someone being kind simply because they wanted to be. They sat in the leaky cauldron with ice cream and Harry asked the questions he'd been saving up. About Hogwarts. About his parents. About the world he'd been stolen from. "Hagrid," he said, in the middle of a story about James Potter's talent for getting into trouble. "Who decided I should live with the Dursleys?" Hagrid's expression flickered. "Dumbledore," he said. "Professor Dumbledore." He's headmaster of Hogwarts, greatest wizard of the age. Harry, you'll understand when you meet him. Why did he choose the Dursleys? Protection. Something about your mum's sacrifice, she died to save ya, and that left a kind of magic. Old magic. As long as ya live with her blood, your aunt, yet be safe. Safe, Harry repeated. The word tasted like ash. Safe in a cupboard. Safe with no food on days Vernon was angry. Safe with Dudley's fists and Petunia's cold silence and a decade of being told he was worthless. Dumbledore's a great man, Hagrid said, with the quiet conviction of absolute faith. He had his reasons. Harry let it go. But he didn't let it go because he was satisfied. He let it go because he understood, with the new clarity that had come with the unsealing, that some conversations needed to happen with Dumbledore himself. And that when they did, Harry would not be the grateful, wide-eyed child that Dumbledore was probably expecting. They parted at Paddington Station. Hagrid gave Harry a train ticket, September 1st, King's Cross, platform 9 3/4, and a moment of awkward, genuine emotion. "It's gonna be all right, Harry," Hagrid said. "Hogwarts'll be home fair, yeah." "It was fair your parents." Harry nodded. He wanted to say something about how Hagrid was the first person who had ever been kind to him, but the word stuck. Instead, he said, "Thank you, Hagrid. For everything." The big man's eyes went suspiciously bright. He blew his nose on a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth, clapped Harry on the shoulder hard enough to buckle his knees, and disappeared into the crowd. Harry stood alone on the platform with his trunk and his owl and his wand and the entire blazing universe of magic singing inside him, and he thought about what came next. A month at the Dursleys. Then Hogwarts. Then a world he'd never known, full of people who knew his name and his story and expected things from him. Fine. Let them expect things. Let them watch. Let Dumbledore and his reasons, and Voldemort and his murder and the entire magical world see what happened when you locked something away for 11 years and it finally broke free. Harry Potter was done being small. The month at Privet Drive was different now. Not because the Dursleys had suddenly developed warmth or conscience, they hadn't. But the power dynamic had fundamentally shifted, and everyone in the house knew it. Vernon didn't shout at Harry anymore. He barely spoke to him at all. When they passed in the hallway, Vernon pressed himself against the wall as if Harry were a loaded weapon that might go off. Petunia set a place for Harry at the table without being asked, still at the far end, still separate, but there, and the portions she served him were, for the first time, the same size as everyone else's. Dudley avoided him entirely. This was the most dramatic change of all. Dudley, who had spent a decade treating Harry as his personal punching bag, now went white and changed direction whenever Harry entered a room. Harry suspected this had something to do with the incident on their second day back, when Dudley had reached for Harry's wand out of curiosity and the wand had emitted a spark that singed his eyebrows off. Harry hadn't done it on purpose. But he hadn't apologized either. He spent most of the month in the smallest bedroom. They'd given him Dudley's second bedroom after the shack, without a word of discussion, reading his school books and practicing. The practicing was extraordinary. His wand was a revelation. Without it, Harry's magic was a torrent, vast, powerful, but unfocused, like trying to write with a fire hose. With the wand, the torrent became a river, then a stream, then a precise, controlled flow that he could direct with thought and intention. He started with the simplest spells in the standard book of spells, grade 1, and mastered each one in minutes. Not hours. Not days. Minutes. Lumos turned his bedroom into a miniature sun on his first try. He had to figure out how to dial it back before the neighbors called about the strange light. Wingardium Leviosa lifted his textbook, then his trunk, then his bed, then, experimentally, the entire contents of the room simultaneously, everything orbiting gently around him like planets around a star. He read ahead. Grade 2, Grade 3, Grade 4. The spells came to him as if he were remembering them rather than learning them, each one slotting into place in the vast architecture of magic that he could now feel inside himself. He didn't just learn what the spells did, he understood why they worked, the underlying logic, the way intention shaped magic and magic shaped reality. It wasn't studying. It was breathing. He also discovered, on the third night, that he could do things without the wand at all. He'd been reading by wandlight when the bulb in his bedside lamp, the one that had been dead for months, flickered and came on. Harry hadn't touched it. He'd simply wanted light, and the magic had provided it. He experimented carefully after that, pushing the boundaries. He could unlock his door with a thought. He could summon objects from across the room. He could feel the wards around the house, Dumbledore's wards, ancient and complex, tasting of lemon drops and good intentions and something else, something that made his skin prickle with instinctive distrust. The wards were designed to protect him. But they were also designed to monitor him. He could feel them taking note of his magic use, cataloging it, sending information back to whoever had set them. Dumbledore's watching, Harry thought. He's been watching the whole time. He didn't try to dismantle the wards. Not yet. But he mapped them, learned their structure, understood their limits. When the time came, he wanted to know exactly what he was dealing with. On the night before September 1st, Harry sat on his bed with his trunk packed and Hedwig, he'd named the owl Hedwig, after a name he'd found in a history of magic, dozing on top of the wardrobe, and he pressed his hand to his chest one last time. The pressure was gone. In its place was power, steady, immense, patient. It didn't surge or strain. It simply was, as constant and fundamental as gravity, filling every corner of him with warm, humming light. I don't know what you are, he thought, addressing the magic directly. I don't know what was done to me, or why, or by whom. But I'm going to find out. And whoever locked you away, whoever decided I should be less than what I am, the magic pulsed. Once. A heartbeat of pure gold. They're going to answer for it. Harry lay down. He closed his eyes. Tomorrow, Hogwarts. Tomorrow, the world that should have been his from the beginning. Tomorrow, a castle full of magic and mystery and a headmaster who had reasons, and a dark lord who had given him a scar and 1,000 questions that demanded answers. He slept deeply and dreamed of nothing at all, and the magic in his blood sang him to sleep like a lullaby he'd been waiting 11 years to hear. Chapter 2, Platform 9 and everything after King's Cross Station was a cathedral of noise and motion, trains screaming, pigeons wheeling through the ironwork rafters, thousands of people flowing between platforms like blood through arteries. Harry stood near the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 with his trunk on a trolley and Hedwig's cage balanced on top, drawing stares from commuters who apparently didn't see owls in train stations very often. Platform 9 3/4. Hagrid had said it so casually, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and then had promptly failed to explain how to actually get there. Harry looked at the brick barrier between the two platforms and felt, yes, there, the shimmer of concealment magic layered over the stone like wallpaper over a door. It was crude by the standards of what he'd felt in Diagon Alley, but effective. A muggle would look at this wall and feel nothing but the vague desire to be somewhere else. Harry was not a muggle. He closed his eyes and let his magic reach out, feeling the edges of the enchantment. A gateway, folded into the space between platforms, dimensionally compressed, keyed to magical signatures. Clever. All he had to do was walk through it. He was about to do exactly that when he heard the voice. Packed with muggles, of course. Now, what's the platform number? A woman. Plump, red-haired, surrounded by children, 4 boys, ranging from tall and serious to short and fidgety, and a small girl who looked like she was trying very hard not to cry about being left behind. Every single one of them blazed with magic. Not as brightly as Harry, but warm and vivid, the particular shade of magic that comes from a family where it's been part of daily life for generations. Platform 9 3/4, the girl piped up. Mum, can't I go? you're not old enough, Ginny. Percy, you first. The tallest boy, Percy, straightened his shoulders with the self-importance of someone who'd been practicing being an authority figure since age 3, and walked briskly toward the barrier. He hit the brick and, through, vanished, the concealment magic rippling for a fraction of a second before settling back. Fred, you next. He's not Fred, I am, said one of the twins. Honestly, woman, you call yourself our mother. Oh, sorry, George. Only joking. I am Fred. And he was through the barrier, his twin right behind him, both of them laughing. Harry liked them immediately. The last boy, younger than Percy but older than the twins, tall and gangly with a long nose and a smudge of dirt on his face, was loading his trunk onto the trolley with the resigned air of someone who'd inherited everything he owned from older siblings. His robes were slightly too short. His rat, perched on his shoulder, looked like it had seen better decades. Harry pushed his trolley forward. First year, he said. The boy looked up. Yeah. You too. Yeah. I'm Harry. Ron. Ron Weasley. He looked at Harry with open, uncomplicated friendliness, and then his eyes went to the scar, and something shifted. Hang on. You're not Harry Potter. Harry was going to have to get used to this. Apparently. Ron's ears went red. Sorry, it's just, blimey. Mom, it's, Ronald, don't point, it's rude, his mother said, but she was looking at Harry too, and her expression softened into something warm and a little sad. Hello, dear. First time at Hogwarts? Ron's new too. Yes, ma'am. You're on your own. Where are your, she stopped herself, clearly remembering who she was talking to. A flicker of pain crossed her face. Well. You can go through the barrier with Ron, if you like. Just walk straight at the wall. Best to do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Harry wasn't nervous. But he appreciated the kindness. It was the same uncomplicated warmth he'd felt from Hagrid, the warmth of people who were good because being good was simply how they were built. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley. He and Ron pushed their trolleys side by side toward the barrier. Ron was chattering, half nervous energy, half genuine excitement, about Hogwarts and Quidditch and his brothers and how he hoped he wouldn't be in Slytherin. What about you? Ron asked. Do you know what house you want? I haven't thought about it much, Harry said, which was a lie. He'd read about all 4 houses and thought about it a great deal. But he wanted to hear what Ron thought. What's wrong with Slytherin? What's wrong with, mate, every dark wizard in the last century came out of Slytherin. You know who was Slytherin? Every dark wizard, Harry repeated. All of them? That's a lot of dark wizards for one house. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, and frowned. Well, most of them. The bad ones, anyway. They hit the barrier. The magic parted around them like a curtain, and Harry stepped through into platform 9 3/4. A scarlet steam engine sat beside a platform thick with wizarding families, parents fussing, children yelling, owls hooting, trunks being loaded. The Hogwarts Express was magnificent, gleaming and massive, and it radiated a low, steady hum of enchantment that told Harry it was far more than just a train. The magic in the engine was old and deep, the kind that accumulates over centuries of use, and it welcomed him aboard with a warmth that felt almost sentient. Come on, Ron said, let's find a compartment before they're all full. They made their way down the train, passing compartments already claimed by older students who barely glanced up, until they found an empty one near the back. Harry hefted his trunk onto the rack with an ease that made Ron blink. The trunk was heavy, but Harry's magic lent his muscles a casual, unconscious strength that made the weight irrelevant. Ron struggled with his own trunk until Harry grabbed the other end and helped him swing it up. Cheers, Ron said, slightly breathless. They settled into seats across from each other. Through the window, Harry watched families saying goodbye, mothers hugging, fathers looking stern and proud, a small red-haired girl running alongside the train as it began to move, waving and half laughing and half crying. "My sister, Ginny," Ron said, watching too. "She wanted to come so bad. Next year." The train pulled out of the station and London began to scroll past the windows. Ron dug into a bag and produced a stack of corned beef sandwiches, which he eyed with visible despair. "Mom always forgets I hate corned beef," he muttered. Harry had money. He'd never had money before, and now he had a bag of gold, and the trolley which was coming down the corridor with a cart piled high with things he'd never seen, cauldron cakes, pumpkin pasties, chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. He stood up and said, "We'll take the lot." Ron stared at him. "You don't have to, I've never had sweets before," Harry said simply. "Not once. I want to try everything." It wasn't charity and Ron seemed to sense that. Harry genuinely wanted to try everything, every strange, colorful, magical confection, and sharing it with someone made it better. They spread the haul across the seats and worked through it systematically, Ron providing running commentary on each item with the expertise of a boy who'd grown up in the wizarding world and the appetite of a boy who was permanently hungry. "Careful with the beans," Ron warned. "They mean every flavor. George swears he got a bogey-flavored one once." Harry bit into one that tasted like black pepper and another that tasted, unmistakably, like freshly cut grass. The chocolate frogs came with collectible cards, famous witches and wizards, and Harry turned over his first card to find a long-bearded face that looked back at him with twinkling blue eyes. Albus Dumbledore. Currently headmaster of Hogwarts. Considered by many the greatest wizard of modern times, Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Harry studied the card for a long moment. The tiny portrait of Dumbledore smiled benevolently and wandered out of frame. Nicholas Flamel. He tucked the name away, another piece in the growing puzzle. "Got about 6 of him," Ron said through a mouthful of cauldron cake. "You can have that one if you want." Harry pocketed it. The compartment door slid open around noon and a round-faced boy stood in the gap, his eyes red-rimmed and his lip trembling. "Sorry," he said. "Have you seen a toad?" "Only I've lost mine and Gran's going to kill me." "Haven't seen one," Ron said. "Sorry, mate." The boy's shoulders slumped. Harry looked at him and felt something. Not just the boy's magic, which was there, definitely there, warm and solid, but something else. A constriction. A binding. As if the boy's magical core was wrapped in invisible gauze, muffled and dampened in a way that felt disturbingly familiar. Harry's stomach turned cold. "What's your name?" he asked. "Neville. Neville Longbottom." "I'm Harry. This is Ron." "Sit down, Neville, we'll find your toad." Neville blinked. "You don't have to, sit down." Harry said it warmly, but with the kind of quiet certainty that didn't invite argument. Neville sat. Harry pulled out his wand. He hadn't done any significant magic since Privet Drive, he'd been conserving, waiting, not wanting to show his hand before Hogwarts, but this wasn't about showing off. A boy had lost his toad, and Harry could feel every living thing on this train if he concentrated. He concentrated. His magic reached out through the wand, threading through the walls and floors and compartments of the Hogwarts Express like roots through soil. He felt the students, hundreds of them, each one a warm point of light, and the food trolley witch, and a cat, and several owls, and there, 3 compartments down, wedged under a seat, Accio Neville's toad, Harry said casually. The compartment door rattled. From the corridor came a small, startled croak, and then a toad came sailing through the gap and landed neatly in Neville's cupped hands. Neville stared at the toad. Then at Harry. Then at the wand. "That's a summoning charm," he whispered. "That's 4th-year magic. is it? Harry said. Ron was staring too. Mate. How did you? I read ahead. It was technically true. It was also wildly insufficient as an explanation, and both boys knew it, but Harry said it with such easy nonchalance that they let it go. Ron shook his head with a grin that was equal parts admiration and disbelief. Neville clutched Trevor to his chest and looked at Harry as if he'd just performed a miracle, which, by the standards of first-year wizardry, he more or less had. Stay, Harry told Neville. Have some sweets. Your toad's not going anywhere. Neville stayed. He was quiet at first, shy, clearly accustomed to being overlooked or dismissed, but Ron's easy chatter drew him out, and within 20 minutes, Neville was telling them about his family. Pure blood. Ancient. His parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom, had been Aurors, dark wizard catchers, among the best. They'd been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters after Voldemort's fall. They were in St. Mungo's hospital. Had been for 10 years. Didn't recognize their own son. Neville told it simply, without self-pity, as if he'd rehearsed the words so many times they'd lost their edges. But his hands shook, and Trevor croaked softly in his lap, and Harry felt the gauze around the boy's magic tighten like a fist. My gran wasn't sure I had enough magic to come to Hogwarts, Neville said quietly. I was late showing signs. Everyone thought I might be a squib. My great-uncle Algy dropped me out of a window once to try and force it out of me. I bounced, so that was all right. But I'm not very good at magic. Not like you. That's not true, Harry said. Neville looked up. What? I said that's not true. You've got magic, Neville. Plenty of it. He paused, choosing his words carefully. He could feel the binding on Neville's core, could feel its shape and weight and something about its texture that made his skin crawl, but he wasn't sure yet what it was or who had placed it there. Telling Neville now, without more information, would only frighten him. You just haven't found it yet. But you will. Neville's eyes were wide and uncertain and desperately wanting to believe. You really think so? I know so. The compartment door slid open again. This time, no one was crying. A girl with bushy brown hair and an air of aggressive competence stood in the doorway, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. She took in the compartment, the scattered sweets, the three boys, the toad, with a glance that catalogued everything and found most of it wanting. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, found it, Neville said, holding up Trevor. Oh. Good. She didn't leave. Instead, she stepped into the compartment and sat down next to Neville with the confidence of someone who had decided this was where she belonged and saw no reason to ask permission. I'm Hermione Granger. And you are? Ron Weasley, Ron said, slightly dazed by the invasion. Neville Longbottom, Neville said. Harry Potter, Harry said. Hermione's eyebrows shot up. Are you really? I've read about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. I haven't read any of those, Harry said. What do they say? Quite a lot, actually, but most of it seems rather speculative. Nobody seems to know exactly what happened that night. You survived the killing curse, that's confirmed, but the mechanism is debated. Some authors suggest it was a unique magical defense created by your mother's sacrifice, others think you had some innate resistance, and one book, rather sensationally, I thought, claims you were protected by ancient blood magic. What do you think happened? Harry looked at her. She delivered that entire monologue in approximately one breath. Her eyes were bright and sharp and genuinely curious, not starstruck, not awed, just interested, the way a scientist would be interested in an unexplained phenomenon. He liked her immediately. I think, Harry said, that I was 1 year old, so I don't remember. And I think that most people who write books about events they didn't witness are guessing. Hermione blinked. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed. It transformed her face, the intensity softened, the rigid posture relaxed, and for a moment she looked like what she was, an 11-year-old girl who was excited and scared and trying to hide both behind an armor of knowledge. "That's fair," she said. "I'm Muggle-born, by the way. My parents are dentists. I didn't know anything about magic until I got my letter. I've been trying to learn everything I can ever since. I've read all our course books and several supplementary texts and I can do a few simple spells already, though of course we're not supposed to practice outside school." "Which spells?" Harry asked. "Well, I've managed Lumos and Reparo and I've had some success with color-changing charms, though they're not technically on the first-year curriculum. Show me." Hermione looked startled. "What? Show me a spell? I'd like to see." Nobody, Harry suspected, had ever asked Hermione Granger to show them what she could do with genuine interest rather than mockery. She stared at him for a second, then pulled out her wand, vine wood, he could feel, with a dragon heartstring core, and pointed it at one of the empty chocolate frog boxes. Calaveria. The box turned from brown to a deep, vivid blue. Hermione's cheeks flushed with pride and nerves. "That's really good," Harry said, and meant it. "First try." "Third, actually. The first 2 times it just sort of flickered. Your wand movement's a bit stiff. Try it more like a brushstroke, smooth, one motion. The spell responds to fluidity." Hermione frowned. "How do you know that?" "We haven't even had a lesson yet. I've been practicing." "We're not supposed to, do you want to see?" She did. Obviously she did. The curiosity was practically vibrating off her. Harry pointed his wand at the blue chocolate frog box. Calaveria. The box didn't just change color. It rippled through the entire visible spectrum, red to orange to yellow to green to blue to indigo to violet, and then began shifting through colors that didn't have names, colors that existed outside the normal range, colors that Hermione and Ron and Neville could feel more than see. The box hummed with chromatic energy, each shift perfectly controlled, and Harry held it there for a moment, a small, spinning rainbow, before letting it settle into a deep gold. The compartment was silent. "How?" Hermione whispered. She wasn't asking about technique. She was asking about something much bigger. "I had a late start," Harry said quietly. "I'm making up for lost time." Ron broke the silence with a low whistle. "Mate, if that's what you do with a color charm, I can't wait to see what you do in actual lessons." McGonagall's going to lose her mind. The ice was broken. They talked, all 4 of them, the conversation flowing naturally between topics the way it does when strangers are in the process of becoming friends. Ron talked about growing up in a wizarding family with 5 older brothers, the pressure to distinguish himself, the hand-me-down everything. Hermione talked about the strangeness of discovering magic, the way it recontextualized her entire childhood. "I always knew I was different, things always happened around me, but I thought I was going mad." Neville talked quietly about his gran, about the pressure of living up to parents he couldn't remember, about the fear that he wasn't enough. Harry listened more than he talked. He was good at listening, years of being invisible had taught him that, but now he listened with his magic as well as his ears, feeling the currents of emotion in the compartment, the way the 4 of them were slowly, tentatively, building something. When Ron asked him about the Dursleys, Harry told the truth. "Not all of it. But enough. They hate magic," he said. "They hate anything they can't control or understand, and magic is both. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. They told me my parents died in a car crash." Ron's ears went scarlet with anger. Neville looked stricken. Hermione's eyes were bright and fierce and she didn't say "I'm sorry," she said, "That's criminal. That's literally criminal. There are laws, not in the Muggle world. Not for this. Then in our world. Someone should have checked on you. Someone should have done a lot of things," Harry agreed. But they didn't. And I survived. And now I'm here. He said it without bitterness, without self-pity, as a simple statement of fact. I survived. I'm here. What comes next is mine. The countryside was flying past the windows now, green hills, distant forests, a sky that was beginning to deepen toward evening. The train was carrying them north, and Harry could feel Hogwarts approaching. Not see it, feel it. A vast concentration of magic, old and deep and layered, getting closer with every mile. It pulled at him the way gravity pulls at a falling object, gently, inevitably, as if he'd always been heading toward it. The compartment door opened one more time. 3 boys, the one in front was the blonde from Madame Malkin's. Pointed face, pale eyes, the practiced sneer of someone who'd learned arrogance before he'd learned to tie his shoes. 2 thick, lumbering shapes behind him that seemed to function less as friends and more as furniture. Is it true? The blonde boy said. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Depends on who's asking, Harry said. Draco Malfoy. He said it the way you'd present a business card, expecting recognition, expecting deference. And this is Crabbe and Goyle. Cool names. Very intimidating. Did your parents pick them or did they come with the matching outfits? Ron choked on a pumpkin pasty. Hermione pressed her lips together to suppress a smile. Neville made a sound like a startled mouse. Draco's eyes narrowed. You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. His gaze flicked to Ron, dismissive, contemptuous, and then to Hermione. I can help you there. Harry didn't stand up. He didn't need to. He looked at Draco Malfoy and spoke with the kind of calm that comes from having already faced things far worse than a schoolboy's snobbery. Let me make sure I understand this. You walked into a compartment full of people you've never met, insulted 2 of them, and then offered to be my friend. Is that the Malfoy approach to social interaction, or are you freelancing? Draco's pale skin flushed. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle shifted, the limited body language of boys who'd been told to look threatening and were doing their best. My father isn't here, Harry said. And I'm not interested in sorting people into categories based on who their parents are. I've spent 10 years being judged for mine. I'm done with it. The compartment was very quiet. Ron was watching Draco with the focused attention of someone expecting a fight and more than ready for one. Hermione's hand had drifted toward her wand. Draco stared at Harry. Something moved behind his eyes, not just anger, but confusion, as if a script he'd memorized was failing him. He'd expected awe, or at least negotiation. He'd gotten neither. You'll regret this, Potter, he said. It came out with less conviction than he probably intended. I don't think I will. Draco turned and left. Crabbe and Goyle followed like a pair of reluctant boulders. The door slid shut. Ron exhaled explosively. That, Ron said, was brilliant. His father's Lucius Malfoy, Death Eater, got off by claiming he was under the Imperius curse. Total slime. And Draco's been raised to think he's royalty. He's a kid, Harry said. Same as us. Just parroting what he's heard at home. You're being very generous, Hermione said. I'm being accurate. Doesn't mean I'll let him push people around. But writing him off completely at 11 seems premature. Hermione tilted her head, studying him with that sharp, cataloging gaze. You're not what I expected, Harry Potter. What did you expect? I'm not sure. Something more. Conventional. Every book makes you sound like a symbol. A figurehead. You're actually a person. Disappointing. She smiled. The opposite. The train was slowing. Outside, the sky had gone fully dark, and the first lights of what Harry assumed was Hogsmeade Station were glimmering through the trees. "We should change into our robes," Hermione said, standing. "We're almost there." They changed. The robes felt strange. Harry had never worn anything that was actually his, that fit properly, that was new, and the fabric hummed with faint enchantment. Self-adjusting, self-cleaning, temperature-regulating. Magic woven into the thread itself. The train stopped. Doors opened. Students poured onto a dark platform, their breath misting in the cool September air. "Furs years. Furs years over here." Hagrid's voice boomed over the crowd. Harry spotted him immediately, a lantern held high, his enormous silhouette unmistakable against the night sky. "All right there, Harry." Hagrid beamed down at him. "All right, Hagrid. Right, then, furs years, follow me. Mind your step now, this way to the boats." They followed a narrow, muddy path through dark trees. Neville stumbled, Harry caught his arm without looking. Ron muttered about the cold. Hermione was trying to identify the trees by their silhouettes and having moderate success. And then the path opened up, and they saw Hogwarts. Harry stopped walking. So did everyone else. The castle sat on the far side of a vast, black lake, its towers and turrets blazing with light against the night sky. It was enormous, far bigger than any building Harry had ever seen, an impossible architecture of stone and magic that seemed to grow out of the mountain itself, as natural and ancient as the rock beneath it. But it wasn't the sight that stopped Harry. It was the feeling. Hogwarts reached out to him. There was no other way to describe it. The castle's magic, 1,000 years of accumulated power, layered and woven and alive, surged across the lake toward him like a wave, and when it touched his magic, the two resonated with a force that nearly buckled his knees. It was recognition. The castle knew him. Not Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Not the scar, not the story. Him. His magic. His core. As if the castle had been waiting for him, and now that he was here, something ancient and fundamental had been satisfied. The other students oohed and awed at the view. None of them felt what Harry was feeling. He could tell, they saw a beautiful castle, impressive and magical, but they didn't feel it reaching for them. "No more and 4 to a boat," Hagrid called. Harry climbed into a boat with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. The boats moved on their own, gliding across the black water with smooth enchantment, and Harry trailed his fingers in the lake and felt the life beneath, the giant squid, a civilization of mere people, a vast underwater ecosystem pulsing with its own magic, old and strange and magnificent. They passed through a curtain of ivy and into a tunnel beneath the castle, then climbed stone steps to a massive oak front door. Hagrid knocked 3 times. The door opened immediately, and Professor McGonagall stood in the entrance. She was tall, severe, black-haired, and radiating the specific kind of magic that comes from decades of disciplined practice. Her magic was tight, controlled, precise, a sharp contrast to Harry's ocean. She wore square spectacles and an expression that suggested she had never tolerated nonsense and did not intend to start. "The furs years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them through a cavernous entrance hall, stone walls, flaming torches, a marble staircase that seemed to go on forever, and into a small chamber off the main hall. The first years crowded together, nervous and excited, and McGonagall explained the sorting. "The sorting ceremony will determine which house you join. Your house will be like your family at Hogwarts. You will have classes with your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and has produced outstanding witches and wizards." She left to prepare. The first years murmured nervously. Ron was green. Neville looked like he might faint. "Fred told me we'd have to fight a troll," Ron muttered. Don't be absurd, Hermione whispered. It's a sorting hat. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. It reads your mind and determines which house suits you best. Reads your mind. Neville squeaked. It'll be fine, Neville, Harry said. He was barely paying attention to the conversation. His focus was elsewhere, on the magic of the castle itself, which was flooding through the stone beneath his feet and the air around him, dense and complex and curious. He could feel the enchantments layered into every surface, protection wards, anti-muggle charms, climate controls, structural reinforcements, hundreds of individual spells woven together into something that was more than the sum of its parts. The castle was alive. Not sentient exactly, but aware, a vast magical organism that noticed who walked its halls and responded to them. And it was responding to Harry like a dog greeting its master after a long absence. He could feel the walls warming where he stood close to them. The torches burned a little brighter. The very air seemed to thicken with welcoming energy. Hogwarts was glad he was here, and it wasn't being subtle about it. McGonagall returned and led them through the double doors into the Great Hall. Hundreds of candles floated in midair over 4 long tables packed with students. The ceiling above was a perfect illusion of the night sky, stars glittering, wisps of cloud drifting past, so convincing that Harry had to consciously remind himself it was stone up there and not open air. At the head of the room, a long table held the teachers, and in the center of the teachers' table sat a very old man with a long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and robes of deep purple. Dumbledore. Harry felt his magic before he saw his face. It was immense, deep, layered, ancient, carrying the weight of over a century of practice and study. But it was also controlled. Tightly controlled. Held in check with an iron discipline that Harry could feel like a wall around a garden. And beneath the control, beneath the power, there was something else, a probing awareness, a searching intelligence that swept the hall like a lighthouse beam and found Harry instantly. Their magic touched. Dumbledore's questing, evaluating, pressing gently at the edges of Harry's core. Harry's responding, not with aggression, but with a flat, absolute refusal to be read. His magic rose around him like a wall of golden light, invisible to everyone in the hall, and Dumbledore's probe broke against it like water against stone. For a fraction of a second, the old man's expression changed. The twinkling blue eyes sharpened. The benevolent smile flickered. It was fast, blink and you'd miss it, but Harry didn't blink. You felt that, Harry thought. You felt the seal break, didn't you? You knew it was coming. And now you're testing me. He held Dumbledore's gaze for 1 heartbeat. 2. 3. Then he looked away, not because the eye contact was uncomfortable but because he'd learned what he needed to learn. Dumbledore was afraid. Not terrified. Not panicked. But afraid in the deep, quiet way of a man who has made a gamble and is beginning to suspect it hasn't paid off. Harry filed this away with everything else. A stool had been placed at the front of the hall. On it sat a ragged, patched wizard's hat that looked like it had survived several centuries and hadn't enjoyed any of them. The hall fell silent. The hat twitched, a rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and it sang. Harry listened to the song, Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the wise, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the ambitious, and felt the hat's magic, which was surprisingly strong. An enchanted artifact, imbued with the personalities and judgment of the 4 founders themselves. It was old. Very old. And very, very perceptive. McGonagall unrolled a scroll. When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah. A pink-faced girl stumbled forward. The hat fell over her eyes. Hufflepuff, the hat shouted. The table on the right erupted in cheers. Names were called. Students were sorted. Hermione went up, the hat dropped over her bushy hair, and after a long pause, Gryffindor. She practically ran to the Gryffindor table, beaming. Neville was sorted into Gryffindor too, though the hat took its time about it, and Harry saw the moment of relief on Neville's face that said maybe I do belong somewhere after all. Draco Malfoy barely had the hat on his head before it screamed, Slytherin. The fastest sort yet. Draco swaggered to the Slytherin table with the satisfaction of a boy who'd gotten exactly what he wanted. Potter, Harry. The whispers started instantly. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter. Harry walked to the stool. The hall was utterly silent. Every eye was on him, students craning, teachers leaning forward, Dumbledore watching with that careful, twinkling intensity. He sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Darkness. The hat's brim fell over his eyes. And then a voice, not in his ears, but in his mind, dry and ancient and profoundly startled. Oh. Oh my. Harry waited. Well, the hat said. This is unprecedented. I've been sorting students for 1,000 years, Mr. Potter, and I have never. What happened to you? What is this? What do you mean? Harry thought back. Your magical core. I can feel where the seal was. The residue. Someone bound you. Someone bound nearly all of you, and it's broken now, and what's underneath is. The hat trailed off. Harry felt it probing deeper, not with the clinical detachment of Dumbledore's legitimacy but with the genuine, odd curiosity of an intelligence that had thought it had seen everything. Who sealed me? Harry thought. You can see it. You can see who did it. A long pause. I see many things, Mr. Potter. I see a mind that could reshape Ravenclaw. I see ambition that would make Slytherin weep with pride. I see loyalty and kindness that Hufflepuff would treasure. And I see courage, not the reckless kind, but the kind that looks at the world clearly and refuses to flinch. That's not what I asked. Another pause. Longer. I cannot tell you what I see in other minds, Mr. Potter. That is the fundamental rule of my existence. But I can tell you this, the one who sealed you believed it was necessary. Whether it was right. That is a question for you and him to settle. Harry's jaw tightened. So it was a him. Where shall I put you? The hat said, and there was something almost gentle in its tone, as if it recognized it was speaking to someone who'd been through too much for 11. You could go anywhere. Truly. Any house would be honored. You said I had courage. I said many things. Put me in Gryffindor. Harry thought it clearly, without hesitation. Not because he'd been told it was the best house, or because his parents had been there, but because Hermione was there, and Neville was there, and Ron was about to be, and the first real friendships of Harry's life were worth more than any strategic calculation about which house would serve his ambitions. Are you sure? With a mind like yours, Ravenclaw would, Gryffindor. The hat chuckled. Very well. But remember, I told you that you could reshape any house. Perhaps you'll reshape Gryffindor instead. Better be. The hat spoke the last word aloud, to the hall, but it didn't just speak it. It roared it. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded. Fred and George Weasley were chanting, We got Potter. We got Potter. Students were standing, cheering, pounding the table. Hermione was clapping frantically. Neville was beaming. But that wasn't what the hall remembered afterward. What the hall remembered was what happened when the hat shouted. When the word Gryffindor rang out, the candles in the great hall flared, every single one, simultaneously, from warm yellow to blazing gold. The enchanted ceiling erupted with shooting stars that hadn't been in the sky before. And the hat itself, still perched on Harry's head, gasped audibly, a sound that silenced the cheering instantly, and said, in a voice that carried to every corner of the room, Merlin protect us all, I have not felt a core like this since the founders walked these halls. Dead silence. 400 students staring. The teachers frozen. Dumbledore on his feet, his face unreadable. Harry took off the hat, set it on the stool, and walked to the Gryffindor table. He didn't rush. He didn't duck his head. He didn't look embarrassed or overwhelmed or afraid. He walked to his seat and sat down between Hermione and an empty space that Ron would fill in a few minutes, and the magic of Hogwarts castle sang around him like a choir. "What?" Ron said, arriving breathless and red-eared after his own sorting. "Gryffindor." The hat had barely touched him. "Was that?" "The hat has a flair for the dramatic," Harry said. "The hat has, Harry, it basically announced you were the second coming of Merlin. The whole hall is staring at you. Let them stare." Ron opened his mouth. Closed it. Looked at Hermione, who looked back at him, and some wordless communication passed between them, the kind that would become their signature over the years, and they both decided, simultaneously, to be impressed later and eat now, because the golden plates in front of them had just filled with food. Harry ate. He ate roast beef and roast chicken and pork chops and lamb chops and sausages and bacon and steak, Yorkshire pudding and boiled potatoes and roast potatoes and chips, and he ate until he was full for the first time in his life. 10 years of carefully rationed portions, of scraps and leftovers and going to bed hungry, and now there was food, mountains of it, all of it good, and nobody was going to take it away or tell him he didn't deserve it. He caught Hermione watching him eat with an expression that suggested she was doing math, calculating portion sizes versus his thin frame, and arriving at conclusions that made her angry. He shook his head slightly. "Not now." She nodded. But her hand found his arm under the table and squeezed once, and the gesture, small, fierce, wordless, meant more than any speech could have. The feast was vast and extraordinary, and Harry experienced it in 2 layers simultaneously. On the surface, food, conversation, laughter, the giddy excitement of 100 first years discovering a world they'd only dreamed of. Beneath the surface, magic. The castle's ancient power flowing through the walls and floor and air, the individual signatures of every person in the hall, the complex enchantments on the food and candles and ceiling, and, threading through it all like a dark current in a bright river, the cold, wrong presence he'd felt at the back of Quirrell's skull, sitting at the teacher's table, radiating malice so faint that only Harry could detect it. He watched Quirrell across the hall. The man was talking to a hook-nosed, greasy-haired professor in black, Snape, potions master, according to Percy Weasley's running commentary on the staff, and every few seconds, Quirrell's eyes would flick toward Harry and then away, like a man trying not to stare at the sun. The cold thing behind Quirrell's eyes never stopped watching. "I know you're there," Harry thought, not directing the thought but simply holding it, a statement of fact radiating from his core like heat from a fire. "I don't know what you are yet. But I know you're there." The cold presence flinched. Minutely. Almost imperceptibly. But Harry felt it. Dumbledore stood to give his start-of-term speech. He was magnificent, Harry could admit that, even with his growing suspicion. The old man commanded the room effortlessly, his magic radiating warmth and authority, his words delivered with the precise timing of someone who had given 1,000 speeches and enjoyed every one. "Welcome. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." The hall laughed. Harry didn't. He was watching Dumbledore's eyes, and they were watching him back, and behind the twinkle was a mind working furiously, recalculating, reassessing. "You had a plan for me," Harry thought. A carefully constructed plan. The seal was part of it. The Dursleys were part of it. Every piece positioned, every variable controlled. And now the central piece has gone off script, and you don't know what to do. Dumbledore smiled at the hall. Harry smiled back. Neither smile reached their eyes. After the feast, Percy the prefect led the Gryffindor first years up through the castle. Moving staircases, talking portraits, hidden doors, corridors that went somewhere different on Tuesdays. The castle was a labyrinth, and Harry navigated it not by memorizing turns but by feeling the magic. Each corridor had its own signature, each staircase its own rhythm, and together they formed a map that Harry could sense as clearly as a bird senses magnetic north. The Gryffindor common room was behind a portrait of a large woman in a pink dress who demanded a password. "Caput Draconis," Percy said, and the portrait swung open to reveal a circular room full of squashy armchairs, a roaring fire, and the warm, comfortable magic of a space that had been loved by generations of students. The first-year boys' dormitory was a round room at the top of a tower. 5 four-poster beds with deep red hangings. Harry's trunk was already there, and Hedwig's empty cage. She was in the Ollery, he could feel her, content and hunting. Ron took the bed next to Harry. Neville took the one on the other side. The remaining 2 went to Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, who introduced themselves with the easy friendliness of boys who hadn't yet learned to be complicated. They changed into pajamas. They talked. Seamus described how his mother had told his Muggle father she was a witch, bit of a nasty shock for him. Dean talked about football, which he loved, and tried to explain the offside rule to Ron, who listened with the baffled patience of someone hearing about an alien civilization. When the lights were out and the others were drifting off, Ron whispered across the gap between their beds. "Harry." "Yeah." "What the hat said. About your core. Is that, did you know? Before tonight?" Harry was quiet for a moment. "Something happened on my birthday. When Hagrid came to tell me about Hogwarts. Something inside me broke open. I don't fully understand it yet. But what you did on the train, with the summoning charm, and the color thing, you're not normal, are you?" "Ron, I spent 10 years being told I wasn't normal as an insult. I'd appreciate it if you meant something different." "I do. You're powerful. Like, really powerful. And I'm Ron Weasley. I've got a hand-me-down wand and a rat that might actually be dead and 5 brothers who've already done everything better than I'll ever do it." Harry rolled over and looked at Ron through the darkness. He could see him, his magic let him see in low light now, another benefit of the unsealing, and Ron's face was open and vulnerable and very young. "Ron. I lived in a cupboard for 10 years. I've never had a friend. Not one. You were the first person my age who talked to me like I was a person and not a headline. That matters more to me than power." Ron was quiet for a long time. "You're all right, Harry Potter," he said finally. "You're all right, Ron Weasley." Silence. "Then, your bed's warm too, right? I thought it was just mine." Harry smiled in the darkness. The castle was doing it. He could feel Hogwarts wrapping the tower in warmth, adjusting the ambient temperature, making sure its students were comfortable on their first night. "The castle's looking after us," Harry said. "That's, actually really nice." "Yeah. It is." Ron fell asleep within minutes, his breathing going slow and even. Dean and Seamus were already out. Neville was curled in a tight ball, his blankets pulled up to his nose, breathing softly. Harry lay awake. He let his magic expand, flowing out of him like water, seeping through the walls and floors and corridors of Hogwarts. He felt the sleeping students, hundreds of warm sparks of light, each one unique. He felt the teachers, McGonagall, precise and sharp even in sleep, Flitwick, a bright, cheerful spark, Sprout, earthy and warm, Snape, dark and controlled and radiating something that might have been pain. He felt Dumbledore. Awake. In his office, pacing. His magic turbulent in a way that the man would never allow anyone to see. Agitated. Calculating. Reaching out with tendrils of awareness toward Gryffindor Tower, probing gently at the wards around the first-year dormitory, looking for Harry's magical signature. Harry let him find it. Let the old man sense the vast, singing power that filled this 11-year-old boy like a sun filling a sky. Let him feel what his seal had been holding back. Let him understand, without words, that the cage was broken and nothing on earth was going to rebuild it. Then Harry pulled his magic back, settled into his bed, and closed his eyes. He felt Quirrell too. Or rather, the thing behind Quirrell. Awake, restless, hungry. Pressing against the inside of the professor's skull like a parasite trying to burst its host. Reaching toward the third floor, where something powerful waited behind a locked door. And he felt Neville, in the bed beside him. Neville's muffled, bound, gauze-wrapped core, straining against its constraints like a bird in a too small cage. Someone had done to Neville what someone had done to Harry. Not as severely, maybe 70%, maybe 80%, he couldn't tell precisely, but the same type of seal, the same deliberate suppression. "Who are you?" Harry asked the seal silently, pressing his magic against it, feeling its texture. It was different from what he remembered of his own, different hand, different technique, cruder, but the same underlying principle. A magical core, deliberately diminished. A child, deliberately weakened. Why do people keep doing this to children? He didn't have an answer. Not yet. But he was going to get one. Sleep found him eventually. And in the moments before it did, he felt Hogwarts settle around him, the castle's magic curling close, protective, welcoming. 1,000 years of accumulated power, and it recognized Harry Potter not as the boy who lived, not as a weapon or a symbol or a piece on a board, but as something simpler and more fundamental. A child who had finally come home. The magic hummed. The castle dreamed. And Harry Potter slept deeply in a place that wanted him, surrounded by people who were becoming his friends, with a power inside him that no one would ever lock away again. Tomorrow, classes would begin. Tomorrow, Dumbledore would start his careful, patient game. Tomorrow, the cold thing behind Quirrell's eyes would keep watching, keep waiting, keep reaching for whatever was hidden on the third floor. Tomorrow, everything would start. But tonight, Harry slept, and for the first time in 11 years, the world felt right. Chapter 3, First Blood. Harry woke before dawn. Not from habit, though 10 years of being roused at 6 to cook breakfast had left its mark, but because the castle woke him. Hogwarts hummed differently in the early morning, its magic shifting from the deep, slow pulse of nighttime to something brighter and more alert, and Harry's core responded to the change like a tuning fork. He dressed quietly. Ron was buried under his blankets, only a tuft of red hair visible. Neville was curled on his side, still tightly wound even in sleep. Dean and Seamus hadn't moved. Harry slipped out of the dormitory, down the spiral staircase, and into the common room. Empty. The fire had banked to embers, but it stirred as he passed, flames rising as if to greet him. He paused, watching the fire respond to his presence, and felt a flicker of something that was becoming familiar, the castle's attention, warm and vast, turning toward him the way a sunflower turns toward light. He left the common room and walked through the sleeping castle. The corridors of Hogwarts at 5 in the morning were a different world. The portraits were mostly asleep, snoring softly in their frames. The torches burned low, casting long shadows that shifted and played. The moving staircases drifted lazily, like boats on a calm river. And the magic, the deep, layered, living magic of 1,000 years, was more palpable in the silence, thrumming through the stone beneath Harry's feet and the air in his lungs. He wasn't going anywhere in particular. He was learning. Every step mapped another piece of the castle in his magical awareness. This corridor connected to that staircase, this wall concealed a passage, this door was real and that one was pretending. He found 3 hidden shortcuts in 20 minutes, simply by feeling the gaps in the architecture where magic had folded space to create passages that shouldn't exist. On the 4th floor, he stopped. Something was pulling at him. Not the castle, something else. A resonance, deep and specific, coming from below. Harry closed his eyes and followed the thread of magic down through the floors, tracing it through stone and ward and enchantment until he found its source. The 3rd floor corridor. The one Dumbledore would announce as forbidden at the start of term feast, Harry had heard him say it last night, a casual warning dropped between nonsense words. The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry could feel what was behind that door. Layers of protection, 6, 7, maybe more, each one designed by a different magical hand. And beneath them all, something small and intensely powerful, radiating a magic that was unlike anything else in the castle. Old. Alchemical. The magic of transformation and immortality. Nicholas Flamel, Harry thought. The name from Dumbledore's chocolate frog card. Alchemy. The Philosopher's Stone. He didn't go to the third floor. Not today. He filed the information and moved on, continuing his exploration of the castle's upper levels until the sun began to paint the windows gold and the portrait started yawning and stretching and the distant sounds of students waking filtered through the corridors. By the time he returned to Gryffindor Tower, Ron was dressed and waiting, looking rumpled and vaguely panicked. "There you are. I woke up and you were gone. I thought maybe you'd, I dunno, wandered off a staircase or something. I went for a walk. A walk. At 5 in the morning. In a castle you've never been in. I learn fast." Ron shook his head. "You're mental, you know that. Come on, I'm starving." They went to breakfast. The great hall was filling up, and the long tables were laden with food, eggs and bacon and toast and kippers and porridge and fresh fruit and pumpkin juice, all of it appearing out of thin air as the house elves below worked their kitchen magic. Harry ate steadily, appreciating for the second time in 2 days the simple luxury of not being hungry. Hermione appeared, already carrying a bag full of books, her schedule in hand. "We've got Transfiguration first," she announced, sliding into the seat across from them. "With McGonagall. Then Charms with Professor Flitwick. Potions isn't until Wednesday, that's with the Slytherins." "Joy," Ron muttered. The Morning Post arrived in a storm of owls. Hedwig swooped down and landed on Harry's shoulder, nipping his ear affectionately. She had no letter, nobody wrote to Harry, but her presence was a comfort, warm and fierce and loyal. "Beautiful owl," said a voice. Harry looked up. A tall, dark-skinned boy with high cheekbones and an expression of careful neutrality was standing beside the table. "Blaise Zabini. Slytherin." He said this as though acknowledging a fact rather than declaring an allegiance. "I just wanted to say, what the hat said last night. A core like the Founders. Is that true?" "The hat said it," Harry replied. "Whether it's true depends on your definition of like." Blaise studied him for a moment, then gave a slight nod that could have meant anything and walked back to the Slytherin table. Harry watched him go. The boy's magic was smooth, controlled, carefully contained, the magical equivalent of a poker face. "What was that about?" Ron asked suspiciously. "Reconnaissance," Harry said. "Slytherin's taking the temperature. Figuring out what I am. Whether I'm a threat or an opportunity." Harry bit into a piece of toast. "Probably both." Hermione was watching him with that sharp, calculating look. "You understand people very well for someone who grew up in a cupboard. When you're small and quiet, you learn to watch. When you watch long enough, you learn how people work. That's rather sad. It's rather useful." The first class of Harry Potter's magical education was Transfiguration, and the classroom was on the third floor, not the forbidden corridor, but close enough that Harry could feel the pull of whatever was hidden there, a low background hum beneath the brighter magic of the classroom itself. The room was already full when they arrived. McGonagall was not at her desk. Instead, a tabby cat with spectacle markings around its eyes sat on the desk, watching the students file in with an intensity that was distinctly uncat-like. Harry felt the animagus transformation immediately, the tightly coiled magic, the human consciousness compressed into animal form. He said nothing. He took his seat, pulled out his textbook, and waited. When the last student sat down and the class had spent approximately 30 seconds whispering about where the professor was, the cat leapt from the desk and transformed in midair. One moment, Tabby Cat. Next moment, Professor McGonagall, standing before them with the faintest trace of a satisfied smile. The class gasped. Several students applauded. McGonagall permitted herself a small nod of acknowledgement and launched immediately into the lesson. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She turned a desk into a pig and back again, which was, Harry had to admit, deeply impressive even knowing it was coming. The class was suitably awed. Now. Today we will begin with the fundamentals. Each of you has a match on your desk. Your task is to turn it into a needle. This requires concentration, precise wand movement, and clear visualization of the desired transformation. Begin. The class began. Within minutes, it became clear that turning a match into a needle was considerably harder than McGonagall had made it look. Students squinted, prodded, waved their wands, and produced nothing. The matches sat on their desks with the smug indifference of objects that had no intention of being anything other than what they were. Harry looked at his match. He could feel the magic in it, or rather, the potential for magic. Everything had it. Every object was just matter arranged in a particular pattern, and transfiguration was the art of convincing that matter to rearrange. The match was wood and phosphorus. A needle was steel. Different elements, different structure, but both just patterns. All he had to do was change the pattern. He pointed his wand and thought, very clearly, needle. The match didn't transform. It became, instantly, completely, without the gradual, struggling transition that the textbook described. One moment, match. Next moment, a perfect steel needle, gleaming silver, sharp enough to draw blood. McGonagall noticed. Her eyes fixed on Harry's desk, and she crossed the room in 3 quick strides. Mr. Potter. Is that? She picked up the needle, examined it, tested the point against her thumb. Her expression was carefully controlled, but Harry could feel her magic reacting, a sharp pulse of surprise beneath the disciplined exterior. This is perfect. On your first attempt. Yes, Professor. She set the needle down. Looked at him over her square spectacles. Do it again. He did. She gave him another match. He turned it into a needle. She gave him a third. He turned it into a needle that was slightly longer and thinner than the previous 2, just to demonstrate that he could control the specifics. McGonagall's lips pressed together. She looked at him for a long, evaluating moment. Turn it into something else, she said quietly, so the rest of the class couldn't hear. Such as? Anything. Harry looked at the needle. He thought about Hermione's color charm on the train, about the way magic responded to intention and imagination. He pointed his wand at the needle and let his magic flow. The needle shivered. Then it expanded, reshaped, sprouted detail and dimension, and in the space of 2 seconds, a small silver butterfly sat on his desk, wings catching the light from the window. Harry added a thought, move, and the butterfly's wings flexed, once, twice, and then it lifted off the desk and fluttered into the air, circling Harry's head before landing on his wand hand. The classroom went silent. Every student was staring. McGonagall was very still. The butterfly's wings opened and closed slowly, perfectly articulated, every vein and scale rendered in flawless silver detail. It was not just transfiguration, it was art. And the fact that it was moving, animated with a life of its own, meant Harry hadn't just changed the match's form. He'd imbued it with magical energy. That was 5th-year work at minimum. Possibly beyond. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said. Her voice was steady, but her magic was turbulent beneath the surface, shock, wonder, and something that might have been the faintest edge of fear. That is, extraordinary. Thank you, Professor. Have you had prior instruction? A tutor, perhaps? No. I grew up with muggles. I only found out I was a wizard a month ago. McGonagall absorbed this. The butterfly made another circuit of Harry's head and then settled on the desk, where it folded its wings and became still, a perfect silver sculpture. 10 points to Gryffindor, McGonagall said. Her voice carried to the whole class now, and there was something in it that Harry recognized, the specific pride of a teacher who has found something exceptional. What you have just seen is well beyond first-year level. I encourage the rest of you to remember that transfiguration rewards precision and intent. Now, back to your matches. The class went back to their matches with renewed fervor, though most of them kept sneaking glances at Harry's butterfly. Ron was grinning ear to ear. Hermione looked torn between admiration and competitive fury, which Harry found endearing. After class, Hermione caught up to him in the corridor. "How did you do that?" she asked. No preamble, no build-up, just direct, burning curiosity. "I imagined a butterfly and my magic made it real." That's not an answer. That's a tautology. The animation alone should require, I've read the theory, you'd need a sustained sympathetic enchantment tied to a pseudo-autonomous matrix, which is n. EWT level at minimum, Hermione. She stopped. "I don't know the theory," Harry said honestly. "I don't know the names for what I'm doing. I just feel the magic and shape it. It's like, you know when you move your hand." He lifted his hand, flexed his fingers. "You don't think about the individual muscles and tendons. You just move. That's what magic feels like to me. It's part of my body. I think, and it does." Hermione stared at him. Behind the intellectual frustration, he could see something else, the first stirring of a question that was going to lead her somewhere important. Not how is he doing this, but what does this mean about the nature of magic itself? "That's not how it works for anyone else," she said quietly. "You know that, right? The rest of us have to learn incantations and wand movements and practice for hours. What you're describing is, I don't even have a word for it." "I know. I'm trying to figure it out too." She nodded slowly. Then, with the decisive air of someone making an important resolution, "I'm going to the library. I need to research something." "Enjoy." "I always do." She strode off, her bag of books bouncing against her hip, and Harry watched her go with a warmth that was becoming familiar. Hermione Granger was going to be the kind of friend who made you smarter just by proximity. He was grateful for her. Charms was next. Professor Flitwick was tiny, so small he stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, with a squeaky voice and an air of perpetual, delighted excitement. His magic was quick, bright, and playful, the magical equivalent of a songbird. When he called Harry's name on the register, he toppled off his stack of books with a squeak of surprise. The class laughed. Flitwick clambered back up, beaming. The famous Harry Potter. What a pleasure, what a pleasure. Now then, today we'll be starting with the basic levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa. The wand movement is a swish and flick, like this, he demonstrated. The class practiced the movement without their wands, then picked up their feathers. Harry looked at his feather. He looked at the 20-odd other feathers around the room. He thought about the compartment on the train, about what he'd shown Hermione. He pointed his wand at his feather and said, Wingardium Leviosa. His feather rose. So did every other feather in the room. 23 white feathers lifted simultaneously off 23 desks and hung in the air, suspended by invisible threads of magic that radiated from Harry's wand like spokes from a hub. The students stared. Flitwick stared. The feathers drifted gently, rotating in a slow, synchronized spiral. Harry added the desks. 23 desks, heavy, wooden, loaded with books and inkpots, rose smoothly off the floor. Not violently, not jerkily, but with the gentle precision of objects being lifted by giant, invisible hands. Students grabbed their bags and their chairs as the desks floated up to hover at waist height, perfectly level, not a single inkpot tipping. Then Harry lifted the chairs too, with the students still in them. The room erupted. Some students screamed, more from surprise than fear. Others laughed. Ron was whooping, his chair spinning slowly 3 feet off the ground. Hermione was clutching her desk with white knuckles, but her eyes were blazing with fascination. Neville looked like he might pass out, but in a happy way. Harry held it all for 5 seconds, feathers, desks, chairs, students, everything in the room except the floor and walls orbiting gently around an invisible center, and then set it all down. Softly. Every object settling back into its exact original position with the gentleness of a feather landing on snow. Silence. Flitwick was gripping his stack of books with both hands. His mouth was open. His tiny eyes were wide. Mr. Potter, he managed. Sorry, Professor. Got a bit carried away. Flitwick let out a sound that was half laugh, half gasp. Carried, my dear boy, that was, in 50 years of teaching I have never, the simultaneous levitation of, the precision alone, he sat down heavily on his stack of books, which wobbled dangerously. 20 points to Gryffindor, he whispered. Then, louder, 30. No, 50. 50 points. Merlin's beard. The Gryffindors cheered. Even the Ravenclaws, this was a joint class, looked impressed rather than resentful. When you witnessed something that far beyond the normal range, competition stopped being the relevant framework. It was like watching a bird fly and feeling jealous on behalf of fish. Word spread through the castle like wildfire. By lunch, every student at Hogwarts had heard some version of the story. Harry Potter levitated an entire classroom, Harry Potter turned a match into a living butterfly, Harry Potter's magic made the Sorting Hat swear. The stories grew with each telling, but they didn't need to. The truth was extraordinary enough. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table eating shepherd's pie and pretending not to notice the stares. Ron was basking in reflected glory, cheerfully recounting the charms class to anyone who'd listen. Hermione had emerged from the library with a stack of books and a look of frustrated determination. I can't find anything, she said, dropping the books on the table with a thud. I've looked at every text on magical theory, magical cores, prodigies, historical power levels, nothing describes what you're doing. The closest comparison is Dumbledore, and even he wasn't performing at this level as a first year. According to the Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, wait, that hasn't been published yet, I read a reference to it, anyway, the point is, you shouldn't be able to do what you're doing. The magical energy requirements alone, Hermione, Harry said gently. She took a breath. I need more data. I know. We'll figure it out. You keep saying that. We'll figure it out. You're remarkably calm about being impossible. After 10 years in a cupboard, nothing's impossible. Everything's an improvement. That stopped her. She looked at him with that fierce, complicated expression, anger on his behalf, frustration at the mystery, and underneath it all, a growing affection that she probably hadn't fully acknowledged yet. Right, she said. Well. We have a free period after lunch. I'm going to, stop smiling at me, Ronald, this is serious, I'm going to the restricted section. You can't get into the restricted section without a teacher's note, Ron said. Then I'll get a teacher's note. She would, too. Harry had no doubt about that. The afternoon brought defense against the dark arts with Quirrell, and Harry's good mood evaporated the moment he walked through the door. The classroom reeked of garlic, Quirrell's doing, apparently, some sort of anti-vampire measure that the other students found eccentric and Harry found suspicious. But the garlic wasn't what bothered him. It was the cold. The same cold presence he'd felt in the leaky cauldron, the same parasitic wrongness curled at the back of Quirrell's skull, was stronger here, in Quirrell's own domain. It pressed against Harry's senses like a hand against frosted glass, and his scar prickled, a low, warning throb that was more information than pain. Quirrell's lesson was terrible. Deliberately so, Harry realized. The man stuttered and stumbled and told a rambling, pointless story about a zombie he'd encountered in Romania, and the class tuned out within minutes. But Harry watched Quirrell's hands, which were steady, and Quirrell's eyes when they weren't darting nervously around the room, which were sharp, and Harry thought, this is an act. You're playing a role. The stuttering fool is a mask, and the thing behind you is the puppet master. Quirrell met his eyes once during the lesson. Just once, briefly, and in that fraction of a second, the mask slipped. The stuttering academic vanished and something else looked out of those eyes, hungry, calculating, ancient. Then it was gone. Quirrell stammered through the rest of the lesson, and the cold presence retreated behind its shield of garlic and turbans. When the class ended, Harry waited until the room had emptied and then walked to Quirrell's desk. The man was shuffling papers with the nervous energy of a man who knew he was being watched but didn't want to look up. Professor Quirrell. Quirrell looked up. Flinched. P.P. Potter. What can I do for, you're a good actor, Harry said quietly. The stutter's very convincing. But you forget to stutter when you're not thinking about it. The blood drained from Quirrell's face. His hands stopped shuffling papers. I don't know what I felt it in the leaky cauldron, Harry said. The thing behind your turban. It's cold. It's wrong. And it's watching me right now. Absolute silence. Quirrell's mouth was open. His eyes were wide, and behind the terror, behind the mask, the cold presence surged, pressing against the inside of Quirrell's skull, trying to see through his eyes, trying to hear through his ears. Harry's scar flared. Not with pain, with recognition. The cold thing knew him. And Harry, for the first time, caught a fragment of what it was. A consciousness, ancient, fractured, powered by rage and dark magic and an animal terror of death. Not a spirit exactly. A remnant. A piece of something that should have been destroyed and wasn't. Tell it, Harry said, that I know it's there. And that I'm not afraid. He turned and walked out of the classroom. Behind him, he heard Quirrell sink into his chair, and the cold presence howled silently in the confines of its host's skull, and Harry's scar burned with the distant fury of something that had just realized its anonymity was gone. He didn't look back. The corridors were emptying as students headed to their common rooms. Harry walked, letting his feet carry him without direction, processing what he'd just done. He'd confronted Quirrell. He'd announced himself to whatever was living in the man's skull. It was either the bravest or the stupidest thing he'd done since arriving at Hogwarts, and he wasn't sure which. No, he thought. It was necessary. Whatever that thing is, it's here for a reason, and it's connected to what's on the third floor. Pretending I can't feel it doesn't make it less dangerous. It just makes me less prepared. He rounded a corner and nearly collided with Severus Snape. The potions master was tall, thin, and wrapped in black robes that billowed around him like a personal storm system. His hair was lank and greasy, his nose hooked, his eyes dark and cold and immediately, aggressively hostile. His magic hit Harry like a splash of ice water, bitter, controlled, tightly wound, carrying the residue of old pain like scar tissue. Potter, Snape said. The word carried the weight of years of accumulated contempt. Wandering the corridors after hours. Just like your father. The rules, I see, don't apply to celebrities. Harry looked up at him. The hostility was remarkable, instant, intense, deeply personal. This wasn't a teacher irritated by a rule-breaking student. This was something old and specific, aimed not at Harry but at a ghost he was wearing on his face. It's 7:30, Professor. Curfew isn't until 9. Snape's eyes narrowed. Don't take that tone with me, boy. I know exactly what you are, a spoiled, arrogant child trading on his dead parents' fame, you didn't know my parents. I knew your father, Snape hissed. An arrogant, bullying, and my mother. The words hit like a physical blow. Snape's face went white. His magic spasmed, a violent, uncontrolled lurch that told Harry everything he needed to know. This man had known Lily Potter. Known her personally. And whatever he'd felt for her, it was still alive, still raw, still burning after 10 years. Don't, Snape said. His voice was barely a whisper. Don't speak of her. She was my mother. I'll speak of her whenever I like. They stood in the corridor, 2 feet apart, and the air between them crackled with magic, Snape's dark and bitter and tightly leashed, Harry's bright and vast and entirely unleashed. Snape felt it. Harry could see the moment the man's awareness shifted from the ghost of James Potter to the reality of what was standing in front of him. Snape's eyes widened. The hostility didn't disappear, but something else joined it, recognition. Assessment. Fear. What are you? Snape whispered. I'm Harry Potter, Harry said. I'm a first-year Gryffindor. And I'd like to get to my common room, if you're done. Snape stared at him. For a long, suspended moment, Harry thought the man might reach for his wand, not to attack, but to test, to probe, to try to understand what his senses were telling him. But Snape was smarter than that. He stepped aside, his robes swirling, and gestured down the corridor with a hand that was not quite steady. 10 points from Gryffindor, he said. For your father's arrogance. You can't take points for someone else's personality. I just did. Move along, Potter. Harry moved. But as he passed Snape, he felt the man's magic reach out, a tentacle of legilimency, quick and skilled, trying to slip through Harry's defenses and read his surface thoughts. Harry's core responded before his conscious mind did. A wall of golden light slammed up around his mind, dense and absolute, and Snape's legilimency shattered against it like glass. The backlash hit Snape hard enough to make him stumble. Harry felt it, felt the man's magic recoil, felt the shock and pain of a probe being violently repelled. Harry stopped walking. He didn't turn around. Don't try that again, he said. His voice was calm, even, and carried the quiet weight of absolute certainty. I don't care who you are or what authority you think you have. Stay out of my mind. He walked away. Behind him, Snape stood in the corridor with one hand pressed to his temple and his eyes burning with something that was no longer simple hostility. It was the look of a man who had just touched a live wire and was still processing the voltage. The Gryffindor common room was warm and loud and full of students celebrating the first day. Harry came through the portrait hole and found Ron saving him a seat by the fire. Where've you been, mate? Had a conversation with Snape. Snape? Already? Blimey, it's the first day and he's already on your case. He knew my parents. Or at least my father. He doesn't seem to have been a fan. Dad says Snape was a Death Eater, Ron said, lowering his voice. Dumbledore vouched for him, said he was a spy or something. Changed sides. But still, Death Eater. Harry absorbed this. Snape. Death Eater. Now Potions Master, trusted by Dumbledore. The same Dumbledore who had sealed Harry's magic and placed him with the Dursleys. A pattern was forming, Dumbledore collecting people, positioning them, using them. Snape was a piece on the board, same as Harry. Different role, same player moving them. Harry. Ron was watching him. You all right? You've got that look. What look? The one where you're thinking about 6 things at once and none of them are good. Harry managed a smile. I'm fine. Just adjusting. Hermione found them an hour later, flushed with triumph. I got into the restricted section, she announced, dropping into a chair. I told Professor Flitwick I was interested in advanced charm theory after your display today, and he practically wrote the note himself. He's very excited about you, Harry. I think you might be his new favorite student. What did you find? A reference. Just one, in a very old book on magical theory. It mentions something called a core seal, an artificial restriction placed on a wizard's magical core, usually in infancy, to limit their power output. She paused, her eyes locking onto Harry's. The book says it was outlawed by the International Confederation of Wizards in 1749. It's classified as a form of magical assault. The penalty is life in Azkaban. The common room noise seemed to fade. Ron was looking between Harry and Hermione with growing alarm. Why are you telling me about core seals? Harry asked quietly. Because I think someone put one on you, Hermione said. The way you describe your magic, something locked inside you that broke open on your birthday, that's exactly what the book describes. A seal cracking. And the level of power you're displaying. Harry, if 99% of your magic was sealed for 10 years and it's all been released at once, it would explain everything. The impossible feats, the instinctive control, all of it. You've got a decade of compressed magical growth flooding your system. Harry said nothing for a long time. He'd known. On some level, he'd known since the shack, since the voice, since True Core, Unleashed. But hearing it said aloud, confirmed by research, backed by evidence, it made it real in a way that his own intuition hadn't. Who would do that? Ron asked. His voice was thin with anger. Who would seal a baby's magic? Someone who thought it was necessary, Harry said. Someone with the power to do it and the arrogance to think they had the right. He didn't say Dumbledore's name. Not yet. The Sorting Hat had said him, had confirmed it was a man, and the list of wizards powerful enough to seal a core was very short. But Harry wasn't ready to make that accusation. Not without proof. Not without looking Dumbledore in the eye and giving him the chance to explain. I'm going to find out, Harry said. But not tonight. Tonight, I just want to be a kid in a castle with his friends. Ron's expression softened. Hermione's eyes were bright, and she nodded once, fiercely. All right, she said. But tomorrow, we research. Tomorrow, we research. They spent the rest of the evening being normal. Ron taught Harry wizard chess, which was violent and strategic and delightful. Hermione read by the fire and occasionally corrected Ron's chess advice, which he pretended to resent and secretly appreciated. Neville joined them, sitting quietly on the edge of the group, and Harry made sure to pull him into the conversation, asking about herbology. Neville's face lit up at the mention of plants, and listening with genuine interest as the shy boy transformed into an animated, knowledgeable enthusiast. When the common room emptied and the fire burned low, Harry lay in bed and thought about Neville's sealed core. He could feel it across the room, that muffled, constrained magic, straining against invisible bonds. Someone had done this to Neville. Maybe for different reasons, maybe by a different hand, but the same crime. I'll find out who, Harry promised silently. And I'll fix it. The castle hummed around him, warm and vast and patient. Sleep came. And this time, it brought a dream. Not the green light. Not the door. Something new. Harry stood in a vast, dark space, not a room, exactly, but a void, featureless and infinite. Before him burned a light. His light. His core. It was immense, a miniature sun, golden white, pulsing with a power that lit the void for miles in every direction. And wrapped around it, like dead vines around a living tree, were the remnants of the seal. Shattered chains. Broken locks. The residue of powerful magic, still faintly glowing with the signature of the caster. Harry reached out and touched one of the broken chains. An image flashed through his mind, brief, fragmented, but unmistakable. An office. Night. A silver-bearded man holding an infant, his wand pressed to the baby's chest, tears on his face, whispering words of power that wound around the child's core like a shroud. "I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry. But it must be done. You are too much. Too bright. He will find you. He will come for you. I must make you small, just for a while, just until you're ready." The image dissolved. Harry stood in the void, his hands trembling, his core blazing, and he knew. Dumbledore. Crying as he did it. Apologizing. Believing, with every fiber of his being, that he was doing the right thing. Harry opened his eyes. The dormitory was dark. Ron was snoring. The castle was quiet. He lay there for a long time, staring at the canopy of his four-poster bed, and felt something settle inside him. Not anger, or not only anger. Something colder. Harder. More patient. "You will explain yourself, old man. You will look me in the eye and tell me why. And then I will decide what happens next." He turned over and closed his eyes. Tomorrow was Wednesday. Potions with Snape. And the week was only beginning. Potions was in the dungeons, which were cold and damp and lit by torches that cast more shadow than light. The Slytherins were already seated when the Gryffindors arrived, arranged in neat rows with the smug assurance of students on home territory. Draco Malfoy sat in the front, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, radiating entitlement. Snape swept in like a bat and didn't bother with pleasantries. He went straight to the register, calling names with a monotone efficiency that made it clear he found the process tedious. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. "Ah, yes," he said softly. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco snickered. Snape's mouth twitched. "Tell me, Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The classroom was silent. Hermione's hand was already in the air. Harry looked at Snape and felt the man's magic, cold, controlled, waiting, and understood that this was a test. Not of knowledge, but of character. Snape expected Harry to flounder. Expected the celebrity to crumble when confronted with actual substance. "The draught of living death," Harry said. "A sleeping potion so powerful it's classified as a restricted substance by the Ministry. The asphodel provides the soporific base, and the wormwood adds the preservation element that prevents the sleep from becoming actual death. It's considered one of the most difficult potions to brew correctly, primarily because the margin of error in the wormwood infusion is measured in drops." Silence. Absolute silence. Hermione slowly lowered her hand. Snape's expression didn't change, but Harry felt his magic react, a sharp spike of surprise, quickly suppressed. "Where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar?" Snape asked, his voice dangerously soft. "The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that forms in the digestive tract, and it serves as an antidote to most poisons. Though not all, it's ineffective against certain magically enhanced toxins such as basilisk venom and the poison used in certain dark artifacts." Another spike of surprise. Bigger this time. Snape's eyes were narrow, assessing. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, also known as aconite. Used in the wolfsbane potion, which allows werewolves to retain their human minds during transformation. The potion was developed in the last 2 decades and is considered a significant breakthrough in the treatment of lycanthropy." Snape stared at him. The classroom was utterly still. Every student, Gryffindor and Slytherin alike, was watching the exchange with the fascinated attention of spectators at a duel. "Interesting," Snape said finally. "You've read the textbook." "I've read all the textbooks. Including the advanced ones." "Professor, may I ask you a question?" The audacity of it rippled through the room. Students exchanged glances. Snape's eyes widened fractionally. "I wasn't aware this was a dialogue, Potter. The wolfsbane potion requires aconite in specific proportions relative to the lunar cycle. Most brewing guides specify a standard ratio, but the original research notes by Damocles Belby suggest the ratio should be adjusted based on the individual werewolf's bite history and infection duration. Given your expertise in potions, I'm curious, do you follow the standard ratio or Belby's adjusted method? The silence was now total. Even the torches seemed to have stopped flickering. Snape was staring at Harry with an expression that defied easy categorization. The hostility was still there, rooted too deep to be dislodged by a single exchange, but layered on top of it was something new. Grudging respect was too strong a term. Grudging attention was closer. Harry had done something Snape hadn't expected, he'd engaged on Snape's own terms. Not as a celebrity, not as a child, but as someone genuinely interested in the subject. I adjust the ratio, Snape said slowly. Belby's research is underappreciated. The standard formula is adequate. It is not optimal. I thought so. Thank you, Professor. Snape held his gaze for a beat longer. Then he turned to the class. Well? Why aren't you all copying that down? The lesson proceeded. Snape was still harsh, still sarcastic, still cutting, still deeply biased toward his Slytherins, but the edge of personal venom had dulled slightly. He didn't praise Harry. He didn't award points. But he didn't attack him again, either. When Harry brewed a cure for boils that was flawless, perfectly colored, perfectly textured, precisely the temperature specified in the text, Snape examined it in silence, gave a curt nod, and moved on. Draco Malfoy, watching from across the dungeon, looked troubled. Harry could feel his gaze, not hostile exactly, but recalculating. Draco had expected Potter to be humiliated. Instead, Potter had matched Snape question for question and brewed a perfect potion. The hierarchy Draco had constructed, pure blood on top, celebrity bluster underneath, was proving unreliable. After class, Ron was vibrating. Did you see Snape's face? When you asked him about the Wolfsbane? I thought he was going to explode. And then he answered you. He actually talked to you like a normal human. Snape respects competence, Harry said. He's horrible, and he's biased, and he tried to read my mind in the corridor yesterday, what? But he knows his subject. And he respects people who know it too. If I'd been stupid, he'd have destroyed me. Because I wasn't, he has to think about me differently. That's, actually brilliant. And terrifying. Those aren't mutually exclusive. The first week continued. Harry excelled in every class, not showily, not with the explosive displays of charms and transfiguration, but with a consistent, effortless competence that unsettled his teachers and awed his classmates. In herbology, Professor Sprout was delighted by his instinctive understanding of magical plants. In history of magic, he stayed awake, a feat in itself, given Professor Binns' soporific lectures, and answered questions with a knowledge of wizarding history that came not from studying but from the strange, deep intuition that his unsealed core provided, as if the magic itself remembered things his mind had never learned. In astronomy, Professor Sinistra had him identify constellations and he named every one, then pointed out 3 the textbook had wrong. The only class where Harry deliberately held back was flying, and even then, only slightly. Madame Hooch stood the first years in 2 lines with brooms on the ground between them and launched into instructions. Stick your right hand over your broom and say, up. Up, the class chorused. Harry's broom rocketed into his hand with a smack that echoed across the grounds. It was the first broom in the air, but that wasn't what made it remarkable. What made it remarkable was the way the broom vibrated in his grip, humming with a resonance that was becoming familiar. The broom's enchantments were responding to his magic the way the castle's enchantments responded to his presence, eagerly, almost desperately, as if the broom had been waiting its whole existence for a rider like this. Most of the class was still struggling with their brooms. Ron's had rolled over. Hermione's was hovering stubbornly at knee height. Neville's hadn't moved at all, and Harry could feel why, the seal on Neville's core was dampening his magic to the point where even basic enchanted objects couldn't read his intent. Harry looked at Neville and made a decision. "Neville," he said quietly. "Don't try to force it. Close your eyes. Feel the broom. It's enchanted, there's magic in it, and it wants to respond to you. You just have to let it feel you back." Neville looked at him with wide, uncertain eyes. But he closed them. He held out his hand. And Harry, beneath the surface, beneath anyone's ability to detect, reached out with his own magic and pushed against the seal on Neville's core. Not to break it, he didn't know enough yet, and breaking it wrong could hurt Neville, but to thin it. Just a fraction. Just enough. "Up," Neville said. The broom leapt into his hand. Neville's eyes flew open. His face broke into the purest, most unguarded expression of joy Harry had ever seen. "I did it," he breathed. "Harry, I did it." "I knew you would," Harry said. Madame Hooch instructed them to mount their brooms. Harry swung a leg over and felt the enchantment lock into his magic like a gear engaging. The broom was old, school issue, barely adequate, but in Harry's hands, it didn't matter. The broom wasn't the engine. He was the engine. The broom was just a channel. "Now, when I blow my whistle, kick off from the ground hard. Rise a few feet, hover, then lean forward to come back down. On my whistle, 3, 2, Neville's broom shot upward. It happened fast. The seal, even thinned, was unpredictable, and the burst of magic Harry had allowed through was larger than Neville's limited experience could control. The broom rocketed straight up, 10 feet, 20, 30, Neville clinging on with white-knuckled terror, his face a mask of panic. "Longbottom! Come back down this instant!" Madame Hooch shouted. Neville's grip slipped. 40 feet up, his hands came off the broom. He fell. Harry was already moving. He kicked off the ground and the old-school broom screamed upward with a speed that should have been impossible for its model and year. Harry flew like he'd been born on a broom, no, better than that, he flew like the air itself was cooperating, the wind bending around him, his body instinctively finding the angles and trajectories that turned flight from transportation into art. He crossed the 40 feet of open air in less than 2 seconds, caught Neville by the back of his robes with one hand, and pulled up into a climbing turn that bled off their combined momentum and brought them to a hover 10 feet above the grass. Neville was shaking. Harry held him firmly. "I've got you," Harry said. "You're fine. I've got you." He descended slowly, setting Neville on his feet with the care of someone handling something fragile and precious. Neville's legs buckled, Harry caught him again. The class was silent. Madame Hooch was running toward them, her face white. "That was, Potter, the fastest, you weren't even given permission to, he was falling," Harry said simply. "I caught him." Hooch opened her mouth. Closed it. Looked at the school broom in Harry's hand, which was smoking slightly from the stress of the acceleration. "Wait right here," she said. "Don't move." She turned and marched toward the castle with the purposeful stride of someone on a mission. Draco Malfoy was standing at the edge of the class, and his face was doing something complicated. During Neville's ascent, Draco had snatched something off the ground, Neville's remembrall, a gift from his gran that had fallen from his pocket. He was holding it now, clearly having intended some sort of taunt, and the moment had passed completely without anyone noticing. Harry noticed. "Malfoy. Give that back." Draco looked at the remembrall in his hand, then at Harry. For a moment, the old script reasserted itself, the sneer, the defiance, the instinct to escalate. But something in Harry's eyes stopped him. Not a threat. Not intimidation. Just a calm, clear expectation of decency that was somehow harder to argue with than anger. Draco tossed the remembrall to Neville. "Wasn't going to keep it," he muttered, and walked away. 5 minutes later, Madam Hooch returned with Professor McGonagall. McGonagall's expression was unreadable, which was somehow more alarming than if she'd been furious. "Mr. Potter. Come with me." Harry followed her into the castle. Ron caught his eye as he left and mouthed good luck, looking terrified on Harry's behalf. McGonagall led him through corridors and up staircases at a pace that suggested she was excited about something and trying to hide it. They stopped outside a classroom, and she opened the door. "Excuse me, Professor Flitwick. Could I borrow wood for a moment?" A stocky, square-jawed fifth-year boy emerged, looking confused. "Potter, this is Oliver Wood." "Wood, I found you a seeker." Wood's confusion transformed into blazing, almost manic excitement. "A seeker? Are you serious, Professor?" "I've never been more serious in my life." This boy caught Neville Longbottom out of a 40-foot free fall after a 2-second flight on a school broom. "I've never seen anything like it. He's a natural." Wood looked at Harry with the intensity of a prospector who'd just struck gold. "Can you come to practice tomorrow? 6 a.m. "Sure. I'll need to see you fly. Do you have a broom?" "He'll have a broom," McGonagall said, and there was a glint in her eye that suggested she was already composing a letter to Quality Quidditch Supplies. Harry walked back to the common room with the news that he was the youngest seeker in a century buzzing in his mind. It was satisfying, flying felt right in a way that went beyond enjoyment into something almost spiritual, but it was also another thing. Another way to be visible. Another reason for people to watch him, talk about him, build their expectations. Fine, he thought. Let them watch. I'll give them something worth seeing. He came through the portrait hole and Ron was on his feet instantly. "Well? Are you expelled? What happened?" "I'm the new Gryffindor seeker." Ron's jaw dropped. "First year, you must be the youngest in a century, yes. McGonagall's getting me a broom." "I think I might actually faint," Ron said. "Hermione, did you hear?" "I heard," Hermione said, looking up from her book with a complicated expression. "Youngest seeker in a century. Of course you are." But she was smiling. That catch was incredible, Harry. Neville hasn't stopped talking about it. Harry looked across the common room. Neville was sitting by the window, holding his Remembrall, and when he saw Harry looking, his face split into a grin that was worth more than any Quidditch position. "Is he okay?" Harry asked. "He's fine. Bit shaken. Very grateful. I think you've made a friend for life." Harry had, though neither he nor Neville knew yet just how deep that friendship would go. The week ended with one more event that the school would talk about for years. Friday. Last class of the day. Another joint Gryffindor-Slytherin session, History of Magic, which was taught by Professor Binns, the only ghost teacher, who had apparently died in the staff room and simply continued teaching without noticing. His lessons were legendary in their tedium. Students slept, doodled, stared into space, and generally treated the hour as a state-sanctioned nap. Harry was awake. He was always awake now. The magic in his blood burned too brightly for sleep during the day. Binns was droning about the goblin rebellions when the door banged open. Not the classroom door. The castle door. Somewhere far below, on the ground floor, a door crashed open with a sound like a cannon shot, and the castle's magic rippled, a wave of disturbance that rolled through the stone like a shockwave through water. Harry was on his feet before the ripple reached the classroom. He felt the intruder, massive, primal, stupid, and furious. Not human. Magical, but barely. A troll. "Something's in the castle," Harry said. Binns didn't hear him. Binns was still talking about goblin metallurgy. "Professor Binns. There's a troll in the castle." Binns drifted to a halt mid-sentence. "I beg your pardon." The screaming started. Distant, echoing through the corridors, followed by a crash that shook dust from the ceiling. The class erupted. Students leapt to their feet, shouting, panicking. Binns looked bewildered. As a ghost, physical threats were somewhat abstract to him. "Everyone stay here," Harry said. His voice cut through the noise with a calm authority that silenced the room. "Ron, keep everyone in the classroom. Seal the door after I leave. You're not going out there." Hermione grabbed his arm. "Harry, it's a troll, Hermione. Where's Neville?" She went white. Neville had left for the bathroom 20 minutes ago. He hadn't come back. Harry moved. He was out the door and running before anyone could stop him. The castle's magic guided him. He could feel the troll like a black hole in the magical field, a vortex of crude, destructive energy moving through the ground floor, and he could feel Neville, small, frightened, his sealed core flaring with panic, directly in the troll's path. Harry ran. The corridors blurred. The staircases rearranged themselves as he approached, the castle itself clearing a path for him, and he covered 3 floors in less than a minute, his feet barely touching the stone, his magic propelling him forward with a speed that was not entirely physical. He heard the troll before he saw it. A grunting, roaring, crashing cacophony of destruction, stone breaking, wood splintering, the deep stupid rage of a creature that existed primarily to break things. And beneath the noise, a smaller sound, a boy screaming. Harry rounded the corner and saw them. The troll was 12 feet tall, granite gray, with a lumpy body and tiny, stupid eyes. It carried a wooden club the size of a tree trunk, and it was currently using that club to demolish the corridor outside the boys' bathroom with the methodical enthusiasm of a wrecking ball. Neville was pressed against the far wall, white-faced and shaking, trapped by fallen rubble. The troll raised its club. Harry didn't hesitate. He didn't think about spell selection or wand movements or any of the careful, theoretical framework that magic was supposed to require. He reached inside himself, grabbed a fistful of raw power, and threw it. The magic hit the troll like a freight train. An invisible wall of force slammed into the creature's chest, lifting all 12 feet and several thousand pounds of mountain troll off the ground and hurling it backward down the corridor. It crashed through a wall, literally through it, stone and plaster exploding outward, and into the room beyond, where it hit the far wall with a sound like a bomb going off and slid to the floor, stunned. The corridor was suddenly very quiet. Harry walked to Neville, stepping over rubble. The troll was struggling to rise in the demolished room, tough creatures, trolls, built to absorb punishment. Harry raised his wand and focused. Depulso. The banishing charm hit the troll in the head with the concentrated force of a cannonball. The creature's tiny eyes crossed. It swayed. And then it toppled forward, unconscious, hitting the floor with a crash that shook the entire corridor. Harry lowered his wand. Dust settled. Neville. Are you hurt? Neville was staring at the hole in the wall where the troll had gone through, then at the unconscious troll beyond, then at Harry. His mouth was open. No sound was coming out. Neville. That was a troll, you just threw a troll through a wall, are you hurt? And no. No, I'm fine, Neville's legs gave out. He slid down the wall and sat on the rubble-strewn floor, trembling. Harry crouched beside him. You're okay. It's over. You came for me. Neville's voice was small, wondering. You came for me. Of course I did. Nobody's ever, Neville's eyes were bright with tears he was trying very hard not to shed. Thank you, Harry. Harry put his hand on Neville's shoulder and felt the sealed core beneath, straining, frightened, alive. And he made a promise to himself, silently, fiercely, that he would find a way to free it. Footsteps. Running. Teachers converged on the corridor from multiple directions, McGonagall first, her face white, her wand drawn, Snape next, limping slightly, his robes torn, and behind them, billowing with purple robes and an expression of theatrical concern, Albus Dumbledore. McGonagall took in the scene, the unconscious troll, the demolished wall, Harry crouching beside Neville, and her hand flew to her chest. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, what in Merlin's name?" "A troll got into the castle," Harry said, standing. "Neville was in the bathroom. I dealt with it." "You dealt with it? You're an 11-year-old, I'm an 11-year-old who knocked a troll unconscious, Professor. With respect, can we focus on how it got in? Trolls don't open doors. Someone let it in." The words dropped into the corridor like stones into still water. McGonagall's mouth opened and closed. Snape's eyes narrowed, and flicked, just for an instant, toward Quirrell, who had just appeared at the end of the corridor, pale and panting. Dumbledore was watching Harry. His expression was benign, grandfatherly, concerned. But his magic was a storm, turbulent, churning, the tightly controlled exterior hiding a maelstrom of calculation and, yes, fear. Harry met his eyes and held them. "You felt that," Harry thought. "You felt what I just did. An 11-year-old threw a mountain troll through a stone wall with wandless magic. Your seal is gone, old man. Whatever you planned for me, whatever careful, controlled, gradual awakening you had mapped out, it's over. I'm here. All of me. And I'm not going back in the cage." Dumbledore held his gaze for 3 long seconds. Then he smiled, warm, twinkling, utterly false, and said, "Well done, Harry. 50 points to Gryffindor for exceptional bravery. Now, I think Mr. Longbottom should visit the hospital wing, and the rest of us should discuss how a troll found its way into the castle." He turned to coordinate with the other teachers, and the moment passed. But not before Harry saw what he needed to see, the flicker behind the twinkle. The old man's fear, deep and genuine, not of Harry himself but of what Harry represented. A variable he couldn't control. Ron and Hermione found them in the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey was fussing over Neville despite his insistence that he was fine. "You fought a troll." Ron's voice cracked on the last word. "Harry, I can't even, a troll. I didn't fight it. I threw it through a wall. There's a difference. That's worse. That's not a thing people do." Hermione said nothing. She sat down next to Harry on the hospital bed, and her silence was louder than Ron's shouting. After a while, she said, very quietly, "How? Raw force. I didn't think about it. Neville was in danger, and the magic just answered. Nobody should be able to do that. Not wandlessly. Not at 11. Not even Dumbledore. I know. Harry." She turned to face him, and her eyes were fierce and frightened and absolutely determined. "We need to talk about the seal. We need to talk about everything. Not tomorrow. Now." He looked at her. At Ron, who had stopped shouting and was listening with an expression that said he'd follow Harry into anything. At Neville, sitting up in the hospital bed, watching Harry with a trust that was almost painful in its completeness. "All right," Harry said. "I'll tell you everything I know." And he did. The dream. The sealed door. The chains breaking. The voice, true core, unleashed. The residue of the seal, still clinging to his core like dead skin. The dream in the dormitory, the vision of a silver-bearded man pressing a wand to an infant's chest. He told them about Quirrell and the cold thing behind his turban. About the third-floor corridor and what he felt hidden there. About Dumbledore's probing magic and the fear he'd seen behind the twinkle. He told them about Neville. About the seal on Neville's core. Neville went very still. "Me?" he whispered. "Someone sealed my magic. Not as severely as mine. But yes. That's why you've been struggling. It's not that you're weak, Neville. It's that someone made you weak on purpose. Neville's face went through a rapid succession of emotions, disbelief, hurt, anger, and finally a quiet, trembling fury that Harry recognized because he'd felt it himself. Who? Neville said. His voice was steady now, despite the trembling. I don't know yet. But I will. And when I do, I'll help you break it. The four of them sat in the hospital wing as the evening darkened outside the windows, and something crystallized between them. Not just friendship, loyalty. The kind of loyalty that forms when you tell people the truth and they don't flinch. The kind that forms when you're 11 years old and the world is bigger and stranger and more dangerous than you imagined, and you look at the people beside you and think, I trust these three with my life. Ron spoke first. So. Dumbledore sealed your magic. There's a probably evil thing living in Quirrell's head. Something powerful is hidden on the 3rd floor. And you can throw trolls through walls. He paused. Cool. What's the plan? Harry almost laughed. Almost. The plan, he said, is we figure out what's on the 3rd floor. We figure out what Quirrell's hiding. And we find out exactly what Dumbledore did to me and Neville, and why. And then? Hermione asked. Harry looked at her. At all of them. His friends. His first friends. The people who'd chosen him, not the boy who lived, not the impossible prodigy, but him, the kid from the cupboard who was still figuring out how to be a person. And then, he said, we make sure nobody locks anyone away ever again. The hospital wing was quiet. The castle hummed. And 4 children who'd known each other for less than a week sat together in the lamplight and began to plan, and the magic that connected them, warm, fierce, unbreakable, was the strongest thing in the room. Outside, the cold presence behind Quirrell's turban stirred in its sleep and dreamed of a stone that could bring it back to life. Below, in a dungeon office, Snape sat at his desk with his head in his hands and thought about green eyes and a power that terrified him. Above, in the highest tower, Dumbledore stood at his window and looked out at the night and felt, for the first time in a very long time, genuinely uncertain about the future. And in the hospital wing, Harry Potter smiled, and the magic in his blood sang, and the world, vast, dangerous, full of secrets and lies and possibilities, spread out before him like a map waiting to be explored. They were just getting started. Chapter 4, The Old Man's Game. October arrived cold and gold, the Hogwarts grounds transforming into a landscape of amber and rust as the trees around the Black Lake shed their leaves and the wind off the mountains carried the first bite of winter. Harry barely noticed the weather. He was too busy being alive. The week since the troll incident had been extraordinary. Word of what Harry had done spread through the school with the unstoppable momentum of a boulder downhill, and by mid-October, the story had been told and retold so many times that the troll had grown to 20 feet and Harry had fought it with his bare hands. He didn't bother correcting the exaggerations. The truth was dramatic enough, and the effect was the same either way. Every student at Hogwarts knew that Harry Potter was something unprecedented, and nobody was quite sure what to do about it. The teachers had settled into a pattern of guarded fascination. Flitwick gave Harry advanced charm work to keep him occupied while the rest of the class caught up. McGonagall, after watching him transfigure a beetle into a button and then, unprompted, into a working pocket watch with moving gears, had quietly started lending him third-year texts. Sprout let him tend the more dangerous greenhouse plants after he demonstrated an intuitive understanding of venomous tentacula that she described as either genius or suicidal. Snape remained hostile, but it was a different hostility now, less personal, more professional. He'd stopped comparing Harry to James. He'd started assigning Harry supplementary reading in advanced potion theory, which he presented not as a reward but as a challenge. Since you seem to think you know everything, Potter, you can prove it. Chapter 14. Essay on my desk by Thursday. Harry wrote the essays. They were excellent. Snape marked them with the grudging acknowledgement of a man who hated giving compliments but couldn't find legitimate grounds for criticism. Quirrell avoided Harry entirely. In class, the defense professor's stuttering performances continued unchanged, but he never called on Harry, never made eye contact, and positioned himself as far from Harry's desk as the room allowed. The cold presence behind his turban had retreated deep, pulling its awareness inward, hiding. It knew Harry could feel it, and it was being careful. Harry let it hide. For now. Meanwhile, the research continued. Hermione had become a one-woman library siege, checking out so many books on magical theory, core mechanics, and historical cases of power suppression that Madame Pants had started giving her suspicious looks. Ron's contribution was less academic but equally valuable. He had a network of older brothers and family connections that provided context Hermione's books couldn't. Fred and George, in particular, proved to be goldmines of information about the castle's secrets, though they didn't know why Ron was suddenly so interested in hidden passages and concealed rooms. And Neville was changing. It was subtle at first. The thinning Harry had done to Neville's seal during the flying lesson hadn't reversed. If anything, it was slowly expanding on its own, the seal weakening as Neville's growing confidence fed his magic and his growing magic fed his confidence. He wasn't performing miracles, but his spells were working more consistently, his plants were responding to him with greater vigor, and the perpetual look of anxious apology was slowly being replaced by something quieter and steadier. Harry worked with Neville privately, twice a week, in an empty classroom on the 7th floor. Not teaching him spells, Neville had professors for that, but helping him feel his magic. Guiding him through meditation exercises that Harry had essentially invented, based on his own experience of sensing and shaping his core. "Close your eyes," Harry would say. "Feel the magic in your chest. It's there, Neville. It's always been there. It's just been muffled. Like hearing music through a wall. I need you to find the wall. I can't, I don't, you can. You felt the broom respond to you. You felt your spells getting stronger. That's your magic pushing through. I need you to push from the other side." They worked at it. Patient, persistent, session after session. And slowly, glacially, achingly slowly, Neville began to feel the seal. Not clearly, not the way Harry felt it from outside, but as a vague pressure, a sense of something between him and his full power. The night he first described it accurately, "It's like trying to breathe through a thick cloth," Harry felt a surge of fierce pride. "That's it. That's exactly it. And we're going to take that cloth away. Can you break it? Like yours broke?" "Not yet. Mine broke on its own, or rather, it was triggered by something, the moment I learned about magic. Yours is different. It's more carefully done, more tightly woven. Breaking it wrong could hurt you. I need to understand it better first." Neville nodded. He didn't push, didn't demand immediate results. He trusted Harry with a completeness that was humbling. "Harry," Neville said one evening, as they were packing up. "Do you think my Gran knows about the seal?" Harry had wondered the same thing. Augusta Longbottom, formidable, traditional, the kind of witch who wore vulture hats without irony, had raised Neville since his parents' hospitalization. She'd also, according to Neville, spent years expressing disappointment in his magical abilities. Either she knew about the seal and had accepted it, or she didn't know and had spent a decade blaming her grandson for something that wasn't his fault. Neither option was comforting. "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "But we'll find out." The first Saturday of October brought Quidditch tryouts, and with them, Harry's first real flight on a proper broom. McGonagall had been true to her word. A long, thin package had arrived at breakfast 2 weeks into term, delivered by 6 barn owls laboring under its weight. Inside was a Nimbus 2000, sleek, polished, vibrating with flight enchantments that sang to Harry's magic like a siren call. Ron had gone nearly catatonic with envy, then immediately recovered when Harry let him hold it. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, was a 6th year whose relationship with Quidditch bordered on religious mania. He'd been holding practices 3 times a week since the start of term, putting the existing team through drills that would have been considered aggressive by professional standards. The addition of a seeker, and not just any seeker, but Harry Potter, had sent him into a state of euphoria that was frankly a little alarming. "All right, Potter," Wood said, hovering beside Harry at the edge of the pitch, the morning mist still clinging to the grass below. "Show me what you've got. I'll release the snitch. You catch it. How long should I give it?" Wood blinked. "What? A head start? How much of a head start do you want me to give the snitch?" Wood's mouth opened. From behind them, Fred Weasley called out, "He's having you on, Wood." "Probably." Harry kicked off. The Nimbus 2000 was a revelation. The school brooms had been functional but crude, like driving a cart after spending your life walking. The Nimbus was a sports car. It responded to his thoughts before he'd finished thinking them, the flight enchantments merging with his magic in a seamless fusion of intent and velocity. Harry climbed, banked, rolled, dove, the brooms singing beneath him, the wind streaming past, and the ground falling away, and he felt something he'd only felt once before, the pure, uncomplicated joy of his magic doing exactly what it was meant to do. He could feel the snitch. That was the thing Wood and the others couldn't understand, the thing that made Harry not just a good seeker but something else entirely. The snitch was enchanted, a small, dense packet of flight magic wrapped in gold, and Harry's magical awareness tracked it the way a hawk tracks a mouse. He could feel it zipping through the air, its erratic, hummingbird path mapped in his consciousness like a bright thread against dark cloth. Wood released the snitch. It shot upward and vanished. Harry closed his eyes. The wind whipped his hair. The Nimbus hummed beneath him. And there, darting left, climbing, diving, 100 feet away and moving fast, he opened his eyes and dove. The acceleration was savage. The Nimbus went from hover to flat-out sprint in the space of a heartbeat, and Harry leaned into it, his body tight against the handle, the ground rushing up at him at an angle that would have killed a less talented flyer. He pulled out of the dive 6 feet above the grass, banked hard right, shot through the goal posts at the far end of the pitch, climbed vertically until the spectator stands were below him, and then, there, a glint of gold, hovering near the commentator's box, he reached out and closed his fingers around the snitch. Time from release to catch, 11 seconds. Harry floated back down to where Wood was hovering, mouth open, and held up the snitch. Was that all right? Wood made a sound like a man whose prayers have been answered. Fred and George were howling with laughter. Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinnet, the 3 chasers, were applauding. Again, Wood said, his voice cracking. "Do it again. Please. I need to know that was real." Harry did it again. 14 seconds this time, he deliberately let the snitch get farther away. Wood's strategy sessions, which had previously been complex and involved elaborate diagrams, became significantly simpler after that. "The plan," he told the team, "is to keep us alive long enough for Harry to catch the snitch. Any questions?" "No." "Good." Practice continued through October. Harry learned the rhythms of the team, Wood's intensity, Fred and George's chaotic creativity, the chasers' precise choreography. He practiced seeker drills until the movements were muscle memory, but the truth was that catching the snitch was the easiest thing in the world for him. His magic tracked it. His reflexes caught it. The only challenge was making it look like it took effort. He didn't make it look like it took effort. He'd promised himself he wouldn't hide, and he wasn't about to start on a Quidditch pitch. The first match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, scheduled for the second week of November. The whole school was talking about it. Draco Malfoy, who'd made the Slytherin team as seeker, Harry suspected his father had purchased the position along with a set of new brooms for the team, had taken to making loud, pointed comments in the corridors about how fame didn't translate to talent. Harry ignored him. Not because Draco wasn't annoying, but because Harry had bigger things on his mind. The invitation came on a Tuesday. Harry was leaving Transfiguration when a first-year Hufflepuff approached him, wide-eyed and slightly trembling, and delivered a message. "Professor Dumbledore would like to see you in his office after dinner, Harry. He says the password is acid pops." Harry thanked the boy and walked to lunch with a calm he didn't entirely feel. "It was inevitable," Hermione said when he told her. "He's been watching you all term." The troll was probably the final straw. "What are you going to do?" Ron asked, halfway through a chicken leg. "Go. Listen. Learn. And if he tries something? If he tries to reseal you?" Harry looked at Ron. "He can't. Even if he had the power, which I'm not sure he does, anymore, he'd need me unconscious and restrained. And I don't intend to be either." "Still," Hermione said. "Be careful. Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard alive. And he's had 150 years to learn how to manipulate people." "I know. That's why I'm going." The gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office was an ugly stone thing that seemed to take its job very seriously. Harry said acid pops and it leapt aside, revealing a slowly revolving spiral staircase. He stepped on and let it carry him upward. Dumbledore's office was circular, cluttered, and fascinating. Portraits of previous headmasters lined the walls, most of them pretending to be asleep. Delicate silver instruments whirred and puffed on spindle-legged tables, performing functions Harry could only guess at. A shelf held the sorting hat, which twitched as Harry entered. And behind the desk, beside a perch where a magnificent scarlet and gold bird sat watching Harry with knowing black eyes, Dumbledore. He was standing, not sitting. An interesting choice. He was smiling, the famous twinkle fully operational, and he was dressed in robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver stars that would have looked absurd on anyone else but on Dumbledore looked somehow exactly right. "Harry, my boy. Thank you for coming. Please, sit down. Lemon drop?" Harry sat in a chair before the desk. He did not take a lemon drop. He looked at Dumbledore and let his magic unfurl, not aggressively, not as a threat, but openly, the way you might open your coat in a warm room. He wanted Dumbledore to feel what he was dealing with. Dumbledore felt it. The twinkle didn't waver, but the old man's magic contracted slightly, an involuntary flinch, quickly controlled. He settled into his own chair with the practiced ease of a man who'd had thousands of these conversations. "You've had quite a remarkable start to term," Dumbledore said. "Your teachers are universally impressed. Professor McGonagall tells me you're the most naturally gifted student she's taught in 40 years. Professor Flitwick used the word unprecedented, which I believe is the first time he's deployed it for anyone under 60. That's kind of them. It's accurate of them. You are, by any measure, an extraordinary young wizard." Dumbledore paused. His blue eyes, behind their half-moon spectacles, were gentle and probing and very, very sharp. "Which brings me to the reason I asked you here. Harry, how are you finding Hogwarts?" "Truly." The question was warm, grandfatherly, seemingly innocent. Harry could feel the legitimacy behind it, not an overt probe, nothing as crude as Snape's attempt in the corridor, but a gentle, persistent pressure on the surface of his thoughts. Like someone leaning against a door, testing whether it would open. Harry kept the door shut. Not with force, with stillness. His mind was a calm, clear pool, reflecting nothing. "I'm finding it wonderful, Professor. It's everything I hoped it would be." "Good. Good. I'm so pleased to hear that. I understand the Dursleys were, not the most welcoming of families." That's one way to describe a cupboard and 10 years of emotional abuse, yes. The words landed softly, but they landed. Dumbledore's smile didn't change, but something behind it shifted, a fractional tightening, the faintest wince. "I am sorry for that, Harry. Truly sorry. The decision to place you with your aunt it was necessary. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection, a blood ward, that could only function if you lived with someone who shared her blood. As long as you called that house home, Voldemort and his followers could not touch you. I understand the theory, Harry said. I've felt the wards. They're well crafted. My question isn't about the wards, Professor. Dumbledore waited. My question is about what else you did. That night. When you left me on the doorstep. The office was very quiet. The silver instruments whirred and puffed. The phoenix, fox, Harry remembered from the chocolate frog card, ruffled its feathers. I'm not sure I follow, Dumbledore said. He was lying. Harry could feel it, not through legilimency, but through something subtler. The old man's magic, normally so controlled, had developed a tremor. Faint. Deep. The magical equivalent of a tell in poker. I think you do, Harry said. But I'll be specific. On the night you left me with the Dursleys, you placed a seal on my magical core. You suppressed approximately 99% of my power. You did this without my consent, without my parents' consent, and in violation of international magical law. The seal broke on my 11th birthday, and everything you locked away came flooding back. Silence. Total, absolute silence. Even the silver instruments seemed to have stopped. Dumbledore sat very still. The twinkle was gone. The grandfatherly warmth was gone. What remained was the real man, old, brilliant, dangerous, and caught. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then he exhaled, a slow, deep breath that carried the weight of 10 years of anticipation. How long have you known? Since the night it broke. The magic told me. The Sorting Hat confirmed it. And I've seen it, in a dream. You. Holding me as an infant. Pressing your wand to my chest. Crying. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright with something that might have been tears, or might have been the reflection of the firelight, or might have been both. You saw that. I saw that. Then you know I did not do it lightly. I know you were crying. That doesn't tell me it was right. Dumbledore stood. He moved to the window, his back to Harry, and looked out at the darkening grounds. The setting sun painted the office in shades of copper and shadow. Your magical core, Dumbledore said quietly, was the most powerful I had ever encountered. And I have encountered a great many. When I held you that night, a 15-month-old child, orphaned, scarred, with the residue of Voldemort's curse still smoking in the wound on your forehead, I performed a standard diagnostic. It is routine. Every magical child receives one at birth, usually at St. Mungo's. He turned back to face Harry. His expression was open, unguarded, more honest than Harry had ever seen it. The diagnostic told me that your core output exceeded my own. At 15 months old, Harry, your magical potential was greater than mine. Greater than Voldemort's. Greater than any wizard measured in the modern era. Harry said nothing. He waited. I was afraid, Dumbledore said simply. Not of you. For you. A core that powerful in a child that young is inherently unstable. Accidental magic at normal levels is harmless, broken vases, levitated toys. At your levels, accidental magic could have leveled buildings. Could have killed the muggles around you. Could have sent a beacon of power across the magical world that every dark wizard and power-hungry faction would have followed straight to your doorstep. He sat back down. His hands were folded on the desk, and they were perfectly steady, but his magic was not. It churned beneath the surface like deep water over rocks. And there was Voldemort. His soul, fragments of it, survived that night. I knew this, or suspected it strongly. If those fragments, or his followers, had sensed a magical signature of your magnitude, they would have come. Not in years. In weeks. And you would have been a toddler, living with muggles who couldn't protect you, wielding a power you couldn't control. So you took it away, Harry said. I contained it. The seal was designed to release gradually, beginning at age 11, when you entered the magical world and could begin to learn control. By 17, it would have been fully dissolved, and you would have come into your full power naturally, safely, with the training and support to manage it. But it didn't release gradually. No. It did not. Because you can't seal a living thing and expect it to stay sealed. Magic isn't a faucet. You can't turn it down and walk away. It fights back. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression Harry couldn't parse, surprise, respect, sorrow, all tangled together. You understand magic very well for someone who learned of its existence 2 months ago. I understand it because it's mine. It's part of me. It talks to me, Professor. Not in words, in feelings, intuitions, knowledge I shouldn't have. And it told me what you did. I see. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. And what do you intend to do with this knowledge? That depends on you. On me? Harry leaned forward. I don't trust you, Professor. I want to be clear about that. You took a baby who had just lost everything and you took the one thing he had left. You put me in a house where I was starved and locked in a cupboard and told I was worthless, and you took away the magic that was my birthright, my identity, and you did it because you were afraid. He paused. Let the words settle. But I also believe you when you say you were afraid for me. I believe you thought you were doing the right thing. You were wrong, profoundly, unforgivably wrong, but you weren't malicious. And I'm not interested in vengeance. I'm interested in the truth. Dumbledore was watching him with an intensity that had nothing to do with legitimacy. This was simply a very old, very intelligent man recognizing that the child in front of him was not a child. Not in the ways that mattered. Ask your questions, Dumbledore said. The scar. The soul fragments you mentioned. What exactly is in my forehead? A long pause. That is. A conversation for another time. No. It's a conversation for now. Harry, Professor. I have something in my scar that's connected to Voldemort. I can feel it. It burns when I'm near Quirrell, who has something else connected to Voldemort living in the back of his skull. You know what these things are. Tell me. The color drained from Dumbledore's face. You know about Quirrell? I've known since the leaky cauldron. The thing inside him is a fragment of consciousness, parasitic, dark, barely alive but desperately clinging to existence. It's afraid of dying. It's hungry. And it's here for whatever's on the 3rd floor. Dumbledore stared at him. For the first time since Harry had walked into the office, the old man looked his age. Old. Tired. Frightened. The Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore said quietly. It belongs to my friend, Nicholas Flamel. It produces the elixir of life, which grants immortality. I brought it to Hogwarts for safekeeping after an attempted theft from Gringotts. It is protected by multiple enchantments created by the Hogwarts staff. And you knew Quirrell was after it. I suspected. I have been watching him closely. You've been watching him. While he carries Voldemort on the back of his head. In a school full of children. The words were sharp enough to cut. Dumbledore flinched. The situation is, more complex than I understand. I think I understand it perfectly. You're using the stone as bait. You want Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort, to make a move. You have the corridor trapped and warded. You're waiting for the confrontation because you want to confirm that Voldemort is still alive, and you want to test your defenses. And you've put the entire school at risk to do it. The defenses are more than adequate, a troll got past them. Into the castle. Quirrell let it in as a distraction while he went for the stone. I felt him on the 3rd floor that night, before I went after the troll. Dumbledore went very still. You didn't know that, Harry said. You didn't know he'd already made an attempt. I was not aware of that particular detail, no. Harry sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. The previous headmasters in their portraits were no longer pretending to sleep. Every single one was watching him with wide, painted eyes. Professor Dumbledore. I respect your intelligence. I respect your power. I even respect your intentions, misguided as they've been. But I need you to hear me clearly. He looked back at the old man. I am not your weapon. I am not your project. I am not a variable in your equations. I am a person you wronged deeply, a person whose power you stole for a decade, a person you placed in an abusive home and then left there to suffer while you watched from a distance and told yourself it was for the greater good. Dumbledore's eyes were very bright. His hands, still folded on the desk, had the faintest tremor. I am not going to expose what you did. Not because you don't deserve it, you do, but because the scandal would destabilize Hogwarts and give Voldemort an advantage. I'm not going to attack you or undermine you or make an enemy of you. But I am going to make you a promise. Harry stood. If you ever try to control me again, if you seal my magic, manipulate my circumstances, withhold critical information, or use me as a piece in your games without my knowledge and consent, I will bring you down. Not with violence. With truth. I will tell the wizarding world exactly what you did to an orphan baby on a doorstep in Surrey, and I will let them decide what the greater good looks like from the other side. The office was silent. Fawkes let out a low, haunting trill, a phoenix song, beautiful and sad. Do we understand each other? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. And then, slowly, the old man nodded. Not with the grand, authoritative nod of a headmaster. With the small, tired nod of a man who has been carrying a weight for 10 years and has just been told, firmly and finally, to put it down. We understand each other, Harry. Good. Then tell me about the scar. Another long pause. Dumbledore seemed to wage an internal war, the instinct to protect, to control, to parcel out information in careful doses, fighting against the promise he'd just been given and the recognition that this boy would not be managed. I believe, Dumbledore said slowly, that on the night Voldemort tried to kill you, a fragment of his soul broke away and embedded itself in the only living thing in the room. You. The word Horcrux hung in the air between them, unspoken but present. A piece of his soul, Harry repeated. In my scar. Yes. Is that why we're connected? Why I can feel the thing inside Quirrell? Almost certainly. Can it be removed? I don't know. I have been researching the possibility for 10 years. The magic involved is among the darkest and least understood in existence. But you thought the seal might help with that too. Suppress my magic, suppress the connection, keep Voldemort's fragment dormant. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Yes. And now the seal is gone, and the fragment is awake, and Voldemort can feel me. Yes. Harry absorbed this. A piece of Voldemort's soul, living in his scar. Connected to him. Part of him. The thought should have been horrifying. It was, in a distant way, like hearing about a disease you've always had. The diagnosis was new, but the condition wasn't. I'll deal with it, Harry said. Harry, this is not something a first-year student. I'll deal with it, Harry repeated. Not today. Not this year, probably. But I'll deal with it. Because it's mine, my scar, my body, my problem. And I don't trust anyone else to solve it for me. Not anymore. He walked to the door. Paused. Turned back. One more thing. Neville Longbottom. Someone sealed his core too. Dumbledore's reaction was immediate and involuntary, a flicker of genuine shock. What? You didn't know? No. I was not aware. It's similar to what you did to me, but different. A different hand. Kruder. I'm going to find out who did it and I'm going to break it. I'm telling you this because if you know anything, anything at all, you owe it to that boy to tell me. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. I know nothing of this. But I will. I will look into it. Do that. Harry opened the door. Then, one last time, he turned back. Thank you for telling me the truth, Professor. About the seal, the stone, the scar. I know it wasn't easy. No, Dumbledore said quietly. It was not. That's how trust starts. Not with comfort. With honesty. He left. The spiral staircase carried him down, and the gargoyle leapt aside, and Harry walked through the corridors of Hogwarts with the weight of revelation on his shoulders and the fire of his magic burning steady in his chest. A soul fragment. A philosopher's stone. A dark lord hiding in a teacher's skull. An old man's guilt and a young man's fury. One thing at a time, Harry thought. One thing at a time. He found his friends in the common room. Their faces, when they saw his expression, went from anxious to alert in an instant. Well? Ron said. Harry sat down. He told them everything. Hermione went pale at the mention of the soul fragment. Ron's fists clenched. Neville listened in silence, his eyes growing wider with each revelation. When Harry finished, the fire crackled and popped in the silence. He admitted it, Hermione whispered. He actually admitted to the seal. He had no choice. I showed him I already knew. Denying it would have destroyed any chance of a working relationship. Working relationship? Harry, he assaulted you, I know what he did. But he's also the most powerful wizard alive, and Voldemort is hiding in the back of a teacher's head, and there's a piece of Voldemort's soul in my forehead. I need Dumbledore functional and cooperative more than I need him punished. For now. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue. She didn't. She recognized the strategic logic even as it offended her sense of justice. What about the stone? Ron asked. If Quirrell, if Voldemort, gets it, he comes back. For real. Right? Yes. So we stop him. We stop him. But not yet. Not until he makes his move. Dumbledore's defenses are there for a reason, and despite everything, I believe they're competent. The protections around the stone are layered and varied, I can feel at least 6 different magical signatures. Quirrell can't just walk through them. But he'll try, Neville said quietly. It was the first thing he'd said since Harry started talking. He'll try. And when he does, we'll be ready. They planned. They strategized. They argued, gently, productively, about tactics and timing and risk. And through it all, Harry felt the warmth of their presence, their loyalty, their willingness to follow him into danger not because he was powerful but because he was their friend. When the common room emptied and the fire burned low, Harry sat alone for a while, staring at the embers. The phoenix. Fawkes. The bird had been watching him throughout the conversation with Dumbledore, its dark eyes ancient and knowing. And when Harry had stood to leave, Fawkes had done something extraordinary, it had flown from its perch to Harry's shoulder and pressed its feathered head against his cheek, just for a moment. A gesture of comfort, or recognition, or benediction. Phoenix feather. Holly wand. The same phoenix whose other feather lived in Voldemort's wand. Connections, Harry thought. Everything is connected. The wand, the scar, the stone, the seal. Dumbledore and Voldemort and me, linked by choices and magic and fear. He went to bed. He lay in the darkness and felt his core burning, vast, golden, unfettered, and the tiny dark ember of Voldemort's soul nestled in his scar, and he thought about what it meant to carry a piece of your enemy inside you. I am not your vessel, he told the fragment silently. I am not your anchor. And when I'm ready, I'm going to cut you out of me like the tumor you are. The fragment didn't respond. It never did. It simply sat there, dark and small and ancient, a splinter of evil lodged in the skin of something bright. Harry closed his eyes. Tomorrow was practice. Next week was the match. And beyond that, the stone, the corridor, the confrontation that was coming whether anyone wanted it or not. But tonight, he slept. And Hogwarts watched over him, and the magic in his blood sang its quiet lullaby, and somewhere far away, in a forest in Albania, a fragment of Tom Riddle that was not inside anyone's turban stirred in its ghostly exile and felt, for the first time in years, genuinely afraid. The Gryffindor vs Slytherin Quidditch match was the most anticipated sporting event in recent Hogwarts memory, and it had nothing to do with house rivalry. It had everything to do with Harry Potter. The stands were packed. Not just Gryffindor and Slytherin supporters, the entire school had turned out, along with a fair portion of the Hogwarts staff. Even Snape was there, his black robes billowing in the November wind, his expression suggesting he'd rather be anywhere else but was constitutionally incapable of missing a match that might prove Potter was mortal after all. Dumbledore was in the top box. Harry felt his presence, the vast, controlled magic, watching, evaluating. Their relationship since the office confrontation had shifted into something Harry could only describe as an armed truce. Dumbledore was polite, respectful, and had stopped probing Harry's mental defenses. He'd also, in a gesture Harry hadn't expected, provided 3 books on Horcrux theory, dark, ancient, terrifying texts that he placed on Harry's bedside table with a note that said simply, "Knowledge should not be hoarded." It wasn't forgiveness. But it was a start. Nervous? Wood asked in the changing room. He looked like he might throw up, which was ironic given the question. No, Harry said honestly. Right. Good. Because this is the biggest match of my career and if we lose I might actually die, so, Oliver. We're going to win. Wood stared at him. Something in Harry's voice, the calm certainty, the absolute absence of doubt, cut through the captain's anxiety like a hot knife. Yeah, Wood said. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. They walked onto the pitch. The roar of the crowd hit Harry like a physical force, hundreds of voices, amplified by the acoustics of the stadium, a wall of sound that would have been overwhelming if Harry hadn't already learned to filter sensory input through his magical awareness. The Slytherin team was already in position. Green robes, hard faces, the aggressive confidence of a team that had won the cup for 7 consecutive years. Draco Malfoy hovered at the seeker position, his Nimbus 2001 polished to a gleam. He caught Harry's eye and smirked. Harry smiled back. Not taunting. Genuine. He was about to fly, and flying was joy, and even Draco Malfoy couldn't diminish that. Madam Hooch stood at center pitch. Captains, shake hands. I want a nice, clean game. From all of you. Her eyes lingered on the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, whose interpretation of clean was famously creative. Wood and Flint shook hands with the mutual warmth of 2 people trying to crush each other's fingers. The quaffle was released. The bludgers screamed into the air. And the snitch, a tiny golden blur, shot upward, hung for a fraction of a second in the grey November sky, and vanished. Harry rose. The match unfolded beneath him like a living painting. Angelina, Katie, and Alicia moved the quaffle with the fluid precision of a choreographed dance, passing and shooting and scoring with a rhythm that was beautiful to watch. Fred and George prowled the air like twin predators, their bludger work keeping the Slytherin chasers off balance and the Gryffindor players safe. Wood guarded the goal hoops with the desperate intensity of a man defending his firstborn. But Harry's attention was split. Part of him tracked the snitch, there, by the teacher's stand, gone, darting left, climbing, and part of him was aware of something else. His broom had stuttered. Not badly. Not obviously. A tiny hitch in the smooth flow of the flight enchantments, like a skip in a record. Harry's magic smoothed it immediately, his core compensating for the disruption, but he'd felt it. And he'd felt its source. Someone was jinxing his broom. Harry's magical awareness expanded. He traced the jinx, a sustained, focused spell, dark and precise, back through the air, through the stands, to its source. Snape. The potions master was sitting in the teacher's section, his eyes fixed on Harry, his lips moving in a rapid, silent incantation. Except, no. Harry looked deeper. Snape was muttering, yes. But the magic flowing from Snape wasn't a jinx. It was a counter-jinx. Snape was trying to protect him. The actual jinx was coming from 2 seats over. From Quirrell. The defense professor sat in the stands with his turban and his garlic and his nervous expression, and his lips were moving too, and the magic flowing from him was dark and cold and aimed directly at Harry's broom. The cold thing behind the turban was doing this, reaching through Quirrell's wand arm, using Quirrell's magic, trying to knock Harry out of the sky. Harry almost laughed. You're trying to kill me with a broomstick, jinx? Really? After everything, the killing curse, 10 years of sealed power, a troll, you think a broomstick jinx is going to do it? He didn't break the jinx. He absorbed it. His core opened like a mouth and swallowed the dark magic whole, drawing it in, dissolving it, converting the hostile energy into fuel. The broom steadied. The flight enchantments hummed with renewed power. And Harry, fed by the converted energy of Voldemort's own magic, dove for the snitch. The dive was legendary. It entered Hogwarts folklore that afternoon and never left. Harry dropped from 200 feet in a near-vertical plunge that made the crowd scream, the wind tearing at his robes, the ground rushing up with terminal velocity, and at the last possible instant, 5 feet, 4, 3, he pulled up, his toes brushing the grass, his hand shooting out, and the snitch was there, golden wings beating frantically against his fingers. He pulled up into a climbing victory roll, the snitch held high, and the Gryffindor stands erupted with a sound that was less cheering and more detonation. The final score was 170-60. Gryffindor's first victory over Slytherin in years. Wood was crying. Openly, unashamedly, tears streaming down his face as the team mobbed Harry in midair. Fred and George were attempting to lift him on their shoulders, which was dangerous at 50 feet. Angelina kissed his cheek, which made him turn red in a way that magic couldn't prevent. In the stands, Hermione and Ron were hugging each other and screaming. Neville was jumping up and down. Even Percy Weasley had abandoned his prefect dignity and was waving a Gryffindor scarf over his head. In the teachers' section, Snape sat with his arms crossed and his expression sour, but his magic, for just a moment, just a flash, carried a note of something that was almost satisfaction. Quirrell was gone. He'd left the stands the moment Harry caught the snitch, his face grey, his magic roiling with fury and fear. The cold thing behind the turban had failed, and it knew it, and its rage echoed through Harry's scar like a distant thunderstorm. You can't touch me, Harry thought, descending to the pitch as the crowd chanted his name. Not from behind a turban. Not from inside a host. Not from anywhere. I'm done being your victim. And when you come for the stone, and you will, I'll be waiting. The celebration lasted all night. The Gryffindor common room vibrated with music and laughter and the kind of joy that comes from a victory that means more than the game. Fred and George produced food and drink from hidden sources, don't ask, they said, which was fair, and the party continued until McGonagall appeared at midnight, looking stern but struggling to hide a smile, and sent everyone to bed. Harry sat by the fire long after the room had emptied. Ron had gone up an hour ago, yawning. Hermione had lasted longer but eventually succumbed to the gravitational pull of her pillow. Neville had fallen asleep in an armchair and had to be gently prodded awake by Harry and guided to the dormitory. Alone in the common room, Harry stared at the dying fire and thought about the broom jinx. About Snape's counter-jinx. About the potions master sitting in the cold November stands, muttering protection spells for a boy he claimed to hate. You loved my mother, Harry thought. Didn't you, Snape? And you hate me because I look like my father and have her eyes, and every time you see me you see everything you lost. It was sad. It was infuriating. It was deeply, profoundly human. Harry went to bed. The castle settled around him, warm and vast and patient. And somewhere in the dungeons, Severus Snape sat at his desk and poured himself a drink and stared at a photograph he kept in a locked drawer, a young woman with red hair and green eyes, laughing, alive, forever out of reach, and wondered how it was possible that her son, whom he'd sworn to despise, was becoming the most remarkable thing Snape had ever witnessed. He drank. He put the photograph away. He locked the drawer. Some doors, he told himself, were better left closed. But the lock was getting weaker. And he knew it. Chapter 5, What Hides Behind the Turban. December came to Hogwarts like a held breath finally released. Snow fell thick and silent on the grounds, draping the castle in white, turning the black lake into a sheet of dark glass beneath a pale sky. The forbidden forest became a cathedral of bare branches and frost, and the corridors filled with the particular magic of winter, warming charms layered into the stone, enchanted fires that burned without smoke, the smell of pine and cinnamon drifting from the kitchens as the house elves began their preparations for the Christmas feast. Harry stood at the window of the 7th-floor corridor and watched the snow fall and felt, for the first time in his life, something that took him a while to identify. Peace. Not the absence of conflict, there was plenty of that. Quirrell was still a ticking bomb. The Philosopher's Stone still sat behind its protections on the 3rd floor, humming with alchemical power. The fragment of Voldemort's soul still nestled in Harry's scar like a splinter of black ice. Dumbledore still watched him with that careful, calculating concern. But here, now, in this moment, snow falling, castle warm, his friends asleep in the tower above, Harry felt at home. And that was new. That was extraordinary. That was worth more than all the power in the world. You're up early again. He turned. Hermione stood at the end of the corridor, wrapped in a Gryffindor scarf, her hair escaping in frizzy tendrils from beneath a wool hat. She was holding 2 cups of hot chocolate, because Hermione Granger was the kind of person who, upon discovering that her friend had a habit of early morning wandering, would adapt by providing beverages. Couldn't sleep, Harry said, taking a cup. You never sleep. I'm starting to wonder if it's a side effect of the unsealed core. Probably. My body runs on magic more than food or rest now. I still need both, but less. They stood together at the window, sipping chocolate, watching the dawn paint the snow in shades of pink and gold. It was one of those rare, quiet moments between 2 people who had become important to each other quickly and completely, the kind of silence that doesn't need filling because the companionship itself is the point. Most students are going home for Christmas, Hermione said eventually. My parents want me back. They still don't entirely understand the magic thing, and I think the holidays are their way of making sure I'm still me. Are you still you? She considered this with characteristic seriousness. I think I'm more me than I've ever been. Magic didn't change who I am. It just gave me a bigger canvas. That's a good way to put it. I know. She paused. Are you staying? Where else would I go? The question carried more weight than Harry intended. Hermione's expression shifted, that fierce, protective thing she did whenever the Dursleys came up, the quiet fury of a kind person confronted with cruelty. Ron's staying too, she said. His parents are visiting Charlie in Romania. And Neville, his gran is at some conference. So you won't be alone. I wasn't worried about being alone. I know. I was. She squeezed his arm, that same small, fierce gesture from the feast, and headed off to finish packing. Harry watched her go and felt the warmth of the chocolate in his hands and the warmth of friendship in his chest and thought about how strange it was that the best things in his life had all happened in the last 4 months. The castle emptied gradually over the next 2 days. Students streamed toward the Hogwarts Express with trunks and owls and last-minute goodbyes, the noise level dropping hour by hour until, by Christmas Eve, the school held only a handful of students and the permanent staff. The quiet was a gift. Harry had spent the first term surrounded by attention, the stares, the whispers, the constant weight of being watched, and the empty corridors felt like breathing room. He spent the first day of the holidays exploring parts of the castle he hadn't reached yet, his magic mapping rooms and passages and hidden spaces with the thoroughness of a cartographer. On the second floor, he found a bathroom that nobody used. The door was marked out of order, and the magic around it was strange, old and sad and faintly serpentine, coiled like a sleeping snake. Harry felt it, noted it, and moved on. He'd come back to that later. On the fifth floor, he found a room that didn't appear on any map. It was small, circular, lined with mirrors, and the magic inside was dense with memory, as if the room had been used for something important, long ago, and still remembered. He sat in the center of it for an hour, feeling the echoes, and when he left, the room rearranged itself behind him and became a broom cupboard. On the seventh floor, across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, he found something extraordinary. He'd been walking the corridor, feeling the castle's magic pulse and flow around him, when he noticed an anomaly. A section of wall that was simultaneously there and not there, present physically but magically hollow, like a bubble in glass. He stopped, facing the blank wall, and reached out with his magic. The wall responded. It shifted, rippled, and a door materialized, large, wooden, ornate. Harry pushed it open and stepped into a room the size of a cathedral. No, not a room. A space. A magical construct, shaped by intention, filled with whatever the seeker needed. Right now, it held nothing but empty space and potential, the magic humming with readiness like a blank canvas waiting for paint. Harry walked to the center of the room and thought, I need a place to practice. The room transformed. The empty space filled with targets, dummies, obstacle courses, shelves of reference books, a clear dueling strip marked on the floor. The ceiling rose to accommodate aerial maneuvers. The walls thickened with sound-dampening enchantments. A clock appeared on the wall, and a water fountain, and a comfortable chair for when he needed rest. Harry grinned. For the first time in weeks, he genuinely grinned. Hello, he thought at the room. I think we're going to be good friends. The Room of Requirement, he'd learn its name later, from a house elf, became Harry's secret training ground. He came every day during the holidays, spending hours pushing his abilities to their limits and then past them. He practiced offensive magic first. Not the curriculum spells, those he'd mastered within the first week of term, but advanced combat magic from the books Dumbledore had given him and others he'd found in the room's generated library. The stunning spell, Stupefy, he mastered in 3 tries. The shield charm, Protego, came to him like breathing, and when he tested its strength by conjuring objects and hurling them at it, the shield didn't just block them. It vaporized them. The Reductor curse, Reducto, punched holes through the room's reinforced training dummies with the casual efficiency of a bullet through paper. He practiced defensive magic. Occlumency, the art of closing the mind, which he'd been doing instinctively since the term began, he now refined into a deliberate discipline. His mental defenses, already formidable, became a fortress. Layer upon layer of protection, each one different, the outermost a wall of calm, the next a maze of false thoughts, the next a mirror that reflected the intruder's own fears back at them. He tested it by asking the room to generate a legilimency simulation, and the simulation broke against his defenses like waves against a cliff. He practiced wandless magic. This was where the real exploration happened. Harry's wand amplified and focused his power, but his core was so immense that wandless casting was not only possible but, for many spells, barely less effective. He learned to levitate, shield, summon, and banish without touching the holy wand. He learned to feel the magic in the air itself, the ambient energy that filled every magical space, and draw it in, supplementing his already vast reserves with the castle's own power. He practiced healing magic, because destroying things without knowing how to fix them was irresponsible. The basic healing spells came quickly: wound closure, bone setting, pain suppression. The advanced ones were harder, requiring a finesse that raw power couldn't substitute for. He worked at them with a patience that would have surprised anyone who'd watched his explosive displays in class. And he practiced something else. Something he'd been thinking about since October. He practiced breaking seals. The room generated training constructs, artificial magical cores, wrapped in artificial seals of varying complexity. Harry worked on them the way a locksmith works on locks, studying their structure, learning their patterns, developing techniques to dismantle them without damaging the core beneath. It was delicate work. The hardest magic he'd attempted. Seals were designed to resist, that was their purpose, and breaking one incorrectly could cause a catastrophic backlash of released energy. His own seal had broken cleanly because it had been weakened by a decade of pressure from within. Neville's seal, placed by a different hand and still relatively intact, would not be so accommodating. But Harry was patient. And he was learning. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to something he'd never experienced: presents at the foot of his bed. He stared at the small pile of wrapped packages for a full minute before his brain accepted that they were real and they were for him. Then he reached for the first one, and his hands were shaking, and he was furious at himself for the shaking but couldn't stop it. Hagrid had sent a roughly carved wooden flute. When Harry blew it, it sounded like an owl. Ron's mother, a woman Harry had met exactly once, had sent a hand-knitted emerald green sweater and a box of homemade fudge. The note said, "Merry Christmas, Harry dear. Ron's told us you might not have many presents, so I hope you don't mind." Harry read it 3 times and pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes and breathed until the tightness in his chest eased. Hermione had sent a book, Theories of Magical Resonance, a modern exploration, with a note that said this might help explain what you are. Happy Christmas, Harry. H. The inscription inside the cover, in her precise handwriting, added P.S. I've already read it. The chapter on core harmonics is particularly relevant. P.P.S. You're my best friend and I wanted you to know that. Neville had sent a remembrall. The note was short, so you never forget you have people who care about you. Harry set it on his bedside table and watched it glow softly and knew he would keep it for the rest of his life. The last package was different. No card. No note. Just a fluid, silvery cloth that spilled out of the wrapping like liquid moonlight. Harry's hands stopped shaking. He knew what this was. Not because he'd seen one before, but because his magic recognized it with a jolt of resonance so powerful it took his breath away. The cloth hummed in his hands, a deep, complex, ancient hum that was different from any enchantment he'd felt. This wasn't a spell laid over fabric. This was magic woven into the fabric's very existence, as fundamental to the cloth as atoms to air. An invisibility cloak. But not just any invisibility cloak. Harry draped it over his hand and watched his hand vanish. Not fade, vanish, completely, perfectly, as if it had been edited out of reality. Ordinary invisibility cloaks degraded over time, their enchantments weakening, their concealment becoming patchy. This one was perfect. Flawless. Eternal. Because it wasn't enchanted. It was made of magic. It was, in some fundamental way, a physical manifestation of a concept, the concept of concealment, of hiddenness, of the space between being seen and being invisible. This is a deathly hallow, Harry thought, and the thought arrived fully formed, carried by his magic rather than his memory. The cloak of invisibility. One of 3. And it was my father's. He turned the wrapping over and found, at last, a note. Handwriting he didn't recognize, though the magical signature clinging to the parchment was unmistakable. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you. No signature. None needed. The lemon drop trace on the parchment said everything. Harry held the cloak and thought about Dumbledore. About a man who had sealed a baby's magic and placed him in an abusive home and watched from a distance for 10 years, and who had also kept a dead man's treasured possession safe and returned it to his son at Christmas. A man capable of breathtaking manipulation and genuine tenderness, sometimes in the same gesture. You're not evil, Harry thought. You're something more complicated than evil. You're a good man who does terrible things for reasons that make sense to you. And I don't know if that's better or worse. He pulled on the cloak and disappeared. Ron found him in the common room an hour later, wearing the sweater Mrs. Weasley had made, eating fudge, and grinning. Happy Christmas. Mum sent you a sweater. Oh, you're wearing it already. Brilliant, it suits you. She makes them every year, even Fred and George get them, though they complain. He stopped, staring at the cloak, which Harry had draped over the armchair. What's that? An invisibility cloak. It was my father's. Ron's eyes went wide. An actual, can I, Harry, those are really rare. Harry tossed it to him. Ron caught it, draped it over himself, and yelped as his body vanished. This is mental. Ron's disembodied voice echoed through the empty common room. I'm invisible. I could go anywhere. I could sneak into the kitchens. I could sneak into Filch's office and burn his detention records. Ambitious. Harry, do you realize what this means? You could go anywhere in the castle. Anywhere. Nobody could see you. Harry had already realized this. He'd been thinking about it since the moment the cloak had touched his skin. Not about sneaking into kitchens or burning files, about the third-floor corridor. About the Mirror of Erised, which he'd read about in one of Hermione's books and felt, faintly, from the Room of Requirement. About the hidden spaces of Hogwarts that even his magical awareness couldn't fully penetrate without physical proximity. Let's have Christmas first, Harry said. Adventures can wait until tonight. Christmas dinner was magnificent. The great hall had been decorated with 12 enormous Christmas trees, garlands of holly and mistletoe, and enchanted snow that fell from the ceiling and vanished before it touched the tables. The handful of students who'd stayed, Harry, Ron, Neville, the Weasley twins, a few Ravenclaws, a single Hufflepuff, sat together at a single table with the teachers, and the formality dissolved into something warmer and stranger, like a family dinner where nobody was quite sure who was related to whom. Dumbledore wore a flowered bonnet from a cracker and seemed genuinely delighted by it. McGonagall drank sherry and told a story about a transfiguration accident in 1973 that had everyone crying with laughter. Flitwick performed miniature fireworks displays between courses. Even Snape, seated at the far end of the table in his customary black, accepted a cracker and wore the resulting paper crown with the grim dignity of a man enduring torture. Harry ate until he couldn't eat any more, and then he ate dessert. The Christmas pudding was perfect. The crackers contained actual magical jokes. One released a flock of canaries, another produced a chess set whose pieces sang carols. Neville laughed more than Harry had ever heard him laugh, and the sound was so good, so full and unguarded, that Harry felt his eyes sting. After dinner, they played wizard chess by the fire. Ron destroyed everyone, including both Weasley twins simultaneously, with a strategic brilliance that was frankly intimidating. Harry played decently but without Ron's instinct, and was checkmated in 11 moves. You're incredible at this, Harry told Ron, meaning it completely. Ron's ears went red. It's just chess. It's not just chess. It's pattern recognition, strategic thinking, the ability to see 12 moves ahead while your opponent sees 3. Those are real skills, Ron. They're not exactly useful skills though, are they? Can't fight you-know-who with a chessboard. You'd be surprised, Harry said quietly, and something in his tone made Ron look at him sharply. The evening wound down. Neville fell asleep in his chair. The twins disappeared to do something that almost certainly violated school rules. Ron yawned, stretched, and announced he was going to bed. "Coming?" he asked Harry. "In a bit. I want to sit by the fire for a while." Ron nodded and trudged upstairs. Harry sat alone in the firelight for a few minutes, listening to the castle breathe, feeling the magic of Christmas, which was real, he discovered, a subtle seasonal enchantment woven into the traditions themselves, the accumulated goodwill of centuries of celebration, settling over Hogwarts like a warm blanket. Then he picked up the invisibility cloak and left. The castle was different at night. The corridors, empty during the day, were truly empty now. No students, no teachers, only the ghosts drifting through walls and the paintings sleeping in their frames. Harry moved through the darkness like a shadow, the cloak wrapped around him, invisible to everything except the castle itself, which tracked him with the benevolent awareness of a parent watching a child explore. He went to the third-floor corridor first. The forbidden door was heavy and old and locked with a charm that Harry could have broken in his sleep. He didn't break it. He stood outside it, feeling the protections beyond, mapping them with his magical senses. First, something alive. Large, multi-headed, radiating the specific magical signature of an enchanted beast. A Cerberus, Harry thought, a three-headed dog. Hagrid's contribution, almost certainly. Second, a plant. Magical, aggressive, vulnerable to fire and light. Devil's snare. Professor Sprout's work. Third, something airborne. Small, fast, enchanted, keys, he thought. Winged keys, one of which would unlock the next door. Flitwick's charm work. Fourth, a strategic puzzle. Complex, adversarial, requiring intelligence to navigate. He couldn't feel the specifics, but the magical signature was McGonagall's, precise, logical, elegant. Fifth, something organic. A troll, sedated. Not Quirrell's contribution, probably, but certainly poetic. Sixth, a puzzle of a different kind. Potions. Logic. Snape's dry, precise mind translated into physical form. And beyond them all, at the heart of the corridor's defenses, something that blazed with a magic unlike anything else in the castle. Not the stone was there too, a dense, warm presence, but something else. A mirror. Ancient, powerful, enchanted with a magic that was simultaneously simple and infinitely complex. The Mirror of Erised. Harry knew about it from Hermione's research. The mirror showed the viewer their deepest, most desperate desire. It was a trap and a test, a way to ensure that only someone who wanted the stone but didn't want to use it could retrieve it. Dumbledore's final defense. Harry turned away from the third-floor corridor. He'd learned what he needed. The defenses were real, and they were good, and Quirrell would have to overcome all of them to reach the stone. That gave Harry time. He walked through the castle, the cloak whispering around him, and let his feet carry him where they would. Down to the dungeons, where Snape's office door was closed and warded and faintly redolent of old sorrow. Through the entrance hall, past the great oak doors, into corridors he hadn't explored. Up staircases and through hidden passages, the castle revealing itself to him like a lover sharing secrets. On the fourth floor, he stopped. A door stood ajar. Behind it, something was calling to him, not with sound, but with magic. A pull, deep and gentle, like the tug of a current on a swimmer's legs. Harry pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was empty except for a mirror. It was tall, taller than Hagrid, with an ornate gold frame and clawed feet. An inscription was carved across the top, Erised stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Harry read it backward without thinking, I show not your face but your heart's desire. The Mirror of Erised. But it wasn't in the third-floor corridor. It was here, on the fourth floor, in an empty classroom. Dumbledore must have placed it here temporarily, perhaps for his own use, perhaps as another test, perhaps simply because even the greatest wizard in the world sometimes needed to look at what he'd lost. Harry stepped in front of the mirror. His reflection appeared, and it was wrong, not distorted, but different. The Harry in the mirror was the same age, the same height, the same green eyes behind round glasses. But he wasn't alone. Behind him, on either side, stood two people. A man with messy black hair and hazel eyes and a grin that was pure mischief, pure warmth, the grin of someone who loved life and lived it loudly and never apologized for any of it. James Potter. Harry knew him instantly, not from photographs, he'd never seen one, but from the bone-deep recognition of a child seeing its parent. And a woman. Red hair, deep and rich, and green eyes, his eyes, the exact same shade, bright and alive and full of a love so intense it was almost painful to witness. Lily Potter. She was smiling, and her hand was on Mirror Harry's shoulder, and even through the glass, even through the enchantment, Harry could almost feel the warmth of her touch. They weren't just standing there. They were present, alive, aware, looking at him with the specific, overwhelming love that only parents can feel for their child. James's hand rested on Mirror Harry's other shoulder. Lily's eyes were bright with tears she wasn't shedding. And behind them, more figures, grandparents, he thought, family he'd never known, a whole lineage of Potters stretching back into the mirror's depths, all of them looking at him with pride and love and grief. Harry stood there for a long time. He didn't cry. He wanted to. The pressure behind his eyes was immense, a decade of orphanhood compressed into a single moment of impossible proximity. His parents were right there, and all that separated them was a pane of enchanted glass and the unbridgeable gap between life and death. He pressed his hand against the mirror's surface. It was cold. Just glass. "I wish I'd known you," he whispered. "I wish you could see what I've become. I think you'd be proud. I hope you'd be proud." The mirror Lily smiled. Her lips moved. He couldn't hear the words, but he felt them, carried through the enchantment, through the glass, through whatever tenuous connection the mirror maintained with the desires it reflected. "We are. We always have been. We always will be." Harry closed his eyes. He breathed. He let the moment be what it was, painful, beautiful, insufficient, necessary. When he opened his eyes, the reflection had changed. Not the figures, James and Lily were still there. But Mirror Harry was different. He was standing taller. The glasses were gone. His scar was gone. And his magic, visible in the mirror as a golden aura, bright and vast, was completely, perfectly free. No seal. No Horcrux. No fragment of Voldemort's soul. Just Harry, whole and unencumbered, surrounded by family, powerful and happy and free. "That's my deepest desire," Harry thought. Not power. Not revenge. Just this. Family. Freedom. Being whole. "You found it, then." Harry didn't turn. He'd felt Dumbledore approaching. The old man's magic was a familiar signature now, impossible to miss. "I moved the mirror to this room yesterday," Dumbledore said, stepping out of the shadows. He was wearing a long dressing gown and the expression of a man who hadn't slept. "I intended to relocate it to the third-floor corridor after the holidays. It seems you've beaten me to it." "What do you see?" Harry asked. "When you look in the mirror." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks." Harry turned and looked at him. Dumbledore's face was composed, but his magic told a different story, turbulent, sorrowful, old grief churning beneath the surface. "That's not true," Harry said gently. "No," Dumbledore agreed. "It's not." He came to stand beside Harry, and for a moment, they both looked into the mirror. Harry saw his parents. He didn't know what Dumbledore saw, but the old man's magic clenched like a fist. "I see my sister," Dumbledore said quietly. "Ariana. She died when she was 14. Because of a fight between myself, my brother, and a man I thought I loved. I have never known whose curse killed her. I have spent 100 years wondering. Harry said nothing. There was nothing to say. The confession hung between them, raw and real, and the mirror reflected it back at them with merciless clarity. This mirror, Dumbledore said, is the most dangerous object in this room. Not because of what it shows. Because of what it does to the people who look. Men have wasted their lives in front of it, entranced by what they see, unable to look away. It does not do to dwell on dreams, Harry, and forget to live. I know. I wasn't planning to move in. No. I suspect you weren't. Dumbledore looked at him, and his expression was complicated, the guilt of the seal, the sorrow of Ariana, the genuine care he felt for this boy he'd wronged. You are handling your power with remarkable maturity, Harry. I want you to know that. Whatever my failures, and they have been considerable, I am grateful that the boy who emerged from the seal is someone worthy of that power. You don't get credit for who I am, Harry said. The Dursleys tried to break me and failed. The seal tried to diminish me and failed. I am who I am because I refuse to be less. That's not your doing. That's mine. I know. That's why I'm grateful. They stood together in the dark room with the mirror between them, and something shifted in the space between enmity and trust. Not forgiveness. Harry wasn't ready for that and might never be. But acknowledgement. Recognition. Two people who saw each other clearly, flaws and all, and chose to move forward rather than remain trapped in the past. The mirror, Harry said. You're going to put it at the end of the third-floor corridor. As the last line of defense for the stone. Yes. Quirrell won't be able to get the stone out of it. Not if he wants to use it. The mirror will only give it to someone who doesn't want the elixir of life. That is correct. But Voldemort is desperate. And desperate people make desperate moves. He'll try something. Soon. I agree. When he does, I want to be there. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Harry, this isn't a request. Voldemort murdered my parents. He put a piece of his soul in my head. He tried to kill me from Quirrell's turban during a Quidditch match. He is my enemy, Professor, more than anyone else's, and I have the power to face him. I'm not asking your permission. I'm telling you that when the time comes, I will be there. A long, heavy silence. The mirror hummed between them, reflecting desires neither of them could have. I can't stop you, Dumbledore said. Not with resignation, with acceptance. And perhaps it would be wrong to try. It would be. Very well. But I will ask one thing. Ask. Don't go alone. Whatever else I've gotten wrong, and I've gotten a great deal wrong, I have learned one truth absolutely. The power that saved you as a baby was not magic. It was love. Your mother's love. And the power that will carry you forward is the same. Your friends, Harry. Ron, Hermione, Neville. They are not accessories. They are not sidekicks. They are your greatest strength. Don't face the darkness alone. Harry looked at the old man. Behind the manipulation and the guilt and the century of accumulated damage, there was wisdom. Real wisdom. The kind that only comes from making terrible mistakes and surviving long enough to understand them. I won't, Harry said. I'm not you, Professor. I don't carry things alone. Dumbledore flinched. It was small and quickly hidden, but Harry saw it. The words had hit home, not as a weapon, but as a mirror, reflecting back at Dumbledore the fundamental flaw in his character that had caused so much damage. No, Dumbledore said softly. You're not me. Thank God for that. Harry left the mirror room. The cloak swirled around him as he walked through the dark corridors, invisible, his magic humming, his parents' faces still burning behind his eyes. I saw you, he thought. I saw you and you were proud of me, and someday, not today, not soon, but someday, I'll find a way to be worthy of that. The common room was empty when he returned. He climbed the stairs, shed the cloak, and fell into bed. Sleep came fast and dreamless. He didn't go back to the mirror. Dumbledore was right about that. Dwelling on dreams was a trap, and Harry had too much living to do. But he kept the image. His parents' faces. His mother's smile. His father's grin. He folded them carefully into the deepest part of his memory and locked them there, a treasure more valuable than any philosopher's stone. January arrived sharp and cold and busy. The castle refilled with students. Classes resumed. Hermione returned from her parents with 3 new books and a detailed plan for second-term research. Ron returned with a tan from Romania and stories about Charlie's dragons that grew more spectacular with each telling. Neville returned quietly, with a new plant for his collection and a determination in his eyes that hadn't been there before the holidays. The 4 of them fell back into their rhythm: classes, study, training, the ongoing investigation into the 3rd-floor corridor and Quirrell's movements. Harry continued his sessions with Neville in the room of requirement, and by the end of January, he'd made a breakthrough. I can see the seal structure, Harry told Neville one evening, as they sat in the room after a practice session. The whole thing. It's like a net, woven around your core, with anchor points at 7 locations. If I can dissolve the anchors one at a time, the net should collapse without backlash. Neville was sitting cross-legged on the floor, his eyes closed, his face calm. The meditation practice had transformed him. Not into a different person, he was still quiet, still gentle, still prone to moments of self-doubt, but into a more settled person. A person who was beginning to trust his own magic, his own instincts, his own worth. How long? Neville asked. I don't know. Weeks, maybe. I need to be careful. Each anchor is different. Whoever did this was thorough. Not as powerful as the person who sealed me, but more methodical. Do you know who it was? The person who sealed me? Harry had been thinking about this. The seal on Neville's core had a different texture from his own, less refined but more intricate, the work of someone who lacked Dumbledore's raw power but compensated with technique. The magical signature was unfamiliar, but it carried traces of institutional magic, the kind of standardized spell work taught at a specific school, in a specific tradition. Not yet. But the signature has a particular quality. It feels medical. Like it was done by a healer. Neville absorbed this. A healer at St. Mungo's? Possibly. Someone who treated you after your parents were attacked, maybe. Someone who decided your magic was a risk. Because of what happened to Mum and Dad. Maybe. Or because someone didn't want another powerful Longbottom in the world. Neville's jaw tightened. The gentle boy, the quiet boy, the boy who'd been told all his life he was barely magical enough to attend Hogwarts, that boy was still there. But beneath him, something harder was growing. Something that had been fed by Harry's friendship and training and the simple, revolutionary act of being told you are more than they let you be. Break it, Neville said. When you're ready. Break it. I will. February. The castle settled into the long grey stretch between holidays, the days blurring together in a rhythm of classes and homework and the slowly building tension of whatever Quirrell was planning. Harry watched Quirrell carefully. The defense professor's behavior hadn't changed, still stuttering, still nervous, still avoiding Harry's gaze, but the cold presence behind his turban was growing stronger. Harry could feel it, a slow but steady increase in magical pressure, as if Voldemort was feeding on something, gathering strength for an attempt. He's going to move soon, Harry told his friends one evening in the room of requirement, which had become their unofficial headquarters. The room had provided a circular table, round, Harry noted with amusement, like something from an Arthurian legend, and 4 comfortable chairs. How soon? Ron asked. Before the end of term. The stone is his path back to a body. Every day he spends as a parasite on Quirrell's skull is a day closer to Quirrell dying from the strain. Voldemort is running out of host. That's grim, Ron said. Voldemort is grim. Hermione had been reading, she was always reading, but she set her book down now. I've been thinking about the protections. We know there are 7 layers. We know most of them. But the mirror is the key, Dumbledore's right, Quirrell can't retrieve the stone if he wants to use it. So what does Voldemort do? He sends someone else, Harry said. Someone who doesn't want the elixir. But who would, oh? Hermione's eyes widened. You. He'd try to use you. It's what I'd do, if I were him. The boy who lived, the child who defeated him, walking voluntarily into the trap. He'd want me there. He'd want to turn me, or use me, or at the very least, kill me in the same room where the stone sits waiting. So we don't go, Neville said. We don't give him what he wants. No. We go. But on our terms, not his. The plan took shape over the following weeks. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville met in the room of requirement and worked through every scenario they could imagine. Ron, whose strategic mind was, as Harry had suspected, extraordinary, mapped out the defenses and identified the optimal path through them. Hermione researched every protection layer, finding weaknesses and workarounds. Neville, whose knowledge of magical plants was encyclopedic, prepared for the devil's snare. And Harry trained. Not in the explosive, room-shaking way of the first term, but quietly. Precisely. He worked on speed, how fast he could cast, how fast he could move, how fast he could think. He worked on endurance, how long he could sustain high-level magic without depleting his core. He worked on the dark, on fighting in low light, in confined spaces, against an enemy he couldn't see. He also continued working on Neville's seal. Carefully. Methodically. By March, he'd dissolved 3 of the 7 anchors, and Neville's magic had responded like a flower to sunlight. The boy who'd struggled with basic spells was now performing at the class average and climbing. His confidence was growing with his power, each feeding the other in a virtuous cycle. And then, one night in late March, Quirrell made his move. Harry felt it at 2 in the morning. A surge of cold magic from the 3rd floor, sharp and sudden, like a knife through silk. The defenses had been triggered. Someone was going through the trapdoor. Harry was out of bed and dressed in 30 seconds. Ron, who'd taken to sleeping with one eye open since January, was right behind him. It's happening. Ron asked. It's happening. Get Hermione and Neville. I'll meet you at the 3rd floor corridor. Harry, wait, shouldn't we tell Dumbledore? Dumbledore isn't here. I felt him leave the castle this afternoon. An owl, urgent, from the ministry. He's gone. Ron's face went pale in the moonlight. That's not a coincidence. No. It's not. Voldemort lured him away. This is planned. Go. Now. Ron ran. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak over his shoulders and moved. The castle's corridors blurred past. Harry ran with his magic fueling his muscles, covering the distance from Gryffindor Tower to the 3rd floor in under a minute. He could feel Quirrell ahead, already through the first defense, already past Fluffy the Cerberus. The cold presence was fully awake now, driving Quirrell forward with a frantic, desperate energy. Harry reached the 3rd floor door. It was open. From below came the sound of a harp playing, enchanted, keeping the 3-headed dog asleep. He didn't go through. He waited. 3 minutes later, Ron, Hermione, and Neville appeared around the corner, breathless and armed. We're with you, Hermione said. Her wand was out. Her jaw was set. She looked terrified and absolutely resolute, and Harry loved her for both. Together, Harry said. All four of us. Just like we planned. They went through the trapdoor. The darkness swallowed them. Chapter 6, Through the trapdoor they fell. The trapdoor gave way beneath them and they dropped into blackness, the air rushing upward, the sound of the enchanted harp fading above them as gravity took hold. Harry's magic reacted instantly, a cushion of force beneath them, slowing their descent, but before it fully engaged, they landed on something soft. Not soft like pillows. Soft like a living thing. What? Ron started, and then the something moved. Tendrils, thick, ropey, muscular, coiled around his ankles and wrists with the deliberate, patient grip of a plant that had all the time in the world. More tendrils wrapped around Hermione's waist. Around Harry's legs. The darkness was absolute, and the plant was everywhere, a writhing carpet of vegetable malice that tightened its grip with every passing second. Devil's snare. Neville's voice cut through the dark, sharp and certain. The boy who couldn't remember his own toad 3 months ago sounded like a different person entirely. Don't struggle, it tightens when you fight it. We need light and heat. Fire. Hermione, already on it. Hermione's wand flashed. Incendio. Flames erupted from her wand tip, blue-white and fierce, and the devil's snare recoiled like a burned hand. The tendrils released them, shrinking away from the light and heat, and all four of them tumbled off the plant onto cold stone. Nice, Harry said, finding his feet. That was nothing. Neville was brushing tendrils off his robes with the casual disgust of someone swatting cobwebs. Juvenile specimen. Slow reflexes. A mature devil's snare would have crushed us before we hit the ground. Ron stared at him. Since when are you the dangerous plants expert? Since always. You just weren't paying attention. Hermione stifled a laugh. Harry grinned. Neville stood there in the flickering light of Hermione's wand, dusting off his sleeves, looking mildly annoyed at the plant's impertinence, and it struck Harry that this was who Neville had always been beneath the seal, confident, competent, brave in the quiet way of someone who knows exactly what they're good at. 3 anchors dissolved, and the real Neville was already emerging. They moved forward. A stone passage led away from the devil's snare chamber, sloping gently downward, and as they walked, Harry tracked Quirrell's progress ahead of them. The defense professor was moving fast, already through the second and third challenges, his cold passenger driving him with frantic urgency. The passage opened into a brilliantly lit chamber, and the air was full of birds. No, not birds. Keys. Hundreds of them, jewel-bright and winged, fluttering and swooping around the chamber in a glittering cloud. At the far side of the room, a heavy wooden door was set into the wall, and beside it, mounted on a bracket, hung 3 broomsticks. We need the right key, Hermione said, studying the door. Big, old-fashioned, silver, to match the lock. One of these keys opens it. Harry looked up at the cloud of keys. His magic reached out, feeling for the one that matched the door's enchantment. There, damaged, slower than the others, one wing crumpled from where Quirrell had already grabbed it and forced it into the lock. A large silver key with bright blue wings, fluttering erratically near the ceiling. He didn't reach for a broom. Accio damaged key, Harry said, and the silver key shot out of the cloud and into his hand with a force that scattered a dozen other keys in its wake. It struggled briefly in his grip, wings beating, and then went still. Ron looked at the broomsticks. Looked at Harry. Or we could have done that, yeah. Harry unlocked the door. The key flew back to its flock, and they stepped through into the next chamber. It was vast. A full-sized chessboard stretched across the floor, the pieces towering above them, white marble on one side, black on the other, each piece 10 feet tall and carved with a detail that was almost grotesque in its realism. The white pieces stood in formation. The black side was incomplete, missing 4 pieces. McGonagall's challenge, Hermione breathed. A chess game. We have to play our way across. Ron stepped forward. His eyes swept the board with the focused, calculating intensity that Harry had seen 100 times across their common room chess games, that particular look Ron got when the pieces clicked into place and the game became not a puzzle but a landscape he could read like a map. "We take the empty squares," Ron said. "Harry, you're the bishop. Hermione, take the rook square on the left. Neville, you're a knight." He paused. Swallowed. "I'm the king." "Ron," Hermione started. "I know what I'm doing. Trust me." They took their positions. The white pieces, which had been motionless, stirred to life. The first pawn advanced 2 squares, and the game began. Harry had planned for this. He'd known, from the moment Ron had first demolished him at chess, that this challenge was Ron's. Not because Harry couldn't play, he'd improved significantly under Ron's tutelage, but because this was Ron's battlefield. His gift. And Harry was wise enough, and secure enough in his own power, to recognize when someone else should lead. "Harry, bishop to e5, Ron called. Harry moved. The stone piece that represented his square shifted beneath his feet, carrying him across the board. A white knight moved to intercept. Ron's counter was immediate. "Neville, knight to c3. Neville moved. The white knight, caught between 2 threats, was taken by one of their pawns, the stone figure drawing a heavy sword and smashing the white piece to rubble. Hermione flinched at the violence. Neville watched with grim satisfaction. The game continued. Ron played brilliantly, not just competently, but brilliantly, with a clarity of vision and a depth of strategy that revealed itself move by move. He wasn't just reacting to the white pieces. He was orchestrating the entire board, seeing patterns and possibilities that the enchanted pieces couldn't match. He sacrificed pawns to create openings. He used Hermione's rook to control the diagonals. He positioned Neville's knight for forks and pins that the white queen couldn't escape. And he used Harry sparingly. Deliberately. The bishop is a powerful piece, but Ron understood something crucial about this game. If Harry took over, if he simply blasted through the remaining pieces with raw magical force, the enchantment might not recognize the victory. This was McGonagall's challenge, and McGonagall valued intelligence over brute strength. The game had to be won on its own terms. 12 minutes in, Ron saw the endgame. "I've got it," he said. His voice was calm, but his face was pale. 3 moves. "But I have to, Hermione, after I move, you take the queen. And Harry, after Hermione takes the queen, you move to g1. That's checkmate." "Ron." Hermione's voice was sharp. "What are you going to do?" "I have to let myself be taken." Silence on the board. The white pieces stood motionless, waiting. "Absolutely not," Harry said. "Harry, listen to me. The white queen is blocking the path to checkmate. The only way to draw her out of position is if I move to d4. She'll take me. And when she does, Hermione slides to d4 and takes her, and you move to g1 and it's mate. There's no other line. There has to be. There isn't. I've looked. I've been looking since we started. This is the move." Harry stared at Ron across the board. His friend, his first friend, the boy who'd shared a train compartment and a bag of sweets and a room in a tower, stood on his square with his chin up and his shoulders back and his fear written plainly on his freckled face, and he didn't waver. "I'll be fine," Ron said. "The pieces aren't killing pieces. They're taking pieces. Worst case, I get knocked about a bit. I can take a hit, Harry. Let me do this." Harry wanted to refuse. Every instinct screamed at him to find another way, to use his power, to break the board and carry everyone through. But Ron was right, this was Ron's game, Ron's gift, Ron's moment, and overriding him would be worse than any bruise. "When this is over," Harry said, "I'm buying you the best chess set money can buy." Ron grinned. It was shaky, but it was real. Make it Goblin Maid and you've got a deal. He moved to d4. The White Queen turned. She was enormous, 12 feet of carved marble, her face a mask of cold, beautiful fury. She glided across the board with the inevitability of a glacier, and when she reached Ron, she swung. Ron flew. The impact was brutal, the marble arm caught him across the chest and sent him spinning off the board, landing hard on the stone floor with a crack that made Hermione scream his name. He lay still. The White Queen took his square. Ron. Hermione, the Queen. Now. Harry's voice was steel. Hermione was crying. She moved anyway. Her rook slid across the board, and the White Queen, out of position, defenseless, was smashed to rubble. Harry moved to g1. The White King's crown fell at his feet. Checkmate. The remaining white pieces froze. The door behind the board swung open. Harry was off his square and running before the enchantment fully released, dropping to his knees beside Ron. His magic flowed before his wand was drawn. He pressed his hands to Ron's chest and felt, 2 cracked ribs, a bruised lung, a mild concussion, nothing life-threatening but everything painful. Healing magic poured from his palms, warm and golden, knitting bone and soothing tissue with a precision that 3 months of practice in the room of requirement had made instinctive. Ron's eyes fluttered open. Did we win? We won. You brilliant idiot. Don't ever do that again. No promises. Ron winced, tried to sit up, and Harry's hands held him down. Stay. You're hurt. Hermione and Neville will stay with you. Like hell, Hermione said, wiping her eyes. We're all going. No. Harry was gentle but absolute. Ron can't move, and someone needs to stay with him. And what's ahead, the troll, Snape's puzzle, the mirror, I can handle it. But I need to know you're safe. Harry, Hermione. Please. She looked at him. The tears were still on her cheeks, but her eyes were clear, and he could see the battle happening behind them, the fierce desire to go with him warring against the knowledge that he was right. Ron was hurt. Leaving him alone was unthinkable. I'll go with Harry, Neville said. Everyone looked at him. Neville stood by the chessboard, his wand in his hand, his face set with a determination that was quiet and immovable. You need someone watching your back, Neville said. And I need to do this. Not because I'm powerful. Because I'm your friend and you're not going down there alone. Harry looked at Neville Longbottom, the boy who'd lost a toad on a train 4 months ago, the boy who'd been sealed and diminished and told he was barely magical enough to attend school, and felt something expand in his chest that had nothing to do with his core and everything to do with his heart. Okay, Harry said. Hermione, stay with Ron. Send Hedwig to Dumbledore if we're not back in an hour. 30 minutes, Hermione said fiercely. 30 minutes. Neville, let's go. They went through the door. Behind them, Hermione settled beside Ron and held his hand, and Ron said something that made her laugh through her tears, and the door swung shut. The troll room was next. The mountain troll lay on the floor, already unconscious. Quirrell had dealt with it on his way through, a professional job, efficient and cold. It was even bigger than the one from Halloween, its club lying beside it like a felled tree. The room stank. That's revolting, Neville said. Agreed. Moving on. Snape's challenge was a table with 7 bottles in a line and a scroll of parchment. Harry unrolled the scroll. A logic puzzle, not magical, purely intellectual, using the clues in the poem to identify which bottles were poison, which were nettle wine, and which would let you pass forward or backward through the enchanted fires that blocked both doors. Harry read the puzzle once. Twice. He could feel the potions, his magical awareness giving him information the puzzle solver wasn't supposed to have. The smallest bottle, on the far left, pulsed with a particular kind of enchantment, protection against magical fire. That one, Harry said, pointing forward. He pointed to another. And that one goes back. That's cheating, Neville said. You can feel them, can't you? I can solve the puzzle too, if you'd prefer. But we're in a hurry. Cheating's fine. The smallest bottle held barely a mouthful. Harry looked at it, looked at Neville, and made a decision. Neville. I need you to take the backward bottle and go back to Ron and Hermione. What? No. I said I know what you said. And I need you to go back. Not because I don't trust you. Because what's ahead is Voldemort, and the fragment in my scar is going to react to his presence, and I don't know what that reaction is going to look like. If something happens to me, if the Horcrux does something I can't control, I need someone I trust to get Ron and Hermione out of here safely. Neville stared at him. His jaw worked. His eyes were bright and furious. That's not fair. No. It's not. But it's right. A long, agonizing silence. Then Neville nodded, once, with the controlled composure of someone who disagreed completely and was choosing to trust anyway. You come back, Neville said. You hear me, Harry? You come back. I will. Neville drank the backward potion and stepped through the fire. The purple flame swallowed him and he was gone. Harry drank the forward potion. It was ice cold, a shock that ran through his body and left a trail of protective enchantment in its wake. He stepped through the black fire and into the final chamber. The room was circular, lit by torches, and dominated by the Mirror of Erised. It stood in the center, flanked by pillars, its gold frame gleaming, its surface reflecting the empty room back at itself. Quirrell stood before it. He was different. The turban was still there, the nervous manner was gone. He stood straight, his hands loose at his sides, his face composed and cold. The stuttering academic had been shed like a snakeskin, and what remained was a lean, focused, dangerous man who radiated competence and controlled fury. I wondered whether you'd come, Quirrell said. No stutter. No hesitation. His voice was calm, educated, carrying the particular clarity of someone who had stopped pretending. I felt you following. The Dark Lord told me you would. Harry stepped into the room. The door behind him sealed with a wall of flame. His scar prickled, not painfully, but insistently, the fragment of Voldemort's soul responding to the proximity of its source. Professor Quirrell. Or do you prefer a different name? Quirrell is sufficient. For now. He turned from the mirror, and his eyes, clear, intelligent, stripped of artifice, fixed on Harry with an intensity that was almost clinical. You're remarkable, you know. Truly remarkable. The power you've displayed, the things I've watched you do, you have no idea how rare you are. I have some idea. Do you? I spent years traveling the world, seeking power. I found dark creatures, forbidden knowledge, ancient magics that would make your professors weep with terror. And none of it, compares to what I felt rolling off you the night we shook hands in the leaky cauldron. Quirrell's hand drifted to his turban. He felt it too. He was fascinated. He still is. I'm flattered. You shouldn't be. His fascination has historically ended badly for its subjects. Quirrell paused. He wants to talk to you. I gathered. Quirrell reached up and began to unwrap the turban. The cloth came off in layers, revealing the back of Quirrell's head, and Harry felt the cold presence bloom like a poisonous flower. It surged outward, filling the room with a magical pressure that was dark and ancient and seething with an intelligence that was as vast as it was broken. The torches dimmed. The air temperature plummeted. And from the back of Quirrell's skull, where a second face had formed, chalk white, with red eyes and slits for nostrils, a face that was less human than it was a memory of being human, Voldemort spoke. Harry Potter. The voice was a whisper and a shout simultaneously, carrying in two registers, the physical sound that echoed off the stone walls and a deeper, magical resonance that pressed against Harry's scar like a burning hand. The fragment inside him responded, vibrating, straining toward its origin, and Harry clamped down on it with a wall of golden light and held it still. "We meet again," Voldemort said. "Though you don't remember the first time. I remember enough." Green light. My mother screaming. The red eyes narrowed. "Your mother was brave. Foolish, but brave. She didn't have to die. I offered her the chance to step aside. She chose to die for me. That tells me everything about her and everything about you." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into something that was technically a smile. "Defiant. I expected defiant. Your father was defiant too, for the 3 seconds he lasted." Harry felt the anger, hot, bright, rising like a tide, and he let it come. Not to overwhelm him. To fuel him. The anger was clean and righteous and it fed his magic like oxygen feeds flame. "Let's skip the part where you try to provoke me," Harry said. "You're here for the stone. You can't get it out of the mirror. You think I can. Am I wrong?" "Not wrong. Though I had hoped for a longer conversation. Your intelligence is refreshing. Most of my enemies simply screamed. Your enemies were right to scream. They were facing a monster. The difference is, I'm not afraid of monsters." "No," Voldemort agreed softly. "No, you're not, are you? I can feel that. I can feel you, Harry, your core, your power, blazing like a star. Dumbledore tried to hide it, didn't he? Sealed it away. Kept you weak and ignorant and small." Harry said nothing. "I know about the seal. I've always known. I felt it the night I tried to kill you, felt the old man's magic wrapped around yours like a shroud. Even then, even bound, your power was extraordinary. It's why the killing curse failed. Not just your mother's sacrifice, though that played its part, but your own magic, fighting back. An infant's core, so powerful that even 1% of it could deflect the most lethal spell in existence. This was new. Harry hadn't considered this, that the unsealed fraction of his magic might have contributed to his survival. He filed it away, face neutral, giving nothing. "Dumbledore fears power," Voldemort continued. "He always has. It's why he sealed you. It's why he keeps you in a school, surrounded by children, learning magic at a child's pace. He wants you manageable. Controllable. A weapon he can aim and fire at his chosen moment." "You're telling me things I already know. Am I? Then let me tell you something you don't know. The fragment of my soul in your scar, it's not just a piece of me. It's a connection. A bridge between us. Through it, you can access things no other wizard can. Dark magic. Ancient knowledge. The collected memories and experiences of the most powerful Dark Lord in history. All you have to do is open the bridge." Harry looked at the face in the back of Quirrell's head, the red eyes, the flat nostrils, the absolute absence of anything resembling humanity, and felt, beneath the revulsion, a flicker of something more dangerous. Curiosity. Because Voldemort wasn't entirely wrong. Harry could feel the fragment. He'd felt it for months, the tiny dark ember in his scar, pulsing with knowledge and power that was not his own. He'd kept it sealed, contained, locked behind walls of golden light. But it was there. And the temptation to open it, to look inside, to take what was offered, that temptation was real. "Interesting pitch," Harry said. "Join the Dark Lord, access forbidden knowledge, become more powerful than I already am. What's the cost?" "Cost?" Voldemort's smile widened. "There is no cost. Only gain. Think of what we could accomplish together, Harry. You have the raw power. I have the knowledge. Combined, there is nothing we couldn't achieve. Immortality. Dominion. The reshaping of the magical world according to our vision. Your vision. Not mine. They could be the same. They couldn't. Because your vision involves murder, torture, and the subjugation of anyone you consider beneath you. And mine involves a world where children aren't locked in cupboards, or sealed, or told they're worthless. We're not the same, Voldemort. We're not even the same species anymore. The temperature in the room dropped another 10 degrees. The smile vanished. You presume to lecture me? The whisper had an edge now, a razor blade wrapped in silk. You, an 11-year-old boy who has lived in this world for months, you presume to reject me? I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. I have achieved what no wizard before me has achieved. And you, powerful, yes, unimaginably powerful, are still a child. A child who beat you once already. As a baby. Without even trying. Silence. The red eyes blazed. Get me the stone, Voldemort hissed. Look in the mirror. Take the stone and give it to me, and I will leave this school untouched. Refuse, and Quirrell will kill you where you stand. No, he won't, Harry said. Because Quirrell can't touch me. He said it with certainty because he knew, the same way he'd known about the seal, the same way he'd felt the wards at Privet Drive, the same deep magical intuition that was as reliable as sight or sound. His mother's sacrifice, the blood protection, the love that had stopped the killing curse, it was still active, still burning in his skin like a brand, and Quirrell, carrying Voldemort's soul, could no more touch Harry than fire could touch water. Lies, Voldemort spat. Quirrell, seize him. Quirrell spun and lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat. And then Quirrell screamed. His hands blistered. The skin where it touched Harry's neck seared and cracked, smoke rising from the contact, the flesh charring with a speed that was horrifying to witness. Quirrell jerked his hands back and stared at them, the palms were blackened, weeping, the burns deep enough to show the tissue beneath. What is this? Quirrell shrieked. My mother's love, Harry said. The magic you tried to murder through. It's still here. It's still protecting me. And it burns you because everything you are, everything he is antithetical to it. Quirrell backed away, cradling his ruined hands. The red eyes in the back of his skull were wide with something Harry had never expected to see there. Fear. Kill him. Voldemort screamed. Use your wand. Quirrell reached for his wand with burned, shaking fingers. Harry didn't give him the chance. He moved. Not with a spell, with his body, crossing the 3 feet between them in a single step, and he pressed both hands flat against Quirrell's face. The effect was cataclysmic. Light erupted from the contact, not Harry's golden light, but something else, something older and fiercer, the white-hot blaze of a mother's sacrifice igniting against the darkest magic in existence. Quirrell screamed, a sound beyond agony, beyond human, the sound of a body being unmade at the molecular level. His face crumbled under Harry's palms, skin to ash, ash to dust, the dark magic that animated him combusting on contact with the protection that Harry carried. And Voldemort screamed too. Not through Quirrell's mouth, through the air, through the magic itself, a howl of rage and pain and disbelief that shook the chamber and cracked the mirror's frame and sent every torch in the room guttering to extinction. Harry held on. The power flowing through him was immense, not his core, not his magic, but his mother's, her final gift, channeled through his body like lightning through a rod. Quirrell was disintegrating. The face on the back of his skull was contorting, thrashing, trying to separate from the dying host. This is not over. Voldemort shrieked, and the wraith tore free. It erupted from Quirrell's crumbling skull like smoke from a fire, a black, shapeless mass of malevolent consciousness, screaming through dimensions of magic that had no physical analogue. Harry felt it pass through him as it fled, a moment of absolute cold, absolute dark, the brief and terrible sensation of Voldemort's naked soul brushing against his own. The fragment in Harry's scar blazed. White-hot, searing, a pain beyond anything Harry had ever felt. He staggered, his hands releasing what was left of Quirrell, which wasn't much, a crumbling shell of ash and cloth that collapsed in on itself like a sandcastle in wind. The wraith howled through the chamber and was gone, streaming upward through the stone, through the castle, into the night, leaving behind nothing but cold and the echo of its fury. Harry fell to his knees. The pain in his scar was blinding. The fragment was convulsing, destabilized by the contact with Voldemort's wraith, thrashing against its containment like a trapped animal. Harry's golden defenses held, barely, but the strain was enormous, and for the first time since the seal broke, he felt the limits of his power. Not in quantity, there was always more magic, always, but in precision. Containing the fragment while his nervous system screamed with pain required a focus that was slipping, bleeding away with each pulse of agony. The chamber was dark. Quirrell was dead. The mirror stood intact, its surface untouched by the battle, reflecting nothing. Harry knelt on the cold stone and fought the war inside his own skull. "You are not me," he told the fragment. "You are a splinter. A mistake. A piece of something broken. And I will not let you win." The fragment raged. It threw images at him, Voldemort's memories, flooding through the connection like water through a cracked dam. A boy in an orphanage, cold and angry and already cruel. A young man at Hogwarts, brilliant and charming and utterly empty inside. A ritual in a dark forest, the first Horcrux, the first murder, the soul tearing itself apart like paper. More rituals. More murders. The slow, deliberate dismantling of a human being, piece by piece, until what remained was the thing Harry had just faced, not a person but a process, an engine of fear and violence running on the momentum of its own horror. Harry saw it all. Understood it all. And in understanding, found his weapon. "You're afraid," he thought at the fragment. "That's all you've ever been. Afraid of death. Afraid of being ordinary. Afraid of being alone. Everything you've done, every murder, every Horcrux, every atrocity, has been running from fear. And you've been running so long you've forgotten what you were running from." The fragment screamed. "You're afraid of being Tom Riddle. A nobody. An orphan. A boy nobody wanted." The images changed. Not Voldemort's memories, Harry's. The cupboard under the stairs. Vernon's hand. Petunia's silence. The cold, the dark, the endless crushing weight of being told you are nothing. "I know what it's like," Harry told the fragment. "I know what it's like to be nobody. To be unwanted. To be afraid. The difference between us is that I didn't let the fear make me cruel. I let it make me kind." The fragment shuddered. The pain in Harry's scar peaked, a white-hot lance that drove through his skull and out the other side, and then, suddenly, sharply, it subsided. The fragment contracted, collapsing in on itself, retreating deep into the scar, curling into a tight, dense knot of dark magic that was smaller and weaker than it had been before the confrontation. Not destroyed. Not gone. But diminished. Beaten back. Contained by a force that was not power but something the fragment had no defense against. Love. Compassion. The absolute refusal to become the thing he hated. Harry knelt on the stone floor and breathed. The chamber was silent. The torches had gone out. The only light came from the Mirror of Erised, which glowed faintly with its own enchantment, and from Harry himself, a soft golden radiance that pulsed in time with his heartbeat, his magic replenishing itself, his body beginning the slow process of recovery. Something clinked. Harry looked down. In his pocket, the pocket he hadn't put anything into, something heavy and warm was pressing against his thigh. He reached in and pulled out a small, rough-cut stone the color of blood. The Philosopher's Stone. The mirror had given it to him. Sometime during the fight, when he'd been focused on Quirrell and Voldemort and the fragment in his scar, the mirror had recognized what he was and what he wanted and had transferred the stone to the one person in the room who didn't want to use it. Harry held it up. It caught the faint light and glowed, warm and red and ancient, and the alchemical magic inside it hummed against his palm with a power that was vast but gentle, the power of transformation, of life extended, of death postponed. He could use it. The knowledge was there, instinctive, immediate, a gift from his core. The elixir of life was not complicated. The stone could produce it indefinitely. Harry could live forever, if he chose. He put it back in his pocket. Footsteps. Running. The wall of fire behind him had died when Quirrell died, and through the opening came voices, Ron's, limping and stubborn and refusing to be left behind, Hermione's, fierce and frightened, Neville's, steady and determined. They burst into the chamber and found Harry kneeling on the floor beside a pile of ash, glowing faintly gold, holding a stone that could make a man immortal. Harry. Hermione was at his side in an instant, her hands on his face, checking for damage. Are you, what happened, is that, I'm okay. Quirrell's dead. Voldemort's gone, not dead, but gone. His wraith fled. Harry paused. He was here. Inside Quirrell. A face on the back of his head. We talked. He tried to recruit me. I said no. He tried to kill me. I used my mother's protection, the love magic, from the night she died. It burned him. Burned through Quirrell's body until there was nothing left. Ron looked at the pile of ash. That's Quirrell. What's left of him? Bloody hell. Neville was staring at Harry with an expression that was hard to read, awe, concern, grief, pride, all tangled together. You did it alone. I didn't want to. But the protection, my mother's sacrifice, it only works through me. Nobody else could have touched him. That's not what I mean. Neville crouched beside him. I mean you faced him alone. The thing that murdered your parents. And you won. Harry looked at the ash on the floor. At his hands, which were unmarked, the protection had flowed through him without leaving a scratch. At the stone in his pocket, warm and patient. It doesn't feel like winning, he said quietly. It feels like a man is dead because a monster used him up and threw him away. Quirrell was a person once. Before Voldemort. He had a life and a career and choices, and he chose wrong, and now he's ash. The chamber was quiet. That's what makes you different, Hermione said softly. From Voldemort. From Dumbledore. From anyone who treats people like pieces. You see the person, Harry. Even when they're the enemy. Harry closed his eyes. His friends were around him, Ron, pale and hurting but upright, leaning on Hermione's shoulder, Hermione, brilliant and fierce, her hand warm on Harry's arm, Neville, quiet and steady, the anchor of their group in ways none of them fully appreciated yet. They'd come through fire and chess and devil's snare, and they were here, and they were whole, and that mattered more than any stone. We should go, Harry said. Dumbledore will be back soon, and I'd rather meet him on my feet than on my knees. They went. Back through the chambers, past the chess room where Ron's blood still stained the floor, past the keys and the devil's snare and up through the trapdoor where Fluffy the three-headed dog was still sleeping, its massive heads twitching in dreams. They emerged into the third-floor corridor, and the door sealed behind them with a click of finality. The castle was quiet. Dawn light was creeping through the windows. They'd been underground for 3 hours, and it felt like 3 years. Harry made it to the end of the corridor before his legs gave out. Ron caught him on one side. Neville caught him on the other. Together, they carried him, not to the hospital wing, not to the common room, but to the bottom of the main staircase, where they sat him down on the cold marble and Hermione conjured a blanket and wrapped it around his shoulders with a tenderness that undid him more than the battle had. Stay awake, Hermione ordered. You might have a concussion. I don't have a concussion. I have a piece of Voldemort's soul in my scar and I just killed a man with my bare hands and I'm 11 years old and I'm very, very tired. You didn't kill anyone, Ron said firmly. Voldemort killed him. You defended yourself. I know. But my hands were the ones on his face when he turned to ash. Nobody had an answer for that. They sat together on the staircase as the dawn light strengthened and the castle woke around them, and the weight of what they'd done, what Harry had done, settled over them like snow. The main doors opened. A figure swept in, robes billowing, silver beard streaming, moving with a speed that belied his age. Dumbledore took in the scene, 4 children on the staircase, exhausted, one of them glowing faintly gold, the smell of ash and dark magic still clinging to them, and his face did something Harry had never seen. It crumbled. The mask, the twinkle, the grandfatherly composure, all of it fell away, and what was left was an old man looking at children who had fought a war he should have prevented, and the guilt hit him like a physical blow. He actually staggered, one hand catching the doorframe. "Harry," he said. His voice was wrecked. "What have I done?" Harry looked up at him. Exhausted, drained, his scar burning, ash still dusting his palms. "What you always do, Professor. You played the game. But this time, the pieces played back." He reached into his pocket and held up the Philosopher's Stone. "I believe this belongs to your friend." Dumbledore took the stone. His hands were shaking. He looked at it, then at Harry, then at the 3 children surrounding him, and the tears he'd been holding back for a very long time finally fell. "The hospital wing," Dumbledore whispered. "All of you. Now." For once, Harry didn't argue. They were carried to the hospital wing by Dumbledore's magic, a gentle levitation that lifted all 4 of them off the staircase and transported them through the corridors as carefully as if they were made of glass. Madame Pomfrey took one look at them and went white and then red and then white again, and the next hour was a blur of potions and diagnostic spells and stern lectures about children risking their lives. Ron's ribs were healed in minutes. Neville had bruises he hadn't mentioned. Hermione was physically fine but magically exhausted from the sustained stress. Harry was complicated. His magical core is depleted, Pomfrey told Dumbledore, frowning at her diagnostic results. "Not dangerously, but significantly. And there's something else, something in the scar tissue, I've never seen anything like it." "Leave the scar," Dumbledore said quietly. "I'll attend to it." Pomfrey looked like she wanted to argue. She didn't. She dosed Harry with a sleeping potion that he could have resisted but chose not to, and the last thing he saw before sleep took him was his 3 friends, alive and safe in the beds around him, and the morning sun streaming through the hospital windows, turning everything to gold. He slept. And for the first time since the seal had broken, Harry Potter's magic was quiet. Not diminished. Not sealed. Just, resting. Like a vast ocean between storms, gathering itself, preparing for whatever came next. It was enough. For now, it was enough. Chapter 7, The Truth Between Them. Harry slept for 3 days. Not the artificial sleep of potions, Pomfrey's draft had worn off within hours. This was something deeper, something his body and magic demanded with an authority that overrode conscious will. His core was rebuilding itself, the vast reserves of power replenishing like a lake after a drought, and the process required stillness in a way that no amount of willpower could override. He dreamed, but not of green light. Not of doors or chains or sealed rooms. He dreamed of his mother. She stood in a garden he'd never seen, sunlight warm on her red hair, and she was laughing at something just out of frame. The dream had no plot, no structure, no narrative tension. It was simply her, Lily Potter, alive and happy and present, and Harry sat in the grass at her feet and listened to her laugh and felt, for the first time in his life, what it was like to be held by something larger than himself. Not magic. Not power. Love. The real thing, vast and quiet and unconditional, the thing that had stopped a killing curse and burned through a possessed man's body and held together an 11-year-old boy who had been through far too much. When he woke, the hospital wing was dark and someone was sitting beside his bed. Not Dumbledore. Not Pomfrey. Snape. The potions master sat in a straight-backed chair, his black robes pooling around his feet, his face half hidden in shadow. He wasn't reading. He wasn't grading papers. He was simply sitting, watching Harry sleep with an expression that the darkness made impossible to read but that Harry's magic, even in its depleted state, could feel clearly. Grief. The old, familiar, bone-deep grief that Snape carried like a second skeleton. But layered over it, something newer and more raw, fear, relief, anger, and a reluctant, furious tenderness that the man would rather have died than acknowledge. Harry opened his eyes. Snape's posture didn't change. "You're awake," Snape said. His voice was neutral, carefully stripped of emotion. "How long?" 3 days. Pomfrey wanted to force-feed you potions. Dumbledore told her to let you sleep. For once, the old man was right. Harry sat up slowly. His body ached, not with injury but with the deep muscular fatigue of a system that had pushed itself beyond its limits and was now paying the bill. His magic was there, still immense, but muted, like an orchestra warming up rather than performing. "Why are you here?" Harry asked. Snape said nothing for a long moment. His dark eyes were fixed on Harry's face with an intensity that was unnerving in its directness. "Because an 11-year-old boy killed a man with his bare hands 3 days ago and no one has asked him how he feels about it." Harry blinked. "Dumbledore is composing speeches," Snape continued, his voice dry as bone. "Pomfrey is fussing about core depletion. Your friends have been camped outside this wing for 72 hours, driving the matron to distraction. The entire school is buzzing with rumors that range from plausible to deranged. And in the middle of it all, there is a child who watched a man turn to ash under his hands, and nobody, has sat down and asked him the only question that matters." Harry looked at Snape. The potions master looked back. And for the first time, there was no hostility between them. No ghosts, no grudges, no inherited hatred. Just a damaged man and a damaged boy, sitting in the dark, being honest. "It was terrible," Harry said quietly. "I felt him die. Not just his body, his magic. His life force. Everything that made him Quirinus Quirrell just stopped. One moment he was a person, and the next he was ash, and I was the one who made it happen. The protection was channeled through me. My hands. My choice. I could have let go. I could have found another way. I held on because holding on was the fastest way to end the threat, and I made that calculation in the space of a heartbeat, and I was right, and it was still terrible." Snape absorbed this without flinching. His face remained impassive, but his magic shifted, a subtle loosening, as if something tightly wound had relaxed by a fraction. "You did not murder him," Snape said. "Quirrell was already dead, the Dark Lord's possession was consuming him from the inside. He had weeks at most. What you did was accelerate an inevitable end in defense of your own life and the lives of others. That is not murder. That is war. I'm 11. Yes. An 11-year-old should not have to make those decisions. But you did, and you made the right one, and feeling terrible about it is not weakness. It is proof that you are not what the Dark Lord wanted you to become." Harry stared at him. "That might be the kindest thing you've ever said to me. Don't get used to it." The ghost of a smile crossed Harry's face. It faded quickly. "Snape. You protected me. At the Quidditch match. The counter-jinx. I was protecting the school's most valuable Quidditch asset. You were protecting me because you loved my mother." The silence that followed was so absolute that Harry could hear the candles burning. Snape's face went through a transformation that was painful to watch, the controlled mask cracking, the walls he'd built over 15 years of grief and bitterness and self-loathing shifting, threatening to collapse. His mouth opened. Closed. His jaw tightened until the muscles stood out like cords. "Don't," Snape said. The word came out strangled. "I'm not going to tell anyone. It's not my secret to share. But I know, and pretending I don't helps neither of us." Snape looked away. His hands, resting on his knees, were very still, but his magic was a storm, waves of emotion crashing against the walls of his discipline, each one carrying a lifetime of regret. "She was the best person I ever knew," Snape said. His voice was barely audible. "And I destroyed our friendship through cruelty and cowardice and choices I can never undo. I called her a name, one word, spoken in anger and humiliation, and she never forgave me. She was right not to. I joined the Death Eaters. I became what she hated. And when I heard the prophecy, the one that put a target on her family, I went to Dumbledore and begged him to protect her, and he did, and it wasn't enough." Harry listened. He could feel the words pouring out of Snape like blood from a wound, years of silence breaking, the man's legendary control buckling under the combined pressure of Harry's quiet honesty and 3 days of sitting in the dark with his ghosts. "I have spent 10 years trying to atone. Teaching at a school I despise. Spying for a man I don't trust. Protecting a boy who wears the face of the man I hated most in the world and carries the eyes of the woman I—" He stopped. The sentence hung, unfinished, in the dark air between them. "You can say it," Harry said. "No. I can't." More silence. Snape's breathing was ragged. He sat in the chair beside Harry's bed with his hands on his knees and his eyes fixed on the far wall and his soul, for once, entirely exposed. "I don't hate you," Snape said at last. "I wanted to. It would have been easier. But you are not your father. You are not even your mother, though you have her capacity for compassion and her infuriating tendency to see the best in people who don't deserve it. You are something else entirely. Something I don't have a framework for. I'm Harry." "Yes. You are. And I owe you an apology." Harry waited. "I attacked you in the corridor in September. Legitimacy, unprovoked, on a first-year student. I have treated you with contempt and cruelty from the moment you arrived, punishing you for a dead man's sins. I have been." He paused, as if the next word physically pained him. "Unfair. You've been awful." "Yes. Consistently and deliberately awful." "Yes. An apology would be a good start." Snape turned his head. His dark eyes met Harry's green ones, and the connection, the same eyes, her eyes, alive and clear and looking at him without hatred, without judgment, with something that was almost understanding, seemed to crack something final in the potion's master's defenses. "I am sorry, Harry. For all of it." The words were simple. They cost Snape more than anyone would ever know. And Harry, who understood the weight of words spoken in the dark by people who had been carrying them for far too long, accepted them with the gravity they deserved. "Thank you. I'm not saying everything's fine, it's not. You've been cruel to students who didn't deserve it, not just me. Neville's terrified of you, and he shouldn't have to be afraid of a teacher. If the apology is real, it has to extend beyond this room. You're making demands. I'm making observations. What you do with them is your choice." Snape stared at him. Then, unexpectedly, the corner of his mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. The suggestion of a possibility of a smile, in some distant future where Severus Snape was capable of such things. "You are insufferable," Snape said. "I've been told. You will tell no one about this conversation." "I already said I wouldn't." "Good." Snape stood. He straightened his robes with the precise, controlled movements of a man reassembling his armor. The walls were going back up, the mask sliding back into place. But something had changed behind it, something fundamental, irreversible. A door had been opened that couldn't be closed again. Potter. Yes. Don't die. I have invested considerable effort in keeping you alive, and I would prefer that investment not be wasted. I'll do my best. Snape swept out of the hospital wing, his robes billowing behind him, and the door closed with a soft click, and Harry was alone. He lay back against his pillows and stared at the ceiling and thought about Severus Snape. About a man who had loved and lost and spent a decade punishing the world for it. About the difference between atonement and self-flagellation, and whether Snape knew which one he was practicing. About the fact that the most hostile teacher in the school had sat beside his bed for 3 days, waiting for him to wake up, because nobody else had thought to ask how an 11-year-old felt about killing a man. People are complicated, Harry thought. Even the awful ones. Especially the awful ones. He closed his eyes. Sleep reached for him again, and this time he let it come, and when the morning light woke him, Snape's chair was empty and there was a small vial on the bedside table. Dreamless sleep potion. Freshly brewed. Harry didn't need it. But he kept it. Dumbledore came the next morning. The headmaster looked different. Older. The purple robes were the same, the half-moon spectacles were the same, but the man wearing them had changed. The twinkle in his eyes was dimmer, and the lines on his face were deeper, and he moved with the careful deliberation of someone carrying a weight they couldn't set down. He sat in the chair Snape had vacated, and for a long moment, neither of them spoke. "Nicholas and I have decided to destroy the stone," Dumbledore said. "He and Perenelle have enough elixir stored for a time, but eventually, within a year or two, they will die." Harry absorbed this. 600 years old. That's a good run. Nicholas said something similar. He said death, to the well-organized mind, is but the next great adventure. A pause. I've always admired that perspective. I've never been able to share it. Because of your sister. Dumbledore winced. You remember our conversation at the mirror. I remember everything. Dumbledore nodded slowly. He folded his hands in his lap, and Harry noticed that one of them, the right, bore a faint, blackened discoloration on the ring finger. As if something had burned it, long ago, or would burn it someday. The magic around the mark was strange, dormant, patient, waiting. Harry filed it away. Harry. I owe you more than an explanation. I owe you an accounting. Not the carefully edited version I gave you in October, the real one. All of it. I'm listening. Dumbledore took a breath. I have made, in the course of my life, a series of decisions that I believed served the greater good. Each one, individually, seemed justified. Each one, I told myself, was necessary. The seal on your magic. The placement with the Dursleys. The decision to let you grow up ignorant of your heritage. The decision to bring the stone to Hogwarts, knowing Voldemort would come for it. The decision to leave the school on the night he made his attempt. He paused. His voice was steady, but his magic was not, it churned beneath the surface like deep water over sharp rocks. Each decision had a reason. Some of those reasons were good. But the pattern they form, viewed from above, viewed as your friend Miss Granger would view them, analytically, dispassionately, the pattern is one of control. Of manipulation. Of treating people as instruments rather than individuals. Yes, Harry said. I told myself I was different from Voldemort. That my goals were noble, my methods justified. But the truth I have spent a century avoiding, is that the impulse is the same. The desire to shape the world according to my vision. The belief that I know best. The willingness to sacrifice others' autonomy for what I have decided is the right outcome. He met Harry's eyes. His own were bright with unshed tears and a clarity that was almost brutal. I am not a good man, Harry. I have done good things. I have also done terrible things. The seal on your magic was one of the most terrible. Not because it was technically wrong, though it was, but because of what it represented. A choice made for you, without you, by a man who believed his judgment superseded your right to be who you were born to be. Harry sat in his hospital bed and watched Albus Dumbledore lay himself bare, and he felt something he hadn't expected. Compassion. Not forgiveness. Compassion was not forgiveness. Compassion was seeing someone clearly, their failures, their damage, their humanity, and choosing not to look away. It was what Snape had done, sitting in the dark. It was what Harry's mother had done, standing between her son and a killing curse. It was the thing Voldemort could not do and Dumbledore had forgotten how to do and Harry, despite everything, had never lost. You locked away the only part of me that was mine, Harry said. He'd been carrying these words for months, and they came out steady and clear. The Dursleys took everything else, my parents, my childhood, my name, my dignity. They couldn't take my magic because they didn't know it existed. But you did. You knew, and you took it, and you left me in that house with nothing. Dumbledore's composure broke. The tears fell, silently, without drama, running down the weathered channels of his face and disappearing into his silver beard. He didn't wipe them away. He sat in the chair beside Harry's bed and let them fall, and the gesture was so raw, so human, so utterly unlike the composed, twinkling figure he presented to the world, that Harry felt his own throat tighten. For 10 years, Harry continued, I thought I was broken. Defective. Wrong. The strange things that happened around me, the muted, weak, accidental magic that leaked through your seal, I thought they were proof that something was wrong with me. That I was a freak, like Vernon said. A burden, like Petunia said. And every time I believed them, every time I shrank a little smaller, a little quieter, a little more invisible, that was your doing. Not theirs. Yours. Because without the seal, I would have known. The magic would have told me. I would have felt it, even without understanding it, and it would have been enough. Enough to know I was real. Enough to know I mattered. Enough to survive. Dumbledore closed his eyes. The tears continued. And I survived anyway, Harry said. Without the magic. Without the knowledge. Without anyone. I survived because I'm stubborn and angry and I refuse to be destroyed. But I shouldn't have had to. No child should have to survive on stubbornness alone. The hospital wing was very quiet. Morning light streamed through the tall windows, painting the white beds in gold. Somewhere in the castle, students were eating breakfast, laughing, complaining about homework, living the normal lives that Harry had never had and was only beginning to build. I know, Dumbledore whispered. I know. Harry let the silence hold. He let the old man sit with what he'd done, without comfort, without absolution, without the easy relief of being told it was all right. Because it wasn't all right. Some things aren't. But Harry was not cruel. And he was not Voldemort. And holding on to rage, justified, righteous, perfectly valid rage, would serve no one, least of all himself. I'm not going to forgive you, Harry said. Not today. Maybe not ever. What you did can't be undone, and saying sorry doesn't erase 10 years of damage. Dumbledore nodded. He expected nothing else. The acceptance on his face was absolute. But I'm also not going to hate you. Hate is Voldemort's tool, and I won't use it. What I want from you, what I need from you, is change. Real change. Not promises. Not speeches. Actions. What actions? Harry sat up straighter in his bed. His magic, still recovering, still muted, pulsed once, a reminder to both of them of what he was. First. Neville Longbottom. Someone sealed his core. You said you'd look into it. What did you find? Dumbledore reached into his robes and produced a scroll. I have spent the past 3 days investigating. The seal on Mr. Longbottom's core was placed by a healer at St. Mungo's hospital, a woman named Agatha Privet, who treated Neville after his parents' attack. She was a specialist in accidental magic suppression, and she placed the seal on the recommendation of. He paused. Augusta Longbottom. Harry went cold. His grandmother. Augusta feared that Neville's magic, under the stress of his parents' condition, would manifest uncontrollably. She requested the seal as a protective measure. Healer Privet complied. The intention was to release it gradually as Neville matured. But they didn't release it. No. Privet died in 1986. The knowledge of the seal died with her. Augusta either forgot or chose not to pursue the matter. And Neville grew up believing he was weak. Harry's hands were gripping the sheets so tightly his knuckles had gone white. The anger, the cold, focused anger he'd felt when he first sensed Neville's seal, flared bright and hot. You're telling me that a grandmother, who was supposed to protect her grandson, had his magic sealed and then forgot about it? While he grew up thinking he was a squib? While she expressed disappointment in his abilities? While his great-uncle Algy dropped him out of a window to test whether he had enough magic to be worth keeping? I am telling you what I found. I am not defending it. Can the seal be safely broken? By a skilled healer, yes. With care and time. How about by me? Dumbledore looked at him. You've been working on it already. I can feel the changes in Mr. Longbottom's magical signature. I've dissolved 3 of 7 anchors. I want to finish the job. Harry, the risk is mine to assess. I've been studying seal mechanics for months. I know the structure. I know the method. And I know Neville, his magic, his core, his emotional state. A stranger at St. Mungo's doesn't know any of those things. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. You're asking my permission. I'm asking your opinion. There's a difference. Another almost smile. My opinion is that you are the most capable wizard I have encountered in my lifetime, that your understanding of magical cores is intuitive in a way that formal training cannot replicate, and that Neville Longbottom trusts you completely. If anyone can break the seal safely, it is you. Then I'll do it. Today. Today. You've been unconscious for 3 days, my core is at 60% and climbing. It's enough. Neville's waited long enough. The second action Harry demanded was transparency. No more secrets. No more carefully parceled information. If Dumbledore knew something relevant to Harry's safety, his friend's safety, or the threat posed by Voldemort, he would share it. Immediately and completely. The third was institutional. The seal on my magic was illegal. The seal on Neville's magic was illegal. If this has been done to other children, and I suspect it has, because the healer who sealed Neville was apparently a specialist, which means there was enough demand for a specialty, then there needs to be an investigation. Quietly, carefully, without panic. But it needs to happen. I will begin inquiries through the Wizengamot, Dumbledore said. Good. And Professor? Yes. The Horcrux in my scar. You said you'd been researching how to remove it for 10 years. Share your research. All of it. With me and with Hermione. Miss Granger. She's the most brilliant researcher I've ever met, and she approaches problems without the emotional baggage you and I carry. She'll see things we've missed. Dumbledore nodded slowly. You are assembling a team. I'm trusting my friends. You should try it sometime. The old man flinched. But he nodded. And when he stood to leave, something had shifted between them, not trust, not forgiveness, but the beginning of a framework. A relationship built not on manipulation or control but on honesty, accountability, and a shared recognition that the world was dangerous and they needed each other, however imperfectly. "Harry," Dumbledore said at the door. "For what it is worth, and I know it may not be worth much, I am proud of the person you are. Not because of my influence. In spite of it. It's worth something," Harry said. "Not much. But something." Dumbledore left. Harry sat in his hospital bed, in the morning light, and felt the conversation settle into his bones like sediment after a flood. The water was clearer now. Not clean, it might never be clean, but clearer. It was enough. Neville came that afternoon. Hermione and Ron were there too. They'd been allowed into the hospital wing once Pomfrey confirmed that Harry was awake and coherent, and they descended on him with the combined force of a hurricane. Ron had brought chocolate. Hermione had brought books. Neither had slept properly in 3 days, and both looked it, and neither cared. "You absolute idiot," Hermione said, hugging him so tightly his still recovering ribs protested. 3 days. You were out for 3 days. I've been reading about core depletion and the mortality rate is, I'm fine, Hermione. You're not fine, you're in a hospital bed, I'm in a hospital bed because Pomfrey won't let me leave. Physically, I'm recovered. Magically, I'm at 70% and climbing. 70% of your core is still more than the entire teaching staff combined, Ron pointed out through a mouthful of chocolate. That's not the point. It's a little bit the point. Harry laughed. It hurt, but it felt good, the deep, surprised laughter of someone who'd forgotten how. Ron grinned. Hermione wiped her eyes and pretended she hadn't been crying. And Neville sat at the foot of the bed, quiet and patient, waiting. Harry looked at him. "Neville. I need to talk to you about the seal." Neville straightened. "You found out who did it." "Your grandmother. She asked a healer at St. Mungo's to place it, after your parents were attacked. The healer who did it died 5 years later, and the knowledge was lost." Neville didn't react immediately. He sat very still, his hands folded in his lap, his face utterly blank. But his magic, Harry could feel it through the 3 remaining anchors, was a maelstrom. Shock, betrayal, grief, rage, confusion, all swirling together beneath the surface of a boy who had spent his entire life believing he wasn't good enough. "Gran," Neville said. Just the word. Flat and small. She was afraid. Your parents had just been tortured into insanity. She thought your magic might become dangerous under the stress. She made a decision based on fear. She told me I was a disappointment. She said I was barely magical. She apologized to my parents' portraits for how I turned out. Neville's voice was cracking. And the whole time, she knew, she may have forgotten. The healer who placed the seal died without transferring the information. It's possible Augusta genuinely didn't remember. That's worse. That's worse, Harry, because it means she crippled me and then forgot she'd done it and spent 10 years blaming me for the damage. Harry had nothing to say to that. It was true. It was exactly as terrible as Neville said. Hermione was pale. Ron's jaw was set, his chocolate forgotten. The hospital wing was silent except for Neville's breathing, which was too fast and too shallow. "I can break it," Harry said. "Today. Right now, if you want. All 4 remaining anchors. I know how. I've practiced. I can do it safely." Neville looked up. His eyes were red, but the tears hadn't fallen. Something in his expression was changing, the shock and grief hardening into something else. Something that looked very much like determination. "Do it," Neville said. "Break it. All of it. I want to feel what I'm supposed to feel. I want to know who I actually am. It might be intense. When mine broke, it was, a lot. Yours won't be as dramatic, but there'll be a surge. Your magic is going to flood back all at once. It might be overwhelming. I don't care. Neville, Harry. Neville looked at him with the steady, unshakable resolve of a boy who had been underestimated his entire life and was done accepting it. Break the seal. Harry nodded. He looked at Hermione and Ron. If something goes wrong, if the backlash is more than I expect, pull Neville away from me. Physically, magically, whatever it takes. Nothing's going to go wrong, Ron said, but he shifted his weight, ready to move. Harry closed his eyes. He reached out with his magic, still not at full power, but more than enough for this, and found Neville's core. It was there, right where it had always been. Warm, solid, pulsing with potential. And around it, the seal, for remaining anchors, each one a knot of foreign magic driven into the fabric of Neville's being like nails into wood. Harry had dissolved 3 already, over months of careful work. The remaining 4 were the deepest, the most entrenched, woven into the oldest layers of Neville's magical development. Harry began. The first anchor was at the base of Neville's core, where magic met body. Harry found its edges, the boundary between the seal and the self, and applied his power with surgical precision. Not brute force. Finesse. The gentle, persistent pressure of water eroding stone, finding the weak points, exploiting them, dissolving the foreign magic molecule by molecule. The anchor resisted. It had been in place for 10 years, and it had grown roots, tendrils of suppression woven into Neville's nervous system, his bone marrow, the very blood in his veins. Pulling it out was like pulling a weed that had threaded its roots through a garden, and Harry had to be careful, so careful, to remove the seal without damaging what it had grown into. Minutes passed. Harry's brow was damp with sweat. His magic worked in fine, precise threads, each one targeting a specific tendril, dissolving it, freeing the trapped potential beneath. Neville sat rigid, his eyes closed, his jaw clenched, feeling the seal loosen for the first time in a decade. The first anchor dissolved. A pulse of magic, warm, bright, unmistakably Neville's, surged upward through the gap. The second anchor was higher, near the heart. Harder. More deeply embedded. Harry worked it for 15 minutes, his concentration absolute, his magic a scalpel rather than a sword. This was the kind of work that couldn't be rushed, one wrong cut and the backlash could burn out Neville's core entirely. He didn't make a wrong cut. The second anchor dissolved. More magic surged. Neville made a sound, a gasp, half pain and half wonder, and his hands gripped the bed frame. The third anchor. Near the throat. This one was different, cruder, hastily placed, as if the healer had been running out of time or patience. It came apart more easily, and the magic that rushed through the gap was stronger, fiercer, carrying 10 years of compressed growth. Neville was shaking. His skin was flushed. His eyes, still closed, were moving rapidly behind his lids. Ron and Hermione watched with held breath, their wands ready, their faces taut. The fourth and final anchor. It was at the crown of Neville's head, the highest point, the place where magic and mind intersected. The most delicate location. The most dangerous to dismantle. One mistake here and Neville could lose not just magic but memory, personality, the fundamental architecture of who he was. Harry took a breath. He steadied his hands, physically and magically. He looked at the anchor with every ounce of awareness he possessed, mapping its structure, understanding its connections, seeing the precise sequence of dissolution that would free Neville without breaking him. And then, with the careful, loving precision of a surgeon removing a tumor from a brain, he dissolved the final anchor. Neville's seal shattered. The sound was not physical. There was no explosion, no blast of light, no dramatic eruption of power. What happened was subtler and more profound, a release, deep and total, like a held breath finally exhaled. Neville's magical core, freed for the first time since infancy, expanded, filling his body, his blood, his bones, flooding every cell with the magic that should have been his all along. Neville opened his eyes. They were the same brown eyes they'd always been. The same round face, the same uncertain mouth, the same boy Harry had met on a train with a lost toad and a broken confidence. But something behind the eyes was different. Something was awake. "Oh," Neville breathed. "Oh. How do you feel?" Harry asked. Neville held up his hand. He stared at it as if he'd never seen it before. His fingers were trembling, not with weakness, but with energy, with potential, with the raw, singing vitality of magic running freely through a body it had been denied. "I can feel everything," Neville whispered. "The castle. The plants in the greenhouse. Harry, I can feel the soil. Beneath the castle. I can feel things growing." "That's your affinity," Harry said, smiling. "Herbology isn't just your best subject, Neville. It's your core expression. Your magic is aligned with life, with growth. You're a natural." Neville looked at him. Tears were streaming down his face now, but he was smiling, the biggest, most unguarded, most joyful smile Harry had ever seen on anyone. "Thank you," Neville said. "Thank you, Harry. For everything. For the train, the flying lesson, the practices, for seeing me. When nobody else did. You were always there, Neville. You were always this person." The seal just made it harder to see. Neville stood up from the bed. His legs were steady. His magic, warm, earthy, powerful in a way that was completely different from Harry's but no less impressive, radiated from him like heat from a hearth. Hermione gasped. Ron's mouth fell open. "Blimey," Ron said. "Neville, you're glowing." He was. A faint green-gold aura, visible even to less magically sensitive eyes, surrounded Neville like a second skin. It would fade as his magic settled and integrated, but for now, in this moment, the boy who'd been told he was barely a wizard stood in a hospital wing and blazed with power, and the castle around him responded. Harry could feel it, the plants in the greenhouses surging with growth, the grass beneath the snow pushing upward, the ancient trees of the forbidden forest rustling in their winter sleep. Neville laughed. He laughed with pure, startled, overwhelming joy, and the sound was so infectious that Harry laughed too, and then Hermione, and then Ron, and the four of them stood in the hospital wing and laughed like the children they were, and the castle hummed around them, and the world, for a moment, was exactly as it should be. The last week of term passed in a blur of exams, celebrations, and the particular bittersweet energy of an ending. The school buzzed with rumors about what had happened on the third floor. The official story, released by Dumbledore in a carefully worded announcement, was that Professor Quirrell had been compromised by dark forces, and had died in the line of duty. The students who'd been paying attention knew there was more to it. The students who hadn't been paying attention had theories ranging from dragon attacks to time travel. Harry let them theorize. The truth was too big and too dangerous for casual distribution, and the people who needed to know, his friends, the staff, Dumbledore, already knew. Exams were anticlimactic. Harry scored highest in every subject except herbology, where Neville, newly unsealed, newly powerful, vibrating with a connection to the natural world that bordered on supernatural, outperformed everyone by such a margin that Sprout was genuinely speechless. In potions, Harry produced a forgetfulness potion so perfect that Snape stared at it for 30 seconds and then, without a word, awarded him full marks. In transfiguration, he turned a mouse into a snuff box that was so beautiful McGonagall kept it on her desk for the rest of her career. The end-of-year feast was a riot of color and noise. Gryffindor won the House Cup, partly on points, partly on the strength of Dumbledore's last-minute awards for services to the school that were transparently aimed at Harry and his friends. Ron got 50 points for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years. Hermione got 54, cool use of intellect while others were in grave peril. Neville got 54, outstanding courage in standing by his friends. And Harry got 64, pure nerve and outstanding valor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Percy was beside himself. Fred and George started a chant that devolved into something unprintable. Dumbledore, from the head table, caught Harry's eye and raised his goblet in a gesture that carried the weight of everything they'd said and everything they hadn't. Harry raised his in return. Not forgiveness. Acknowledgement. After the feast, Harry found himself alone on the astronomy tower. Not deliberately. He'd been walking, as he often did, letting his feet and his magic guide him through the castle he'd come to think of as home. The tower was the highest point at Hogwarts, and the view was staggering, the ground spread out below, the lake a mirror of stars, the forest a dark mass against the darker sky, and above it all, the vast, clear, infinite sky of a Scottish June night. Harry stood at the railing and let his magic expand. It flowed outward like water from a spring, through the tower, through the castle, through the grounds. He felt everything. Every student sleeping in their dormitory. Every teacher in their quarters. Every ghost drifting through the corridors. The merpeople in the lake, the centaurs in the forest, the thestrals in their hidden clearings. He felt his friends. Ron, dreaming of Quidditch and chess and a future where he was more than his brother's shadow. Hermione, dreaming of books and spells and a world where being clever was never something to apologize for. Neville, dreaming of gardens, vast, impossible gardens, where every plant he'd ever known grew together in impossible harmony, and his magic ran through the soil like rivers. He felt Dumbledore. Awake, as always. In his office, writing something. A letter, perhaps. Or a confession. The old man's magic was quieter than it had been in September, less turbulent, less afraid. Something had settled in him. Not peace, exactly. But acceptance. He felt the fragment in his scar. Small, quiet, dormant. The confrontation in the chamber had weakened it, and Harry's compassion had driven it deep. It was still there, still dark, still wrong, still a piece of Voldemort lodged in the center of Harry's being. But it was contained. And someday, not today, not this year, but someday, Harry would find a way to remove it without destroying himself. He felt Hogwarts. The castle, vast and ancient and alive, humming with 1,000 years of accumulated magic, holding its students in a protective embrace that was as fierce as any mother's. The castle that had recognized him on the first night, that had cleared staircases for him and warmed his tower and provided the room of requirement and watched over him with a patience that was almost parental. "Thank you," Harry told the castle. "For being home." The castle hummed. The stones beneath his feet warmed. And Harry felt, with the absolute certainty that only magic could provide, that Hogwarts was saying you're welcome. He stayed on the tower for a long time, watching the stars well overhead and thinking about everything that had happened since a giant had knocked down a door on a rock in the sea and told a skinny, starved boy in broken glasses that he was a wizard. 5 months. That was all. 5 months since the seal broke, since the voice said true core, unleashed, since the world cracked open and revealed itself to be vast and magical and terrible and wonderful. 5 months since Harry Potter stopped being the boy in the cupboard and started being, what? A wizard. A student. A seeker. A friend. A force. A person who had faced Voldemort and refused to be corrupted. A person who had looked at the most powerful wizard alive and demanded accountability. A person who had freed a friend from chains he didn't know he wore and stood in the ashes of a dead man and felt grief instead of triumph. 5 months. And this was only the beginning. Voldemort was still out there, a wraith, a fragment, a dispersed malice that would eventually find its way back to power. The Horcruxes existed, the soul pieces, scattered, hidden, waiting to be found and destroyed. The fragment in Harry's scar was a ticking clock, a connection to the darkest wizard alive, a problem that would need solving before the end. And behind it all, moving through the shadows of the wizarding world with the patient, grinding inevitability of a glacier, the forces that had created this situation, the fear of power, the impulse to control, the willingness to sacrifice children on the altar of the greater good, those forces were still at work. In the ministry. In the old families. In the quiet, unexamined assumptions of a world that had never questioned whether sealing a child's magic was acceptable as long as the intention was protection. Harry would change that. Not with speeches or revolutions or dramatic displays of power, but with the thing that had carried him through 11 years of darkness and 5 months of light. The thing that had stopped a killing curse, burned a possessed man, broken a seal, healed a friend, and held together a boy who had every reason to shatter and never did. Love. Stubborn, fierce, uncompromising love. For his friends. For the world. For the magic that sang in his blood and the castle that held him and the life that was finally, irrevocably his. The voice, the one from the shack, from the night everything changed, whispered one more time. Softer now. Almost tender. As if it had been waiting all year to say this, and now, on the last night, in the starlight, on the highest tower, it finally could. This is only the beginning. Harry smiled. The stars burned above him. The castle hummed beneath him. The summer stretched ahead, the Dursleys, yes, but only temporarily, and never again with the crushing helplessness of before. He would return to Privet Drive not as the boy in the cupboard but as a wizard of unimaginable power, and the blood wards would hold, and he would endure, and September would come again, and Hogwarts would be waiting. He pushed off from the railing and walked down the tower stairs, through the sleeping castle, back to Gryffindor Tower, where his friends were dreaming and his bed was warm and the fire in the common room burned low and steady, waiting for him. Harry Potter climbed into bed. He closed his eyes. His magic settled around him like a blanket, and the castle whispered its lullaby, and the night held him close. Tomorrow, the train. Tomorrow, the world. But tonight, sleep. And peace. And the quiet, unshakable knowledge that he was enough, had always been enough, and that whatever came next, he would face it the way he faced everything. With his eyes open. With his heart whole. With his magic unleashed. And with his friends beside him. Always.